Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Thank you for those of you that have participated in the past 2 years, and you have all contributed to exchanging great ideas and started good discussions. We really welcome your feedback, so please turn in your feedback form. Each day has its own feedback form. Today we have a very full schedule as well. First, we are going to start with Dr. Michael Wiemeyer, who will give the keynote presentation on self-determination. And then we are going to have a session on small businesses, big impact. After that, we'll have the second keynote presentation of the day with Dr. Sarah Rankin. And then we'll take a break, and some of you have signed up for networking sessions. Please pay attention to your emails in case there are some changes in the login information and so forth. In the afternoon, we're going to also have a distinguished employer panel. And after that, we'll have the last session of the day. The title is Leveraging Strengths and Opening Doors in K-12, How Working Together Makes a Difference. So for those of you that that haven't joined just yet, just want to let you know that all the sessions are going to be recorded and transcribed. Please check our Summit website for YouTube videos of the previous days of the conference. They are already available. For those of you that have just registered today, you won't receive your Zoom webinar links just yet, so please utilize our YouTube live stream on our website. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Michael Wiemeyer. Dr. Wiemeyer is really one of my idols in many ways. To me, he is the father of self-determination. Dr. Wiemeyer is Ross and Mariana Beach Distinguished Professor of Special Education, Chair of the Department of Special Education, and Director and Senior Scientist of Beach Center on Disability in University of Kansas. Dr. Wiemeyer's research and scholarly work has focused issues pertaining to self-determination, positive psychology and disability, transition to adulthood, the education and inclusion of students with extensive support needs, and technology use of people with cognitive disabilities. He has published more than 450 peer-reviewed journal articles and book chapters. He is an author or editor on 42 texts, soon to be 43 next year in May. We are going to have a book together that would highlight self-determination and the and also this strength-based model of neurodiversity. Dr. Wiemeyer is past president and a fellow of the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, a fellow of the American Psychological Association. He has been recognized for his research and service with Lifetime Achievement Awards from numerous associations and organizations, including the American Psychological Association, American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, Council for Exceptional Children, and the ARC of the United States. Dr. Wiemeyer's keynote presentation is titled Self-Determination, Strengths-Based Supports, and the Dignity of Work for All. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Wiemeyer.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to virtually share some of my thoughts about these issues of self-determination and the dignity of work, and really looking forward to what is work like in the future, and the centrality of issues of self-determination and autonomy and choice for all people for that. So my thanks to Dr. Fung and to all of the support staff who have provided the opportunity and to reach this distinguished and broad audience. So I'm going to share my screen here and get everything set up. Let me get the subtitles turned on. And I think we're go. So what I want to talk about is our work in self-determination, but really broadly, the role of these issues of self-determination and strengths-based approaches to achieving what I think ultimately are our goals in enabling people across the spectrum, people with and without disability, really, to live full, rich lives and lives that are marked by dignity and respect. And I begin with a quote on this from one of the people with autism here in my region. It's a sort of an overcast day here in Kansas. It's clearly turning cold, and the leaves have been falling. And Jean-Paul Bovee is a man, a self-advocate from Missouri, the state over, who has been very influential. And he was asked to talk about issues related to self-determination and self-advocacy, and he made a statement that I think easily summarizes what we really want to achieve, and that is that people with autism and people on the spectrum should be treated with the same dignity, respect, and equality as people without autism. And so, as an objective, as a goal, that is closely aligned with what we see in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Article 3, which is the general principle, states that the overarching general principle is respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom to make one's own choices and independence of persons. That is the governing overarching principle of the convention. And, it echoes what Jean-Paul Bovee talked about in terms of dignity, respect, and autonomy. But, those of us who work in support roles, or people who are in self-advocacy roles, families, whatever your role, I think we become accustomed to language like that without really thinking about what it means. And I just want to point out that when the CRPD talks about inherent dignity, inherent is something that exists within a person, or something that is a permanent and an inseparable quality of a person. And dignity refers to the state of being worthy or honorable, an elevation of character, of worth, of value. So when we proclaim and we claim the notion, the principle of inherent dignity, we're claiming that people, like all people on the spectrum, are worthy of respect, of dignity, are inherently valuable simply by virtue of their status as a person. I know that you've probably learned a lot about work and work-related issues. And, what I want to emphasize is something that Pope Francis brought up, and that is the fundamental dignity of work. One of the reasons that people want to work is because there is a dignity, there is a value. One sees oneself as a valued person, as being able to contribute to the efforts of society, of the community. So work has many, many roles, but I think that one of the importance of work is that it communicates that people have value, that people have worth. I've worked most of my life with people with extensive support needs, and just and I can clearly remember in the 80s when this movement toward meaningful work and supported employment and multiple ways of getting people decent work, simply the presence of people with more extensive support needs in workplaces change the dynamics. So work is critical for a number of reasons, but certainly one of those reasons relates to the dignity. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so shifting from the CRPD to another UN Declaration of Human Rights, talks about inclusion in work as a basic human right. Article 23 says everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, and to protection against unemployment. And, it's these issues of choice that I think, among the things that you've seen in some of this language, that I think it's important that we grasp onto. And I'll talk a little bit more later on about roles of autonomy and choice in 21st century and beyond work. But that, the right to work is fundamental if people are to participate in the cultural, the societal, the political, all aspects of life in the community. One of the primary barriers to work has not, in my mind, had anything to do with the person or people themselves. It has to do with how society has structured how society has structured itself, how a disability itself has been understood. And I know that I don't have to tell most of you these things, but I think it's worth reiterating. We come at disability historically. And I've done quite a bit of work. I realized early on, if you will, that in order to really understand the importance of self-determination for people who were marginalized and left out of the mainstream, I needed to understand how historically disability was understood. And the earliest mid 1800s through the mid 1900s, really, disability was an extension of the medical model, and it was an interiorized state. It was an individual pathology. And when we understand disability as a problem within the person, as this historic way of understanding disability, as we understand uh, in that way, the person is perceived as being broken and diseased and pathological and atypical and aberrant, and inevitable that people are treated as something less than fully participants in society, as fully um, really human in many ways. And, in my work, I've kind of come to what I think are 5 overarching things we should have learned from these historic understandings of disability. And the first is that if we understand people as different, it really inevitably becomes construed as inferior, as leading to discrimination and maltreatment. We just have so many examples of that, even up to more recent years. If you haven't read the book "The Boys in the Bunkhouse" by Dan Barry, it was published maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago. It's about men with intellectual disability who were taken from institutions in Texas and other places and forced to live in servitude, essentially, and work in an a turkey eviscerating plant. So the way these really sort of astounding ways that people have been treated, that's not ancient history. It exists today, and it exists today because we still too often think about disability as a problem within the person. Um, the second thing I think I've learned is what, again, we should have learned a long time ago: separate is never equal. When we segregate people, when we separate people, we tell them that we think they're different, and of course that means we think they're inferior, and it leads to discrimination and maltreatment. One of the messages I think we have to get from this history is that, I often tell people I've worked in the field really now for 5 decades, beginning with as a special educator in the early in the 70s and 80s, and I know, I've looked at the literature, and the only universal truth from decade to decade to decade is that people with disability have achieved more than the previous decades literature and beliefs thought that they would. We are constrained by our own lack of imagination as to how we can enable and support people to live full, rich lives in the community. So much of what we need to do, both at a individual level, but particularly as a societal level, is to remove the barriers that and to remove the low expectations that come with these historic ways of thinking about disability. And to that end, I think that, I mentioned this, I think one of the conclusions we can come to, if you're looking across the history, is we've always been wrong about what people with disability can achieve. And we're probably wrong now. We need to understand that our biases, our stereotypes, our expectations influence what we do to support and often get in the way. And I believe fundamentally that the primary injustice committed against people with disability throughout time has been to deny them the dignity afforded to persons simply by their status as human beings. That has happened time and time again, and that is what we need to address, to focus on, and to work with, in concert with people with disability, people on the spectrum. Again, quoting from Jean-Paul Bovee, he talks about the importance of the disability rights movement. And I think, as I'll talk about in a moment, it has been the disability rights movement that has pulled us out of our limited way of thinking and and doing things. He talks about the importance of people first in this case. But again, he uses terms around fighting for humanity, for rights, for respect, and for dignity. I've had, through the course of my career, the distinct privilege of getting to know and to work with some of the pioneering self-advocates in both people who have personal experience with disability and people who have who have who have been there to support them. And it has been the relentless, I think, since really the independent living movement, since a picture there of Bent Nurje. Bent Nurje was a Swedish philosopher um, who introduced the idea of the normalization movement, the idea in the 1960s that people who were marginalized, people with intellectual disabilities who he was working with, had the rights to live, normalized lives. I had the privilege to meet Professor Nurje a number of years ago, and not just circumstantially. He authored the first call for self-determination in a book, in a chapter in a book that introduced the normalization principle to North America. He authored a book in 1972 called The Right to Self-Determination. It took the field about 20 years, and it took people like Ed Roberts, and it took events like the signing of the ADA, and people like Bob Williams and Ari Neiman and Tia Nellis and Liz Weintraub and Nancy Ward and so many people who have made strides. It took, in that 20 years or so between Nurje's first call, it took those people working to create a context and a culture in which we could begin to recognize and support these issues of self-determination. I'm going to talk in a minute about social ecological models of disability, but I want to acknowledge and recognize the importance of the disability identity movement, the work of people like Paul Longmore and others who have made the very clear and obviously on target point that the disability experience has been an experience of cultural devaluation and socially imposed restriction. And in a way, in a seminal book that he was a co-editor on, he defines, the disability experience as a struggle for self-definition and self-determination. So again, when we talk about these issues of self-determination, we talk about identity and the what people with disability and people who are marginalized understand as critical for them to overcome the barriers and to work to remove those kinds of barriers. ASAN's position statement says the same kinds of things. The social model of disability, which of course focuses a lot on identity development, talks about the recognition of civil rights and dignity of people who are neurodiverse, and of creating a world in which people can benefit from supports, from services, from tools, from the kinds of supports that enable all of us to live, learn, work, and play, and to fully participate. This issue of full participation is critical in achieving the kinds of outcomes we want. And again, as associated with respect and with self-determination as the guiding principle. In my work, I've worked in multiple roles, but primarily in a role of educator. The social ecological model, or the person environment fit models of disability that were begun in the 1970s and 1980s as the medical field understood that viewing disability, particularly in other long-term healthcare issues within a pathology lens, had very limited utility. So it was the field of medicine that began, issuing and through the World Health Organizations, of course, the International Classification of Impairments, Disabilities, and Handicaps, and then in 2001, the International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health. And of course, as I know so many of you know, what the ICF particularly did was that it recognized that the experience of disability is not simply rooted in impairments to body structure and function, but it's all about the interactions between one's health and impairments, if you will, health conditions, but environmental factors and personal factors. And it's really all about how all of those impact activities and then full participation. And that in the same way that Professor Longmore talks about disability and identity as a search for self-determination, I think the ICF particularly situates this in participation. And I think that in many ways, the best way to understand participation is as self-determined involvement in one's life. All of us have different routines. We have different things that we like. Some of us are more solitary, like to sit and read in the evening. Some of us like to go out and be very social and be with people. It's not a matter, participation is not a matter of some quantification of how much you're doing. It's, are you doing what you want to be doing? Are you living a self-determined life? In all roles. So, the ICF uses the notion of a pattern of life, and that's roles, life situations, and activities, all the things that comprise one's identity, really. And work is a really important part of that as an identity. And as a way to fulfill these full participation and inclusion. So, I think the movement toward identity, disabilities identity, the World Health, these social ecological models, they revolve around these issues of self-determination, full participation. There are a number of implications. I had the privilege of editing the Oxford Handbook of Positive Psychology and Disability 7-8 years ago now. And, on the positive side, I couldn't have done that 10 years before that. We didn't have a language to talk about strengths and positive aspects of disability, but that has emerged over the last really 2 decades. And again, driven by the self-advocacy movement, driven by the visibility of leaders who had personal experience with disability, and driven by more of a focus on positive elements for all people. And there are huge implications. One such implication is that these are strengths-based approaches. We begin with what people do well. We begin with what they like. What are they interested in? What do they value? That's where we start in terms of supporting and enabling people to live full, rich lives. Disability becomes part of and not apart from human functioning, typical human functioning. It is just one of the myriad of ways in which humanness is expressed, right? These approaches focus on the environment more than changing the person. As an educator, my role is, in fact, to teach and to enable young people to learn things and gain knowledge. But we focus on what, on not only enhancing personal capacity, but changing and adapting and the demands of the environment. There's a focus on full participation. The assumption is that every person can live, learn, work, and play in their community. They be fully valued, participating members of society. And it emphasizes supports and not programs. And what I mean by that is when we take a disability as pathology lens, we tend to create programs that are based upon those pathologies. So we have a classroom for a kid with this kind of disability. We have a workplace for the person with this kind of disability. What we want to move to is a paradigm in which supports are provided to everyone, the supports they need to live the life that they want to lead. And I honestly think that we know how to do that. At this point, I think it's a matter of will and focus and a willingness to do so. I've talked a lot about supports. I've been involved in efforts to try to, there's an old adage, you measure what you value and you value what you measure. And so we've been looking at ways to begin to measure and to understand what we mean by supports. And basically, I'm going to default. Supports are anything that promote the interest and causes of people with or without disability, enable them to access opportunities, relationships within integrated work, school, living environments, and that result in greater interdependence, productivity, inclusion, life satisfaction, human functioning. In other words, I'm going to argue that supports are anything that enable a person to live a self-determined life. To live the life that they want to live. There are lots of implications of these shifts in towards strengths-based approaches. Among them are the focus is on community inclusion. There's a focus on empowerment. There's full citizenship and participation, and a critical focus on self-determination. So let me shift a little bit to self-determination and autonomy, and then I want to wrap up talking a little bit about the world of work and where we're headed. Just like work, inclusion in work is a basic human right, the Universal Declaration of Rights fundamentally talks about self-determination as a basic human right. Using words that are more common in these kinds of declaration, rights and freedoms. The Declaration talks about the people being entitled to rights and freedoms, but it defines these by the range of effective choices open to an actor, to a person. Freedom is about the opportunity to make choices in one's life. Bob Williams talks about this when he talks about self-determination. He said in a quote I use a lot that self-determination is about opportunity, dignity, choice. It's about the opportunity to live the American dream. It's fundamentally about the opportunity to make choices and to live a self-determined life. We're familiar with this term self-determination. I want to go a little bit more into depth with that because I think there are often misunderstandings. They're both political or national sense of the term. If you just Google self-determination, what you'll get is a whole bunch of thousands and thousands of pages about the rights of nations to autonomy and to self-governance. What we're talking about are the personal sense the right, if you will, the opportunities for one to make or cause things to happen in one's life. But we use the term autonomy pretty widely. We often think of it as doing something independently. But what's really important that we understand that self-determination as autonomy refers to autonomy as volition. And that's in my work, we work with adolescents, and that's where this is coming from, but it's true for all of us. The degree to which people regulate their behavior based upon deeply held values, preferences, and interests. When I talk about autonomy, when I talk about self-determination, I'm wanting to root those actions in what people want to do. What are they valued? What are their preferences? What are their interests? That's what, people who are self-determined act based upon these values, preferences, and interests. Now, before going further with that, it's important to acknowledge that within the disability rights movement, self-determination has been used in concert with a sense of the importance of these basic rights to self-governance and to autonomy as independence. So I don't mean to belittle that. When you hear people with disability talking about self-determination, as was pointed out by Ben Nurier, 30, 40 years ago, these issues of self-determination are both a political, a rights-based focus for people with disability, as well as having a personal empowerment-related focus. People, when we talk about self-determination, I think it's important that it's about making things happen in your life. Self-determination comes from the philosophical doctrine of determinism that suggests that all actions are caused in some way, shape, or form. Behavior is governed by these, antecedent or other events. So self-determinism is about making things happen in your own life. It's about causing things to happen in your own lives. That people who are self-determined act in ways that are caused by their preferences, their interests, their values, their goals, and not by someone or something else. So we've talked about self-determination as volitional action that enables a person to act as the causal agent in their life. And a causal agent is just somebody who makes or causes things to happen in their own life. And all of us do this. I taught students with the most extensive support needs, many of whom had limited traditional communication. But nevertheless, I knew when they were happy, when they were unhappy, whether they liked a task, whether they were hungry. They made things happen in their lives. And if I listened and if I was attentive, I could then act in ways that would support them based upon their own volition, but based upon their own action. And this notion of volitional action, it's just not doing what, people think of volition perhaps as being sort of hedonistic. You go out and you do what you want to do. But it's really about it's acting based upon conscious choice. So we act volitionally based upon not only what we want to do and what's important to us, but we act volitionally in that we're conscious about what we're doing. We act and we do things that enable us to achieve a longer term goals. So volitional action that enables people to make or cause things in their lives. I don't have a lot of time to go through a lot of this, but there's lots of it's not about being in control of your life. None of us have control over life. It's not about just doing something independently. Every one of us have other people and other things do things for us. And it's not just making a choice or just being involved in planning for one's life, but those are important elements. But it's about being at the center of making or causing things to happen in your own life. Now, I want to return for a moment back to these notions of work, because I think work is changing, and not only I think that, a great many other people think that. And these issues of self-determination and autonomy and are becoming even more important. The futurist I work with, a man named Young Zhao, who's a leader, an international leader in entrepreneurship and creativity. He wrote a really good book called Reach for Greatness. It talks about how schools can change, and that we can build schools around student ownership and volition and self-determination. But he makes the point in a number of writing that, as more and more things become automated, this idea of there's a set of skills that we all have to be successful in work, that's all changing. And what's happening is that as time goes on, and more things are automated, the full spectrum of human talents is becoming economically valuable. I'll give an example of that in just a minute. We can abandon the notion of average. The notion of average has no real utility for us anymore. We understand that all human beings are differently talented. They have different desires and interests. And it's those things that we need to focus on that enable people to live successfully, and that we need to create systems both in schools and other places in which people are enabled to be unique and creative and entrepreneurial, and to take advantage of what they're passionate about. And as adults, we learn things because we care about things, we're passionate about something, we're interested. Learning is tied to passion. What a lot of the people looking at what 21st century work and life, and we've seen at the pandemic that work life is combining, sometimes not in ways that we want. But as we look forward, young people entering the world of work today will occupy not only multiple jobs. I've heard folks talking about the fact, but 5 or more careers. I mean, as educators, we're having to prepare young people for jobs that don't exist right now, that 5-10 years from now. So we need to enable young people, and all people need to be supported, I think, to be adaptive, to be able to communicate, to solve problems, to be engaged in decisions, all the things that are important in issues of self-determination. In the December 2019, that seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? Issue of Forbes magazine, there was a feature on the highest paid YouTube stars of that year. And the third highest paid YouTube star was this young woman, Anastasia, who was born in Russia somewhere, and with cerebral palsy. She's a young girl still with cerebral palsy. And her parents, when she was young and going to physical therapy and doing those things, began videoing her to post on YouTube so that her family could see her progress. And as they did that, Anastasia has a very bubbly personality, and in the ways of social media in the 21st century, more and more people began to watch these videos and to subscribe to these videos. And so her parents went to a YouTube channel person, and they created unique channels and a YouTube marketing strategy. And In the year 2019, Anastasia's income was estimated to be $18 million out of 6 YouTube channels, and over, I can't even remember, a billion or more subscribers across these things. She's an international star. Who could have predicted that, right? Nobody knew this YouTube phenomenon was going to be a phenomenon 10 years ago. I think that Anastasia's example is that we need to put aside all our presumptions. We need to find out, she's valued because she's of her personality, because of, her. We need to do that for everyone that we support, that we care about, that we engage with. In the field of work and vocational rehabilitation, there is a recognition that the world of work is not what it used to be. You don't enter a career and stay in the same job for 30 or 40 years. There's going to be multiple jobs. And so there's this movement toward what's called a life design approach. And life designing is the idea that fundamentally we have to construct our own careers, but we also need to be able to construct our own lives. That young people are going to have to learn how to construct and to build their own lives, to identify what they're good at, and to be able to put those into place. So in our work with adolescents, and again, this is not a disability issue as much as it is everyone, we emphasize enabling young people to become experts in constructing their own career paths. And taking on their own transitions and addressing threats and opportunities and designing a better life. And that is all about being self-determined. It's about addressing small and large problems in your life. It's about setting goals and creating plans and engaging in those things. I'm not going to go into any depth at all about it. We have actually worked on a model that enables people with and without disability, but our work has been in the context of disability, to self-direct, self-regulate problem solving, leading to setting and attaining career-related goals. This involves a person solving problems. What are my career and job goals? What are my plans? What have I achieved? They solve these problems. It enables them to set and achieve goals that are related to career. It's about designing their own lives. Support people in roles of facilitating, enabling people to identify what they do well, what they're good at, what they need to learn, and that. There's more information on this website if you want more information about that process. There's a facilitator's guide. There's work out there. I want to close, and we got a few minutes for questions. I had the privilege of speaking, of doing a eulogy for some friends of mine, a colleague, Ann and Rudd Turnbull. Their son Jay worked at the Beach Center. He was a man who had multiple labels, including autism, but he worked at the university. I worked with him. He was a valued member of our community here in Lawrence, Kansas. He died unexpectedly about a decade ago. And I got to thinking about what I would say in this eulogy. I'm used to talking, but that's a high pressure. You want to get it right. And the day before the funeral, the university posted on its website a memorial, an article, and the title of that article was "Long-Term Employee passes away. And I thought about that, and I thought, in most circumstances, that headline would have read, "Disabled man, passes away," or disabled son of distinguished professors passes away. But that headline and the story recognized the dignity of the work that Jay had done for 20 years and the value that he brought to the university community through that work. And I realized, and what I said in the eulogy the next day, was that, we're in a lot of different businesses, if you will. We may be rehabilitation, we may be medicine, we may be therapy, we may be parents, we may be self-advocates. But ultimately, really, what Jay's life taught me and what that headline reminded me is that ultimately we are in the dignity business. And that is what our goal should be, and our objective should be, as the CRPD states, the desire to enhance dignity, respect, autonomy for everyone. And with that, I'm going to close, and I'm happy to take a couple of questions that may be out there.
Thank you so much, Michael, for this presentation. It's so rich in information, and I personally appreciated the historical context and the comment you made about we've always been wrong and we're probably wrong now, which for me kind of inspires me to keep learning and to continue to grow. So thank you for that, as well as for your entire presentation. So we do have a few some questions from the audience. So I will just jump right into those. One question comes, I think, from a parent. She says, "I feel that my young adult son was on a great path for independence and a self-determined life. It is my opinion that the pandemic has caused this progress for him and his peers to take a couple of steps backward. Loss of job, isolation, except for Zoom. Can you talk about how you think this pandemic has affected the progress made in community inclusion and specifically work? And how and what can we prepare or plan for once a pandemic has passed to get back on track?"
That's a really excellent observation, and I couldn't agree more. I think that this has been, I think, a clarion call for us. There's an old adage. I have worked in transition and tangentially in supporting adolescents and young people to transition to work. And it's the old last hired, first fired outcome. And to some degree, the pandemic is just the latest example of that. There's anytime that there's a recession, or anytime, in this case, a health crisis. So, I think we have got to we've got to use this as an opportunity to recalibrate. I think business is going to be recalibrating. I was telling the crew before this, I used to travel quite extensively. I'm not sure that's going to happen. People have discovered issues of Zoom and everything else. There are opportunities that are going to be broad. We were moving in these directions in terms of future work. And the pandemic has expedited a lot of things. And unfortunately, what happened in the pandemic is we took our current model and we imposed it upon what the possibilities in terms of work and learning and all sorts of things are. So we need to disentangle. We can't just, my context is schools. and schools have had a tough time, and teachers it's really difficult, and there's no blaming here. I understand it. But, you read stories about kids sitting 8 hours a day in front of a computer. You hear stories about having time out from something. We can't just keep doing the same thing. So I think we have to look at, and I think it does go back to that issue of self-determination. What is it that you do well? What do you want to do? We cannot rely on the generosity of employers to ensure that people have meaningful work. That's one of the problems, I think, with supported employment, and it's why self-employment and customized employment are at least nominally better models, because those involve the person and really emphasizing what people bring to it. And I'm not bashing supported employment here. But one of the reasons, if you look at 1985, we had about 20% of the workforce funded through the DD system was in supported employment. If you fast forward to 2010, 2012, the latest data I've seen, it's still 20%. We've made zero progress. And that's because our model has relied on the goodwill of systems. And so we've got to shake those systems up. We've got to figure out what it is that we can harness. One of the messages I learned, and it's sort of not as directly related to employment, although of course the primary quote form of employment is still segregated for far too many people, not the questioner's circumstance. But the pandemic pointed out how incrementalism has not worked in our field. We have been making incremental steps toward inclusion, toward meaningful work, toward living in the community. We have set minimal goals, and what that has resulted in was people with disability living in high-risk nursing homes and institutions where they were at much higher risk for disease and for death. We've got to just abandon. I think technology. We've got to embrace technology. We've got to know what, not just video conferencing. That's just one small element of this. We've got to embrace what technology can do. If I had more time, we would have talked about some of these issues. So, I didn't really answer the question very well. I think we just have to rethink, though. I think we have to use this to recalibrate and think how we can move forward differently and refocus. So.
Thank you. And you're actually, in your answer, are kind of touching on some of the other questions that are coming in. So I'm going to ask one of those to see if you have anything more to sort of add about that, or any specifics. But this question is, how do we direct young people to make realistic career choices that also reflect the needs of the marketplace? Jobs are a match for a person's skills and the needs of employers.
Yeah, I think that's the reality today, but I don't think it's going to be the reality tomorrow. So first of all, I think we have to, I think Anastasia's example was an extreme example of how things are going to change in the future, and that I think I've been involved in, as I said, transition planning, and I think the problem has been that we start with what's out there in terms of jobs, and we try and match people based upon, to some degree, preferences and abilities. We've got to start with the person. What is it they do well? What do they like to do? What can we build on? And then where can we find places that that person's skills, and that's what self-employment was all about. It's what customized employment takes to that next level. So we have the self-determined career design model, but another model called the self-determined learning model of instruction. I gave you that website, self-determination.org. We have worked very hard to enable young people to learn to set goals. And one of the premises of this is that we don't go in and we don't say, oh, that's not a realistic goal for you to set. young people learn that something is realistic or not by setting goals and trying to attain them and getting the supports. And young people can learn that they're not going to achieve a particular goal, that they may have set. So the process is designed so that as students set goals and create action plans and then monitor their progress, if they're not making progress, they change their action plan, and if that doesn't work, they change their goal. So, I think that we get there by enabling young people to learn through these processes of working through these. And honestly, we've done this. We've worked with thousands and thousands of students, and over the last 5 to 10 years, we've been working in inclusive context. This is something all kids need. And, self-determined learning is something that's important for every kid. So I would say let's begin to shift and let's put students in the center of that so that students learn that what the goals they want are not goals that they can easily attain. But let's shift the paradigm from being what's out there in the community to what it is that students do well, what do they like to do, and let's find out ways that we can create meaningful employment opportunities based upon that.
Thank you. There's so much clearly to discuss when it comes to employment and opportunities and finding them. So thank you. If you are able to stay for just a moment, I've
Sure.
got one last question. We have many questions, but we did have several questions coming in related to language. One being, is it time to get rid of the term disability? And we had several around autistic adults and having sort of ownership over their own identity language. And I'm wondering if you can talk just a little bit about the connection of language and the language we use and its connection to self-determination.
Yeah, well, and I'm ready to abandon. I mean, I think we ought to be thinking about what supports do people need to be successful, independent of any factors. I mean, disability as a construct hasn't served a lot of people very well over time. And I think that there are some changes to how it's understood that I've tried to emphasize. But nevertheless, I've been advocating for moving to a sort of a supports-based paradigm. Let's just, we don't need to talk about labels or disability. And, I think that, I think it's, I brought up the issue of identity, disability identity and the importance of the social model. I am really excited to see that becoming a major role, that people are proud of who they are for what they are, and that our world and our societies are so much better when people are just who they are. And so it's always difficult to it happens, I know, at the level of policy. If you become too ambiguous, then the people that need the resources or the policy don't get practice. But I think we're moving in ways that make some of these. I'd love to see federal law redone so that we look at supports and what support needs people have, and we don't worry. And we spend an enormous amount of money and time diagnosing and doing those things. Now there are value to people themselves and families in having information. I'm not saying that, but so I would endorse these ideas that move away from these kinds of languages and I think self-determination is something that's important for everybody. It's important for people who have personal experience with disability because they don't have equal opportunities to access it. And so we've got to at least be able to point that out. But I think the self-advocacy movement, the neurodiversity movement are the folks that are that are best to have that voice and to send that message. So the more people who are out there who have personal experience saying this and talking about these things, the better. So
thank you so much. Thank you for all you've presented today, and for having some time to answer some of these questions. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's my privilege and my best to everyone out there. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you, Dr. Wiemeyer. This is really inspirational talk, and there's so much that we are needing to do to really make self-determination really at the center of a lot of our activities in the Neurodiversity at Work initiatives. So with that, we are going to have about 10 minutes break right now, and then we're going to be going to the next session at 9:45. And the next session will be Small Businesses, Big Impact. See you soon.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome to Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Some of you may have participated all along in the summit. For those of you who just joined, welcome. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. Please check our summit website for YouTube videos. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. For today's session, Doug Meeker will conduct the Q&A. Doug is the founder and CEO of Live Sherpa, an assistive technology platform focused on neurodiversity workforce development. We're very happy to have him with us. Welcome to our Small Businesses Big Impact session. Our objective is to empower small businesses owners and managers on initiating neurodiversity at work initiative in their companies. Today, we'll have speakers representing their organization that help individuals to find meaningful employment and among other programs. Now, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Lawrence Fung. Dr. Fung is a scientist and psychiatrist specialized in autism spectrum disorder and is the director of Stanford Neurodiversity Project.
Thank you, Mark, for the kind introduction. The objectives of this part of the conference is to really empower small businesses and managers on initiating neurodiversity at work initiative. And we want to provide them tools to enhance business owners, and so they would bring something out after this session. This is our lineup for today. In the next hour, we'll have a lot of information. So it's going to be 10 minutes per presentation. And hopefully you can get some tools in your back pocket after this hour. In this conference, on the first day, Dr. Hala Anabi already talked about the Autism at Work Employer Roundtable. And as you can see, there are a lot of the names that you can recognize. So those are the large companies. There may be some companies that you are not aware of. So those are probably the small to medium-sized companies. So when you're looking at the breakdown for neurodiversity initiatives, a lot of the time you really remember the large companies such as JP Morgan Chase, Microsoft, SAP, DXC Technology, and EY, and they actually will be speaking this afternoon. They have done really tremendous, and we would really want them to continue to scale up their neurodiversity at work initiative. The small to medium-sized companies, there are really a handful. As you can see, there are only 15 that I can name instead of the 22 large corporations. So now, why are we talking about small to medium-sized companies? Because the small to medium-sized companies actually made up the larger part of the workforce in the United States. For the companies that are mid-sized, that is between 100 to about 2,500, and the small companies with fewer than 100 people, that make up more than 60% of the workforce in the United States. So when you're thinking about having the neurodiversity at work initiatives, and we are actually needing to help about 5.4 million people that are on the autism spectrum to get work. And the large companies so far, collectively, they have got probably a couple of thousand. So we have basically 3 orders of magnitude difference between the demand and the supply. So in order to actually increase the scale, we have to think about not only the large companies. The small to medium-sized companies, if anything, they should do a lot more. In fact, really many orders of magnitude of the effort that we need from them. Small business can have big impact. they actually employ 57 million Americans. And as you can see from the last slide, 60% of our total workforce. And there is a lot of good new jobs that are actually coming from the small businesses as well. So why were we, again, inviting small to medium-sized companies to join the neurodiversity movement? Because just like what I said, they represent 60% of the workforce. And also they are more agile than large businesses. A lot of the time, they don't really have their human resources department. The owner of the company can take the initiative and then just make things happen. Large companies, a lot of the time, after planning, there are many hurdles that they need to overcome in order to actually get neurodiversity at work program really working. And also think about people on the spectrum. For example, apprentice model or apprenticeship model can work really, really well for them. And it can also work really, really well in small businesses, because there are a lot of the time the company are only having small teams, and one-on-one supervision and small teams are actually best for neurodiverse individuals. So this translate, why is that? Why is it better? Because small teams can translate to less complex hidden curriculum. So this is all good. We are selling to everyone that small to medium-sized businesses should involve. And right now, really, the COVID is not helping. The impact of COVID have been really causing a lot of the small businesses to actually close their doors, according to this very recent paper in Proceedings of National Association of National Academy of Sciences. So when we are looking at the number of responses, there are about 4,000 responses from small, medium-sized companies. And when they are looking at the likelihood of remaining open by December of 2020, and this question was asked in April, there are some of them that are thinking about they would not be able to continue to open. And especially for those that have little cash, so the orange would be, the months of cash would be larger. So that definitely they are more able to sustain. But the ones that have little cash flow, they may not be able to sustain, as you can see. So we acknowledge that this is really tough time. But why would small businesses still want to be involved in the Neurodiversity at Work initiative, even during the pandemic? Because neurodiversity is a competitive advantage. As a lot of us have been talking about, there's so much that neurodiverse individual can bring to the table. And embracing neurodiversity is just the right thing to do. And most people know someone who is neurodiverse. Neurodiversity at Work initiatives can be synergistic with the financial model of small businesses when you actually know what to do. So a lot of what the other speakers are going to talk about would be the nuts and bolts on what can be done. And this, I will encourage the speakers to also point out how that is relevant in light of pandemic as well. So one example of that is tax benefit. So this is a federal benefit for businesses who have employees with disabilities. So this is called Work Opportunity Tax Credit, and it can be up to $9,600 per employee for the tax benefit. And there's really little paperwork. There's no limit for the number of individuals an employee can hire. So this is almost $10,000. If your company has 10, that means it's $100,000 tax credit. So for small companies, this actually makes a big difference. So other benefits that other speakers will talk about would be the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds. And on Tuesday, tomorrow at 1, there's also another session on paid internship programs. This program is very important because the business owners only need to provide the training to the interns and provide the opportunities. And the regional center actually pay the interns. The owners don't even have to pay the interns. So the last couple of minutes, I'm going to just impose on you on the ecosystem model of neurodiversity initiative. When we are talking about neurodiverse individual, it's not really just the neurodiverse individual that we are trying to support. We need to recognize that there are a lot of players involved. Family, friends, mentors, therapists. In the educational system, there are a whole bunch of people, the teachers, the school officials, and so forth. And the employment setting, similarly, the supervisors, the colleagues, and so forth. So in our Stanford Neurodiversity project, we have various different programs that are targeting different parts of the ecosystem. So the Neurodiverse Students Support Program is mainly on the education setting. The Neurodiversity at Work program is more on the employment setting. This Stanford Neurodiverse Candidate Registry is focusing on the neurodiverse individual. The job bank is focusing on getting the jobs. And the special interest group is actually for everyone. Neurodiversity courses at Stanford is primarily focusing on the Stanford students. And there is also a high school camp for the high school students. And we just launched this network for K-12 neurodiversity education and advocacy. And this is for the K-12 level, not only for the students, we also welcome the teachers and the families. And for neurodiversity awareness program, basically, we are just talking to different targeted individuals. And basically, when you're thinking about the neurodiversity initiatives, the first thing is you have to ask, where are you in the ecosystem? Who are you? And what are you doing to help with the neurodiversity initiative? If you're wanting to explore how you want to contribute to the scale up the neurodiversity at work initiative, please send us an email. You may already be signing up to some of our initiatives, but if you are wanting to do something novel, let us know. We may be able to help. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Fang. In order to move forward and make sure that everyone will have a chance to have Q&A, we'll just keep going with to the next speaker. 1 second. Now, I would like to welcome Stephanie Dignam. She is the Employment Service Manager for the Pomeroy Center in San Francisco. Take it away, Stephanie.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just thanking everybody and saying that I'm here today to talk a little bit about how to use employment services and/or regional center funded paid internships to create low-risk partnerships that will increase inclusion and create a more nuanced understanding of workplace accommodations and supports. As an employer or potential intern, if you choose to engage with an employment services provider to implement a regional center funded paid internship program, you will be able to access the following on and off job services provided by trained professionals. Interns can benefit from on-the-job training. An employment services specialist will be available to assist an intern with understanding and navigating tasks, responsibilities, and relationship building. This level of support will decrease as needed throughout the internship. Some employment services programs are also available to provide things like group classes, travel training, hard and soft skills training, offsite, away from the traditional workplace. Employers will benefit from having a trained inclusion and support professional coming in and assisting with setting up accommodations for interns and increasing knowledge and language that is inclusive. Increasing inclusion in the workplace allows people the opportunity to feel as though they can be their authentic selves, be supported as needed, and still allow them the opportunity to be successful. Some employment services providers will also take the time to provide training to employers around accommodations and inclusion in general. That way, employers that may not have a well-developed inclusion plan can begin to have that conversation and implement as needed. Both interns and employees can benefit from long-term services if the intern becomes a permanent hire. When a regional center client becomes a permanent employee, they are then able to access long-term employment services like the ones mentioned above. These services are not meant to be a replacement for traditional on-the-job training, and most providers are not positioned to stay on the job with clients 100% of the time. The goal of long-term supports is to provide minimal interventions and be available for any issues that may arise as needed. So in the field, PIP refers to the paid internship program funded by regional centers. These internships provide real work experience for interns. For employers, PIP is an opportunity to gain an intern that has access to on and off the job training as needed. Employment services and PIP exist at no cost to employers or interns. This is a resource that can be utilized at any time by both employers and interns in order to create a more functional and inclusive workplace, gain relevant skills, and/or open up employment opportunities at your company. Some interns or employees would rather have employment services provided solely offsite or possibly virtually. These types of plans can be discussed. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for employment services. The goal is to create an individualized service plan that supports the needs of the intern and the employer. Not all potential interns need or desire employment services. By no means do employers or interns have to use employment service professionals. They can reach out to the regional center and navigate the program independently without the above stated supports. PIP interns can learn and develop skills from working professionals in a field that interests them. Another advantage of PIP is that it provides payroll support for interns through regional center funding. This ensures that interns will be wage earners during the length of their internship. This allows interns to begin to meet their financial goals without first securing employment. With so many unpaid internships out there, this is a real advantage for regional center consumers looking to engage in employment. Employers gain a human resource that can assist and support tasks. Interns take on some responsibilities independently and complete projects as needed in ways similar to traditional employees. Because the regional center funds the paid internship program, if an employer decides to engage in this internship opportunity, they will pay zero payroll cost during the length of the internship. All payroll is handled by an outside service. The goal of PIP is to support the employer with a low-risk opportunity to try out an individual in an internship with the hopes that they will then be offered a permanent position, or that employers will consider creating an internship program to assist multiple individuals gain relevant skills to help ensure long-term success with other employers after completing an internship. The regional center is willing to fund these internships with these hopes in mind. People deserve a chance to use their skills. Inclusion is not going to just positively impact an intern's experience, but your organization as a whole. An inclusive environment tends to be more open, accepting, and when people feel heard, they feel valued, and that benefits the bottom line. Many individuals joining the workforce have a limited understanding of the processes related to employment. This can be everything from interviewing and onboarding to navigating conflict, working as a team, and/or time management. Internships are one way to increase exposure and understanding of these processes. This understanding will increase confidence to take on this and other new experiences and responsibilities moving forward. Employers benefit from an increase in productivity and project completion as an intern becomes more comfortable, confident, and better acclimated to the work culture and their responsibilities. Regional Center PIP offers payroll and benefits for interns that will increase financial literacy, process exposure, and give interns real-world experience that they can apply to their careers. Long-term benefits of PIP include an increase in transferable skill knowledge, primarily related to soft skills and general skill development related to things found at most jobs. These are skills that can be built upon and will open up doors to individuals that may not have been opened otherwise. Paid internship program funded through the regional centers provides the opportunity to access professionals, projects, and experiences that may not be found in educational or other program settings. Paid internships give individuals the opportunity to reach financial goals and better understand ways that they can plan for their future based on current and future income. In all hopes, an employer will do one of two things: offer permanent employment to the intern, which will mean that they have a well-trained and supported employee that already knows the ins and outs of the company, or with an increased understanding of multiple training strategies, an employer has the possibility for an internship program that can help support multiple individuals as they enter into the workforce. Long-term employment is not the only possible outcome. Employers can also consider adding an internship program for individuals to gain skills and possible professional references and experiences. Regardless of the outcome, both interns and employers will gain valuable knowledge around how to support and be supported in the workplace in order to bring out the best in everyone. If there is anyone listening that wishes to engage in an internship, first figure out a few things, primarily what type of work you want to do and when you want to do it. If you feel able to take the necessary steps to reach out to employers to set up an internship independently, then feel free to do so. Funding is available through your regional center and can be discussed with your social worker. Don't let anyone stop you. There are many ways to achieve your dreams and support to help you get there. You don't need any special skills, just a willingness to try and work hard. Employers, you should determine what types of duties or jobs that you have available for interns, the preferred schedule for interns, and if there is currently anyone available to assist interns with training and accommodations. Employers should also consider if they feel it would be best to bring in an employment services professional, such as myself, in order to assist them with setting up accommodations and providing support during the implementation and life of the internship. Both interns and employers should reach out to either a regional center or an employment services provider that utilizes PIP and ask about next steps. I hope this helps you better understand how PIP and employment services can be used both by interns and employers. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for this wonderful presentation. I truly love the PIP program, and I myself personally try to use it as much as I can. So for the next speaker, I'd like to introduce Brandon Anderson. Brandon is the Operations Director Journeyman, WGP, at California Workforce Association.
Good morning, and thank you, Mark. Bear with us just a couple minutes. Well, maybe not even minutes. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Brandon Anderson. I am the Operations Director with the California Workforce Association, and it's my pleasure to present for you today this brief presentation titled Supports for Small Businesses, Neurodiverse Individuals, and the Public Workforce System. Mark, go ahead and move on to the next slide. Just a little bit of context setting for you. The public workforce system is funded under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA. WIOA is landmark legislation that, go ahead and go back one slide, Mark. Thank you. Is landmark legislation designed to strengthen and improve our nation's public workforce system and help get Americans into high quality jobs and careers, and to help employers hire and retain skilled workers. The remainder of this slide really describes how that system is funded federally. Those funds are filtered down to the state and then administered at the local level through the local workforce development boards, 45 of which are in California, and their network of America's Job Centers of California, where services are publicly available. Go ahead and move on to the next slide, Mark. Under WIOA, all services are required to be universally accessible. WIOA Section 188 requires that services be fully accessible and offer necessary accommodations to provide to job seekers with disabilities so that they can effectively and meaningfully participate in the programs provided by the job centers and the workforce boards. It guides physical and programmatic access to Title WIOA services and basically requires that states adhere to the tenets of ADA. It also allows for states to define additional accessibility requirements within their own states and local systems as well. Go ahead and move on to the next slide, Mark. Our system, the public workforce system under Title I, is a dual customer system. The local workforce development boards or local boards and their AJCCs, the America's Job Centers, assist job seekers in connecting individuals with the most significant barriers to employment with training resources, as well as wraparound supports and supportive services needed to obtain and retain gainful employment or complete training programs. And they connect employers with qualified talent and individuals to meet industry needs. There are resources available for small businesses and entrepreneurs to design and implement incumbent worker training, access to wage subsidies, the WOTC program as alluded to earlier in Dr. Fung's presentation, as well as employer of record and payroll services. General services through the workforce system are available through the CalJobs system. That's www.caljobs.ca.gov. Go ahead and move us to the next slide, Mark. I'm going to go briefly through these two slides. It just goes into a little bit more detail what services are available specific to businesses as well as job seekers, but I'd like to get us into some of the specific disability initiatives in the system. The local boards and their business services representatives work with local employers and businesses to hire new employees or search for ways to retain, to train or retain their existing workforce. Primary services include recruitment, access to LMI or labor market information, wage subsidies, workshops, layoff aversion strategies, and rapid response programs for employers who might be experiencing layoffs. Go ahead and move to the next slide, Mark. For job seekers in the America's Job Centers of California, they help individuals with career and skills assessments, pre-employment skills workshops, which are free, vocational skills training, and access to funding to pay for that training, as well as connection to community resources and supportive services that would help individuals in training programs successfully complete those programs. Following any training or service plan for individuals at the job centers are placement and retention services. So we'll get you connected with a job and help make sure that you're maintaining that job and retaining that job for up to 12 months following that placement. Go ahead and move us to the next slide, Mark, and this will be the meat of my presentation here. A few ongoing initiatives in the public workforce system that are particular to individuals with disabilities include the Disability Employment Accelerator, which is a grant initiative funded by the Employment Development Department and makes available governor's discretionary funds under WIOA for local boards to implement programs that connect people with disabilities, including college students who are close to fulfilling their degree requirements, particularly in career technical education, working toward or having obtained a recognized post-secondary credential with meaningful career opportunities in that career. A few other initiatives in the public workforce system are also targeted to provide funding to organizations that provide services to specific populations called out under WIOA. One of these populations is persons with disabilities, including those with IDDD. These initiatives entail employment pilot projects under the English Language Learner co-enrollment pilots under the Labor Agency, the Workforce Accelerator Fund from the California Workforce Development Board, and the Breaking Barriers to Employment Initiative also under the State Board, California Workforce Development Board. Go ahead and bring us to our next slide, Mark. One of the most exciting initiatives that's underway right now in the public workforce system as it relates to neurodiversity in the workplace is the Meristem Transformative Autism Program, which is an employer training manual and set of training modules that is intended to dispel the myths of hiring and training and retaining individuals with autism. It was brought about by Senate Bill 866, Breaking Barriers in Employment for Adults with Autism, and was developed from the point of view of youth that had been through work experience or employment themselves. So it's a very unique product. Go ahead and move us to the next slide, Mark. This is important, and this is important training, as we know. I'm sorry, let me back up. Meristem training, Meristem TAP training is easy and free and very important. As we know, every year 50,000 students with autism graduate from high school, and most of these young people remain unemployed or are in part-time minimum wage jobs well into their 20s. While there are programs to help this population prepare for a career, California employers do not have the tools necessarily to hire, train, and retain this untapped and valuable group of employees. The Meristem TAP training was brought about just for that purpose, to meet that exact need. Go ahead and bring us to the next slide. The Meristem TAP training is free. It's available to any employer looking to participate and is available at tapautism.org. Training is virtual and supported with a comprehensive manual, and any employer that's looking to go through a training it has access to follow up with a Meristem representative, in hopes of maybe implementing their own autism or diversity and inclusion hiring programs, or maybe assessing their own existing programs. The Meristem TAP training entails 2 hours of training total, which is administered in 5 easy to digest modules, each around 20 to 25 minutes. Shameless, shameless, shameless plug. We are looking for interested employers to participate in the Meristem TAP training. If interested or know any business owners who might be, please visit or forward along the Meristem TAP training website, tapautism.org. Go ahead and move us to the next slide, Mark. I'm going to end my presentation with a series of supports and resources that are available at the state and federal levels in California for individuals with disabilities. Outside of my Title I We Owe a World, the first and primary partner in this effort at the state level, of course, is the We Owe a Title IV provider, Vocational Rehabilitation, which in California is the Department of Rehabilitation. Under We Owe a Title II, the Adult Ed program, California Adult Education Program, for K-12 and those entering college in particular, are access to referrals, access to referrals to programs such as Workability 1 and 2. As we just heard, the regional centers run the paid internship program, which is one of the best resources for this population. Go ahead and move us to the next slide, Mark. This slide of supports is really geared toward employment and vocational resources at your community college offices. Most will have a DSPS office, the Disabled Students Program and Services Office, to provide access to programs like Workability 3 and College to Career. The Ticket to Work program under the Social Security Administration is administered by various local vendors that provide training or employment services, and allows for SSI or SSDI, Social Security benefits recipients, to protect their medical and cash benefits if they would like to try working or to get into a vocational training program. The LEAP program for state employment is an alternative testing and an interviewing process for state jobs. Recent expansion, a couple key things here. There was a recent expansion of state classifications eligible for LEAP, so there's a lot more jobs now available for the LEAP program if you have not seen. And a neat benefit to SB 866 that brought about the Meristem TAP training also established some key changes to the LEAP program, which would change the permanent status definition of an employee to now include those appointed to the position after completing the probationary period under LEAP, and would require the individuals referred to hiring managers through LEAP be included in the same applicant pool or list as other eligible applicants, which had not been the case till very recently. Next slide, Mark. Final set of resources for you and some underutilized programs. The CalFresh ENT Employment and Training Program. In June 2019, supportive services and training resources under the SNAP program was expanded for recipients of SSI and SSDI to be eligible. The Medi-Cal Working Disabled program allows for certain working disabled individuals to become eligible for Medi-Cal based on their net countable income. And the CSBG funding available through the community action agencies provides funds to alleviate causes and conditions of poverty in local communities more broadly. That wraps up my set of state and federal resources for us. And if we go to our last slide here, Mark, it'll just be the thank you for your time slide. Again, if you would like any information on the Meristem TAP employer training, we are looking for employers to test this training, implement programs. Visit tapautism.org. My contact information is available here, as well as the as well as the CWA website. And I'm happy to take any questions with time that may be available at the end of this presentation.
Thank you, Brandon, for this very informative presentation. We're gonna move along to our next presenter. Give me 1 second. And attendees, please, if you have questions for a specific speaker, please write their name so we're able to answer those questions. Thank you. 1 second. So our next presenter is Jerry DiTillo. Jerry is the co-director of Jobs Plus Employment and Vocational Services at Caminar. One second.
Hello, everyone. Just
Once I'm getting the
slides. Okay. Wanted to break the silence there for a second.
Go ahead.
Again, hello, everyone. Dang, I'm muted. So next slide, please. So a little bit about my background. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm the co-director of Caminar Jobs Plus. Jobs Plus is a program that provides individualized training and assistance and support to consumers with disabilities to be successful in competitive employment. I have 23 years of experience working with and helping neurodivergent individuals and those with other disabilities secure and maintain employment. Next slide, please. A little bit about Caminar Jobs Plus. Caminar Jobs Plus was founded in 1964. We are CARF accredited. We're a nonprofit organization that helps more than 20,000 people each year in Solano counties, Santa Clara County, San Mateo County, San Francisco, and Butte counties find jobs and a host of other services. We're a high fidelity program focusing on best practices and integrated treatment for a wide range, as mentioned, of disorders. We work to meet intermediate and long-term goals of the clients. We place clients in many different areas and depends largely on client preference, education, and background skill set. They've been placed at such places as Menlo College, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, Bon Appetit, Salesforce, the Ritz-Carlton, the San Francisco Library, Amazon, San Jose Department of Recreation, and of course, Stanford University. Next slide, please. So some laws that are protecting those with neurodivergent conditions, as mentioned by previous speakers, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination in employment, mandates federal agencies to provide technology for those with disabilities to perform their work. The Americans Disabilities Act, which was originally 1990 and then amended in 2008, prohibits unjust termination and retaliation for employers in response to employees asserting their rights. Government entities must make all resources available to individuals, and disability status cannot be used as reasoning for not hiring a person. Next slide, please. So more laws, as mentioned before, WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. No federal funding will be provided to programs that unfortunately have discrimination. One-stop systems must be set up to provide case management, housing, and employment opportunities for those with neurodivergent conditions. Next slide, please. So how someone receives supported employment services. So largely, we pull from a pool of applicants that are provided through the Department of Rehabilitation. They are notified by a client either coming in and asking for services, or someone is referred to them. Then the client chooses a vendor such as Jobs Plus, and then the vendor, Jobs Plus in this case, would perform an intake, employment prep, and job development. Next slide, please. So the current standard for the IPS model, individual placement and support IPS model, client choice, as mentioned before, is the most important part. As I mentioned, it is based on their skills and abilities and then what the market will bear at that particular time. We believe in rapid job search, which means that we are going to initiate outreach to employers as soon as possible, prepare the clients for those meetings. And we are always searching for a competitive wage, and then we provide job support. So as you can see in the picture, there is a sheltered workshop, which is obviously outdated. And society as a whole wants to move away, in my experience, from this type of sub-minimum wage. It's not competitive work, and they also come with few benefits. Next slide, please. So our services through supported employment, applicant preparation for competitive jobs. We'll tailor a resume to meet the needs, highlighting the skills and abilities of the client for the employer. We'll solicit information about job openings and interviews from employers by our job developers going directly to the employers and talking to them about their past experiences, either with supported employment or making sure that if they haven't had experience with supported employment, that we can help them understand that process. We vet the client's experience and preparation for jobs they apply for. We simulate job interviews for the clients. We either videotape them to make them give them a better understanding about the way they're being perceived and viewed when they interview. And then also going through the mock interview process, asking some of those difficult questions, such as why you might have a gap in employment, or why indeed you want to work for this particular employer, which is one of the most important. Another nice thing that's provided by the Department of Rehabilitation is the funds so we can secure appropriate interview attire. When you feel good, you look good. And with all the other things that precede the interview, we put the person in the best chance to succeed. Next slide, please. Okay, so job coaching. A lot of people are curious about job coaching. We either do it on or off site. It largely depends on one of two things, either the client's choice to have it on or off site, or how we can work with the employer to ensure that either one works best for client success. So what it is essentially is training above and beyond what the employer might already provide. We try to establish relationships with coworkers for potential mentorship and natural job supports. I'll talk about that a little later. Building a relationship between the client and the employer is key. We want to empower the client to seek additional training and opportunity for advancement of their own volition, and we want to instill a certain level of confidence through the coaching. Transition the client to working more independent gradually throughout the first 90 days of the job, and then our service fades out, and depending on which funding source, it can go on indefinitely, or it can go sort of intermittently as the person needs. Next slide, please. So placement and sustained employment success. Kaminar is an industry leader in successful employment outcomes. A vast majority of clients coming to Kaminar are placed within the job within 90 days of coming to intake. And a higher percentage of those people will last at least 90 days and then much further on, of course. Kaminar prides itself on working directly with the employer and coach to create a triangle, if you will, with the client to ensure success. Next slide, please. Long-term supports. There are 21 regional centers in California that pick up often where the Department of Rehabilitation leaves off in terms of funding for consistent support throughout the job in most cases. Independent living skills ILS workers are another service that is provided by the regional centers. Of course, job coaching and other support is based on the need and the scope of what the regional center has to offer. Next slide, please. So benefits with working with neurodiverse populations, right? So tapping into a network of potential employees that have been vetted for specific employers based on that person's skills, abilities, and education, as I mentioned. Providing jobs not only benefits the employer with a qualified candidate, but also society as a whole. That was mentioned earlier. There are certainly economic contributions because of employment for the community. Increased diversity in the workforce, as mentioned previously, is good for the workforce as a whole and companies as a whole. Integrates the neurodiverse into society and gives a sense of community to both the employer and the employee. That last statement cannot be overstated. Tax incentives, as mentioned a couple times, there's a work tax opportunity credit up to $9,000 to hire those on the autism spectrum and other disabilities. Barrier removal credit, which is $15,000 a year for qualified expenses, and disabled access credit for companies that are making less than $1 million a year total revenue. Next slide, please. So innovations by leading companies to increase work with neurodivergent populations. As mentioned before, a couple of them. So some of them, SAP, Microsoft, MP Morgan, Hewlett Packard, Freddie Mac, Ernst & Young. So they are working very hard to target recruitment of those on the autism spectrum and adjusting the traditional interview process to better match the candidates. The autism internship programs, custom onboarding process, taking initiative in providing accommodations, changing company culture to welcome and retain those on the autism spectrum, creating a company-sponsored buddy system. As I talked before, natural supports. Job coaches work very hard to ensure that there is inclusion and then a support system once coaching fades out or it decreases to a point where there is a huge amount of hours worked by the client that is not paid for in terms of coaching coverage. So building a buddy system is super important. It's great that these companies are willing to really sort of grab onto that and make it part of their own. Next slide, please. So supports from Stanford to increase companies' work with neurodivergent populations. Obviously, the Stanford Neurodiversity at Work program, the Neurodiversity Job Bank, which is a job match with a large pool of candidates, much like the Department of Rehab provides to companies like Kaminar Jobs Plus. Next slide, please. So for more information, feel free to reach out to Kaminar about any questions about a whole gamut of disabilities, including for the neurodiverse. Stanford, of course, or you can email me directly at jerryd@kaminar.org. And then for more information, you can reach out to our executive director who has many years of experience, Michael Shockett at michaels@kaminar.org, or if you're further north, San Francisco Jobs Plus at kaminar.org. So next slide, please. Again, my references. Thank you so much, and I look forward to listening to the rest and fielding some questions.
Thank you, Jerry, so much for your presentation and talking about employment services with your company. We'll be moving along. Oops. Our next presenter, I would like to welcome back Dr. Fang, who is the director of Stanford Neurodiversity Project. Thank you, Dr. Fang.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to talk about the strength-based model of neurodiversity and how it's applied to small business in the neurodiversity at work initiatives. So there are four major components of the strength-based model. The first is positive psychology. Second is positive psychiatry. The third is Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. And the fourth is Chickering's 7 vectors of development. I'll talk about that in a little bit in more detail. We consider neurodiverse conditions as conditions rather than disorders. And we acknowledge challenges instead of deficits, because a lot of the characteristics of the neurodiverse individuals can actually be spinned as both challenges and strengths. It depends on the context. I'll explain more in my presentation tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the mental health session. And we want to apply strength-based model across the entire spectrum of neurodiverse conditions. Positive psychology was initially started by these two psychologists, Martin Seligman and Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, and they basically proposed that positive psychology's core are well-being, contentment, satisfaction. Flow basically is the immersing oneself in an activity and get satisfaction out of it. And the other cores are happiness, hope, and optimism. So basically, when we are thinking about positive psychology, we can think about how to develop someone to be a more positive, with a lot of the positive attributes of that person. And positive psychology over the last 20 years have 53 published definitions, but basically to summarize this slide is really about strength, interest, and growth or development. Traditional psychiatry and positive psychiatry are contrasted here. Positive psychiatry is really about positive attributes instead of pathology and risk factors. We focus on protective factors and neuroplasticity. Traditional psychiatry focus on treatments by relieving symptoms through medications and short-term psychotherapies. But positive psychiatry is really about increasing well-being and growth through psychoeducational interventions, which can last for a lifespan, entire lifespan, and thus this is more preventative measure. 7 vectors of development include developing competence, managing emotions, moving through autonomy toward interdependence, developing mature interpersonal relationships, establishing identity, developing purpose, and developing integrity. When we are looking at these 7 vectors, we ask 3 questions. How do we help neurodiverse individuals to achieve these developmental milestones? And the second question is, how do the people around them that can change the environment do anything to help the neurodiverse individuals to achieve these developmental tasks? And the third is, what about the mental health providers? What can they do? The fourth component of the strength-based model is the theory of multiple intelligences. So unlike the IQ tests that include only verbal linguistics, logical, mathematical, and visual spatial domains, there are other domains like musical, rhythmic, bodily, kinesthetic, naturalistic. Interpersonal is basically the ability to relate with others. Intrapersonal is the ability to understand self, and existential. So when we are thinking about human abilities, if we are going to go beyond what we are typically thinking about, we can actually discover a lot more strengths of people. So when we are applying the strength-based model to neurodiverse individuals, we focus on how to raise awareness of their personal strengths, increase their trust in personal abilities, and help them learn to engage in relationships, as well as increasing their self-satisfaction through success. If we are able to do that in an effective way, then we can move neurodiverse individuals away from negativity and immobility, such as the comorbid conditions, anxiety, depression, and executive function dysfunction. So how about the small businesses? Froman, about 10 years ago, published this paper on positive psychology at the workplace. And I think this is really the biggest contribution on how we can view positive psychology to be applied to businesses. So basically, what we want to make the workplace better is to really infuse strengths, virtues, and self-determination, just like Dr. Wiemeyer was talking about, in order to really get people to understand that they can actually make things happen despite that there are a lot of things that you cannot control. So the second is about the workplace having people to understand, not neurodiverse and neurotypical people alike, to understand how to really communicate with each other better. And when we are able to do that, when we are able to actually understand other people better, neurodiverse people and neurotypical people, if we are all able to try to understand each other better, then we can increase the emotional intelligence in the workplace. And a lot of the things that are happening in the workplace has more than just the cut and dry, you do the work or not. There is actually a lot of interactions and a lot of the psychological capital that can be gained. And this is hidden curriculum. And a lot of the time, there is not really a whole lot of explanation for neurodiverse individuals. But if we are very, very deliberate in trying to bring them in, we can actually make them understand how to really develop that psychological capital. So this is going to be helpful to give the organization to have good, positive organizational behavior. And because of the better functioning, the morale would be better in the teams. There's going to be more innovation because there's going to be more ability for people that are having their own unique opinions to be verbalized and be translated into innovation. And that can lead to great change for the good for the organization. And one thing that sometimes we would want to consider is that a virtuous organization that can foster a sense of meaning for all the people in the workplace can really get the organization to be a stronger organization. So again, I bring you to this neurodiversity initiatives kind of core is the ecosystem model. So when we are thinking about how to really build a stronger organization with neurodiverse initiatives, we have to think about all the people that are involved in this ecosystem. When we are able to do that, we are going to be able to understand exactly how we can actually make good change for the workplace. So if you are a supervisor or executive, you may be able to actually make a lot of the changes because you can call shots. And because for small businesses, you are more agile, if you are willing to accept neurodiversity, that can actually really distribute, get your ideas distributed to the rest of the organization very quickly. So I'm going to, for the sake of time, I'm going to just tell you that we have the Neurodiversity at Work program that are helping companies, to understand how to build neurodiversity-friendly workplaces. And in addition to helping neurodiverse individuals in the entire employment cycle, we also help employers in the entire employment cycle. And each of the neurodiverse individual would have two support circles. One is the workplace support circle, the other is personal life support circle. And we deliberately make a lot of the connections and support for the neurodiverse individuals and also the employers in order to collectively make the workplace truly neurodiversity friendly. With that, I'm going to end this presentation, and let's go to the Q&A session.
Thank you, Dr. Fang. I would like to thank all the speakers for the thoughtful and informative presentations. Now I'll turn the tables to Doc Meeker. Doc will continue with a Q&A until 10:55 a.m. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Mark. We've got a lot of questions, so I'm just gonna in a limited amount of time. So one, I just asked that Brendan and Jerry and Stephanie, if you're still out there, if you could take yourself off mute so that we're ready for this. One of the questions, which I think is really important, is just around internships. And the question was, can you speak more about how interns are connected to employers, the best way to go about contacting a potential employer regarding an internship, and how employers are educated about the possible benefits? So how do we get more employers to buy into creating an internship program? And Stephanie, are you on with us?
Yeah, I am. I'm currently traveling, but I'm here.
Okay,
I think,
your mask up, ready to go.
I am always. Stay safe, right? Honestly, I think one of the biggest barriers to participation in employment generally in the neurodivergent community is outreach. And so I truly think that the way that we reach employers is just by talking to them. And either by having a job developer like myself go in and have that conversation, or even tapping businesses that you might have a relationship with. I've had real success with that. And so truly, I think that the paid internship program specifically is a great route to yes. I think the thing we need to do is just make sure employers are aware about it. And it's honestly, it's a cold calling, reaching out to your networks, and then possibly reaching out to employment specialists such as myself and others on this webinar to assist with that as well.
Got it. Brendan, anything to add?
I can't agree more. It's critical to, especially for any population that experiences significant barriers to access. A significant way in is through these employment specialists, business service representatives, and the like, especially where there might be an existing IEP, and maybe that IEP may not be aligned to employment. It may be a good time now to go to your serving organizations and say, hey, I've got an individual who we did this plan, but now we'd really like to look at employment. Where do we need to start and really start that conversation?
Gotcha. Jerry, anything to add to that? I think what people are looking for is, hey, is there some secret, not a secret sauce, but some key elements that you've all been able to use in the past to get employers on board with creating these internships?
Yeah, I would say most importantly is networking, and then hiring the right people who aren't afraid to walk through doors and talk to people, get past the gatekeepers, find out who the key hiring managers are, and really present a like a host of benefits for hiring people from this particular population. And then of course the follow along, ensuring that the person who promises makes sure that all the things promises are delivered on, and that creates word of mouth and of course more opportunity.
Got it. So Jerry, while we're picking on you, we had a question that came in that says, why not give job coaches to everyone and tailor the recruitment process to best practices for everyone instead of siloing people on the spectrum into one program that would benefit many, such as individuals with learning disabilities, PTSDs, et cetera? Is there any talk of this?
Okay, that's a lot. So
I know, sorry.
I'll try to break that one down a little bit for you. So like I alluded to in my presentation, everything is about client choice. And for our end, we always try to hire job developers that are open to learning about different and diverse populations, right? Regardless of disability, and then sending them out well fortified to represent those people from each particular disability, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Got it. Got it. And Jerry, there was another question here, again, picking on you because you're the easiest one on my spreadsheet right at the moment.
Okay.
What are the hiring statistics for neurodiverse employees at some of the companies that have been listed?
I read that question. Yeah, I read some of the questions. So I'm sorry to say that I wouldn't have that information. That would be sort of information that the employer themselves would have, and I would think that would be somewhat proprietary to that particular organization. So I'm not sure. I just know that the ones that I listed are open and have a lot of information about what they do. And of course, we ourselves have had people at other companies such as Salesforce. There's a long list of major employers that are interested in working with a neurodivergent population.
Got it. So Dr. Fung, a question for you. In addition to the small and medium-sized businesses as a source of jobs for the neurodiverse, what do you think about universities and colleges as employers for this same population, in particular public universities that might have a mandate?
Yeah, that's a great question. And at Stanford, we are exactly doing that. We have already started hiring people on the spectrum on campus. So there are others that are doing the same, like Rutgers is doing this, Drexel is doing this, and University of Maryland is doing this. So this is not new. We are really trying to tell more people that we are doing it. And definitely there are every week, almost, I get some question about what we are doing at Stanford, and definitely we're spreading the word.
Got it. And I think this is a question. I believe this is really for the group that ask. The question is, how do we balance hope and blame? Do you feel there is enough acknowledgement of the realities of disablement and marginalization in the neurodiverse movement, or is there too much? Can we as a community come to accept that our experiences are diverse, and what one person experiences as helpful, others may experience as a reproach? Let's start with you, Jerry, since I'm picking on you. Can you give me an initial response to that?
I don't think there is enough. I think the more word that we get out there and the more people that are willing to walk through doors, and I think you'd be shocked at how many people, even though they have people within their own families with disabilities, don't understand the scope of what's possible. So I think getting the information out there and making yourself known and, touting, some past success that you've had with other companies, of course, remembering HIPAA, but certainly, for lack of a better word, just really highlighting all the great accomplishments that people have already achieved and that what can come in the future.
Brandon, anything to add to that?
No, one of the trends I've seen in our public workforce system is a push toward competitive integrated employment, which is a critical effort, obviously. But one of the things I think we see, speaking to kind of the marginalization issues of access, is once you start pushing things like CIE, a certain portion or segment of the population then also gets left behind, and there's less access to employment supports like sheltered employment or supported employment resources, which are still critical in these programs. And so the critical crux here is the nature of a partnership between workforce service providers, and maybe a connection to something like the regional center between providers can help maybe kind of ease some of these issues of marginalization, where there are more human-centered approaches to service delivery versus programmatic barriers to success.
Got it. So I think we're going to have to wrap up. I just want to add one personal note, in that I have an 18-year-old on the spectrum, and he has just started an apprenticeship with a farm here. And just the idea of him learning what work is, you know, there's a time card, there are job tasks, all of those things are so badly needed as a first step. And I think if we can find more ways to create these types of internship and apprenticeship programs for this population, that's really going to set the table for how they're going to grow downstream. And I'm seeing it firsthand, trust me. So in any event, I want to thank all of the participants. There are some other questions. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to them, but we'll do our best to answer them one-on-one. Mark?
Thank you, everyone, for the speakers, and Doug. It's been a really nice, meaningful session. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break until 11 o'clock, and we're very excited about our next keynote speaker, Sarah Rankin. We'll see you all soon.
Welcome back. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We'd like to let you know that all the sessions are recorded and transcribed. Please check our Summit website for YouTube videos of the previous days of the conference. For those who have registered today and have not received our Zoom webinar links, please utilize our YouTube live stream on our Summit website. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. And after this presentation at between 12 and 1, there is going to be networking sessions for those that have signed up. Please check your emails to make sure that you are getting the right directions for joining. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Sarah Rankin. Dr. Rankin graduated with first-class honors from King's College London, earned her PhD in pharmacology also from King's College, and then postdoc training at UC San Diego and Cancer Research UK London. She then joined Imperial College London in 1995, and she's now a professor in leukocyte and stem cell biology in the Faculty of Medicine. Sarah is a world leader in the field of regenerative pharmacology, inventing drugs to help the body repair itself after injury. She is also involved in many interdisciplinary collaborative projects with physicists, material scientists, and engineers investigating blast injuries, cartilage repair, and the immune response to biomaterials. Throughout her career, she has been actively involved in public engagement and is the National Heart and Lung Institute's lead for public engagement. In this capacity, she has been the lead scientist in a number of high-profile collaborative projects with artists like the Heart and Lung Repair Shop and Palaces. Professor Rankin is neurodiverse, and in recent years have been working on a project 2EM Power UK to make STEM education in schools and higher education accessible for students with specific learning disorders. Professor Rankin's keynote presentation is titled Neurodiversity in STEM, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Medicine, Education, and Careers. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rankin.
Light. Great. So I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the invite. It's really a great honor for me to be here today. Most of you will not know me because I am new person on the block, if you like, because this isn't my area of expertise, but it is my lived experience. And this is really in part where I'm coming from. So I am a professor, and hence I'm sitting here as the sort of embodiment of I've lost that word. So there you go, proof that I am dyslexic and dyspraxic. Anyway, I'm moving swiftly on. So as I say, not an expert in neurodiversity and trained as a pharmacologist. But what I have done throughout my whole career is to be very passionate about outreach. And this is trying to encourage other young people to get into STEM careers. And originally, when I started out, as one of the very few women in science, in terms of in our department, there were no female professors. And so one of the things that I have been doing throughout my career is trying to inspire people by doing really interesting and inspiring outreach activities. And this was just showing you here our sort of own bake-off event that we did, and obviously talking to lots of girls. Now, things have changed since then. We now have a department that has over 50% women, and we have lots of girls doing STEM subjects, maybe not as many as we want, but still things have changed dramatically over the last sort of 25 years, certainly, that I have been at Imperial. And we have done that through our outreach programs, but also by changing things from within and changing the culture of the workplace and making it more inviting for young women. And so I've been through this process once. And now when I'm thinking about that in terms of neurodiversity, I'm trying to do the same sort of process, but this time I know what I need to do. And so I'm hoping that I can sort of really accelerate that change. And also, I am really confident that a lot of the changes that we need to make are not as dramatic as they were when we were trying to get women into science. So we don't have to, for example, build a nursery. So one of the things that I am known for is my creativity, and I bring that to all aspects of my work, whether it be the research or the outreach. And these are some of the outreach projects that I have worked on. And they don't look probably to you very sciencey, but there is science underneath that. And so this is what we do. We sort of attract people into interesting looking events and projects, and then we talk to them about science and stem cells, etc. So neurodiversity and science. If I show you this picture, you can see lots of sort of old famous people who it's generally believed that these guys were all neurodiverse. A lot of them were indeed autistic. And that's great. But the problem is we don't have so many of those people, those sort of role models today. So we had Steve Jobs, we had Stephen Hawkins, who were both known to be dyslexic. And we know that they had huge impact in their fields of science and STEM. We also know some other people, if we look today and we think, okay, if I'm looking for dyslexic scientists or scientists with ADHD or that are autistic, I can find a few people on the internet, but it's very difficult. And this is my first issue that I have, that there are relatively few neurodiverse STEM role models. And when we were talking about getting girls into STEM, the way we did it was we went as women into schools, and as young, you know, when I was in my 20s, I was going into schools and trying to encourage more girls to get into science. And so we need those younger role models to be trying to entice neurodiverse students into science, because there's this saying, if you can't see it, you can't be it. So I have, there are a lot of problems. There are very few neurodiverse STEM role models. That's my first issue. There's also this issue that we know, as you'll all be very aware, that many students fail in school. And I'm not going to read this out. And if you haven't got the time to be able to read the whole thing now, do look it up, because this is John Gordon's one of his school reports back from 1949. And if you imagine, in 1964, he was actually in California doing research, and it's that research that led him to get the Nobel Prize. So he was pretty much his teachers told him he was never going to be a scientist. Similar thing with this person. This is Dame Sally Davis, who was our chief medical officer in the UK. She didn't get past her 11 plus. She couldn't get into grammar school in the UK, but she clearly went on and succeeded. This is a very common thing you all be aware of. School is not a good place for neurodiverse people. And so these neurodiverse students, we know, are not thriving in schools. They might be surviving. Some of them aren't surviving. ADHD pupils very often get excluded. Autistic students very often bullied, end up being home educated. So, and then the other students, people like myself, high ability students, maybe with dyslexia, dyspraxia, some sort of combination of neurodiversity, they're underperforming. And this is because the teaching is inaccessible for us. We're not being taught in the way we need to be taught. And the assessments are a nightmare. So I could go on forever and a day about problems at school, but I realise that this is going to be the subject of further debate later today. But I think these are things that we all recognise. And we do have issues in the UK because our science teachers aren't taught about neurodiversity. And so they're not even aware that they should be teaching these students in a different way. But I think my main problem with what's going on in schools is this, and it's the fact that we are trying to not only teach those students in, a way that isn't great for them, but we are also not assessing their strengths. And we've heard a lot of talk in this conference about what the strengths of those students are. And indeed, when we are doing the sort of exams that we are doing in the UK, certainly, we are still back in the dark ages where we are assessing primarily ability to recall. So in science subjects in particular, ability to recall, equations and lots of sort of information, all the human anatomy. Why do we need to be able to recall it when we've all got one of these? It's not that important anymore. We are not assessing a student's ability to be creative and innovative. And when I showed you all those amazing scientists, that's what they did. They were inventors. So one of the things we know is neurodiverse students are performing in STEM subjects, so in science subjects at GCSE, which in the UK, these are taken at 16. And I won't go into this details, but this was a huge study covering over a longitudinal study of over 1,000 students. And what it clearly showed was that students that had a specific learning difference, but were unstatemented. So these are students that, there isn't even the funding to get them a statement because they're not deemed bad enough. They don't have a learning disability. They are high ability students, but they have a neurodiversity. These students, there's a massive gap, attainment gap in how they are achieving. And so this is a real issue. So the other thing is that teachers are not really encouraging these students to do STEM subjects. And in fact, my son, who's dyslexic, was told he couldn't do triple science. They advised him not to do science because it was, too hard. And because they're naturally creative, they are being sort of channeled into these creative industries. And we know that, there are amazing people, amazingly creative people that are successful. These are all dyslexic people that have been incredibly successful in the arts, and that's great. Likewise, we know of all these sort of dyslexic people that are, successful as architects. But we also know that there are a lot of students that leave school. And this is, again, comes back to this, the fact that school can be very problematic, and students can get very disenchanted, etc., if I'm putting it politely. And so they will leave school, but then they will go on to do amazing things, and they will be successful as entrepreneurs. Now, one of the things within the science community, and when we're teaching STEM nowadays, certainly at Imperial, we're very much into entrepreneurship. Young people generally are very much into entrepreneurship, and inventing things and being an entrepreneur go hand in hand. And so this is one of the reasons why I'm desperate to get more neurodiverse people into science. So neurodiverse people being encouraged into the creative industry, some of them leaving education. And for all these reasons I've mentioned and have been mentioned before in this conference, neurodiverse students can leave school lacking self-efficacy and lacking the sort of confidence that they could be good at things, particularly good at STEM. And the result is that we have relatively low numbers of neurodiverse students studying STEM subjects in higher education. And if I just look at Imperial, we have less than 8% students looking at all types of disability. This is the number of students that we have at Imperial. Whereas if we go around the corner to our colleagues at the Royal College of Arts, they have 29% of their students that are dyslexic. And they're very proud of that because they know they have managed to capture all these creative students and creative minds. And I'm jealous of them because we need them at Imperial. We need these creative, inventive students, because if we don't have them, you know, if you look at all the inventions that these people have produced, you know, we've gone from, you know, the electric light bulb, planes, you know, computers, PCs, Microsoft, Macintosh, everything you can think of. You know, even, you know, think about Cavendish. You know, he invented chemistry and physics, you know, just two minor things in his lifetime. And then we've got Louis Pasteur over here, and we're living in the time of COVID. You know, this is the guy that invented vaccination. We cannot afford to let neurodiverse students that are interested or have a passion for science not be entered into, not be sort of feel that they have a place within higher education to study science. And so we need to think about what those barriers are and try and really sort of knock them down. And I'm really confident that, you know, if we think about, you know, all the strengths that people have been talking about, and if I think about, you know, all these great scientists, you know, why is it that neurodiverse people can be really good scientists and amazing scientists, some of them? Well, because of creativity, innovation, you know, big picture thinking, ability to link disparate ideas. One of the things you noticed at the beginning, Lawrence was mentioning, I do a lot of interdisciplinary work. I find it very easy to work, whether it's with artists or with physicists or material scientists. That comes very naturally. And I think this sort of also this silonisation of the subjects is something that we really have to get away from if we want to move forward and be much more creative and disruptive with technologies. And so there are lots of really important core skills that neurodiverse people have. You know, thinking about ADHD, that ability to hyper-focus and complete tasks. And then with autism, you know, the attention to detail, pattern recognition, these are, and also the sense of really wanting to go for the truth and being really trustworthy. I mean, these are really critical and important characteristics for scientists. And I think we've heard previously, all these skills align with what people consider 21st century career skills. And so that's very much, and I'm sure people have mentioned this before, how everybody, that's neurodiverse has this spiky profile, and this could be me. So yeah, I have a problem reading. I read slowly. This isn't a problem for me as a scientist, because actually I want to read the detail. And sometimes, so reading slowly is actually a good thing. Time management and those sort of things, yes, they are challenging, but there are ways, as we all know, of dealing with that. And technologies are really helping us there with that, with new apps, etc. So we're moving now. We're actually in the fourth revolution. We've all heard about the fourth revolution. This is artificial intelligence. And this is where it gets really interesting for me, because what I've realized in talking to businesses that are really sort of picking up on this whole thing about neurodiversity, and lots of those have been mentioned already. But businesses are really thinking, okay, artificial intelligence is what's going to replace straight line thinkers. So what we need actually is some now sort of the more complex, non-linear thinkers. And we need these people because we have all these technologies, and we now need people to come and innovate with it and be creative. And so this is why there are a lot of STEM businesses that really want to recruit these complex non-linear thinkers. So it's not just, having the autistic students, but it's also having people that are dyslexic or have ADHD or dyspraxia. And these are just businesses that I've worked with in particular that have an interest in that. And we know many of this. And classically, the one, GCHQ, we all know about Alan Turing being autistic, and his fantastic contribution to science and everything. And GCHQ now, their recruitment process is such that they have recruited, and in their workforce, they have 25% of their employees are dyslexic, because they are amazing problem solvers. So this is the message that I really want to get to young people, that if you are neurodiverse, then you do have a future in STEM, and it's now. Now could be your time. You could be incredibly creative and a scientist and have entrepreneurship skills. And these companies are looking for you. And there's lots of organizations, not-for-profits, etc., that can work with you to help link you up with those jobs. So this term neurodiversity, I guess for me as a scientist, I have a little bit of an issue, because it's biodiversity, neurodiversity, it covers, if you talk about biodiversity, you're covering everything. Likewise, neurodiversity. The one that I like, and I think it was an American one, is this twice exceptional term, or the 2E term. And I guess I like 2E because that seems a bit scientific to me. So someone who has high ability with a learning difference is thought to be 2E. Hence, that's why I call my project To Empower. Many of these people are very effective in masking their neurodiversity. I actually wasn't diagnosed until my late 40s, and actually after that, this is when I've done the research and I've really sort of got an understanding of my personal sort of strengths and weaknesses. And I realized, how much did I mask for many years? In fact, that now, most of my sort of family and colleagues don't actually believe that I'm neurodiverse. They're like, oh, what's she on about? Anyway, and lots of these people are undiagnosed at some point in higher education or at work. So To Empower project was developed to really start to celebrate neurodiversity in the context of STEM subjects, to make STEM really accessible for these students throughout their entire education, to enable neurodiverse students to fulfill their potential in their STEM subjects, So this first started off, very lucky to collaborate with Dr. Susan Smith, who had expertise in teaching twice exceptional students. And she came over to the UK and worked with some fantastic teachers that I have been working with over many years. And I'm sure these are really key for us in universities to be able to do great outreach. We really need these committed teachers that go above and beyond. And these two have been amazing. Carmony and Vargini have been amazing in helping with this project. And what we did was we started to develop some bespoke workshops for students. So as I say, I've done outreach, I've done all these sort of workshops. So we thought, okay, how do we take something that we would normally do for a whole group of mixed students and now make it bespoke for autistic students, or make it bespoke for students with dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD. And so we worked, and in fact, at this time, I was very, it's strange how things happen, isn't it? And Sienna actually contacted me, Sienna Castleton, who's going to be speaking later in the conference. And at that time, she was interested in doing a sort of STEM project. Anyway, we talked and I was telling her about this project. And so she got involved, and she was great because it was great having an autistic person to help design the environment and to make sure that every little detail we'd thought about in terms of how to make these students feel really comfortable and safe. And so, for example, with the autistic students, we had the red and the green badges that they could wear if they did or didn't want to be talked to. And just very things, you can see the room here, we have all the blinds down. We've taken the chameleon and all the things that are normally in our outreach teaching lab out of there. So we have minimal distractions, everything that we could do, we did. And then we got the professors in to teach these students. So here we have our professor in pure mathematics who is teaching these autistic students. And so when you have a professor teaching a student, they can stretch them. And it's just amazing to see. The other thing, this is a colleague of mine, Sunday, who I've worked with for many years doing outreach. We do them particularly for the BAME students. This was a civil engineering workshop, and this one I love because we had the dyslexic students here and we thought, right, let's see if they're entrepreneurs. So rather than just giving them a design with balsa wood and glue guns, what we decided to do was we made a menu and we said to the students, okay, so you're going to get $200 each. And this is, you can use this $200 to buy information on what the sort of ideal bridge structure is, or you can use it to buy, the glue guns, the glue, the balsa wood, etc. And they were in small groups. And what happened, which was an absolute delight for me, was that one of these groups of students saw, and they thought, right, they used all their money to buy the glue guns. So they then suddenly had a monopoly on the glue guns. And that meant that every other group had to then come to them to buy, to be able to use the glue guns for so many minutes. And at the end of that activity, you had some students that had built these beautiful bridges, but then you had this group that hadn't even bothered building the bridge, but they had money sort of stuck all over them. And they were so excited by the fact that they'd won because they made the most money. And there we'd sort of managed to uncover, our entrepreneurs, and we were really excited. So what I'm doing is working with people now and developing different workshops. So we've got astrophysics workshop and other ones One of the things we found was that these students travel a long way to come to our workshops, and some of them had never been to London before, but they were so excited about coming to Imperial and to do a workshop, and the parents were just so excited. So I didn't mention we ran alongside the workshop for the students, we ran parallel workshop for the parents. And it was a great way for parents to network. And the comments we got back from students and parents for doing those workshops were just way exceeded anything that we've had for any other workshops that I've ever done. So it was really, really rewarding. So at the moment we've got funding from Royal Academy of Engineering. We're working with the National Computing Museum at Bletchley Park, and we are developing another workshop. Now, it was going to be face-to-face, but times are such that we are now developing this remotely. We're really excited. We're going to be running this on the 12th of December. It's going to be a lot of, it's called the Enigma to Empower Workshop. So this is going to be just for autistic students. So we're really looking forward to that. One of the other things we started and we sadly had to sort of abandon was a project we had with much younger pupils from in Camden in London, and we started working with them, and they were a complete delight. I mean, we had these students in years 5, 6, so they're sort of age 10 or 11, and we were extracting DNA from strawberries and everything. And yeah, the questions that they came out with were just amazing. I mean, just off the top of my head, do aliens have DNA? So incredible. So one of the when we were doing one of these workshops, one of the parents was asking me, well, what do you do at Imperial? What do you do to accommodate for these students, and how do you treat them, and how, and I suddenly, that really sort of took me aback, and I thought, yeah, I'm there, but I haven't really thought that. And I went back, and obviously because I'm a professor, I've got my research, but I also do a lot of teaching, and I have my own master's in genes, drugs and stem cells. And so I'm looking at the masters, and then I'm going to talk to people in the education unit and people in the disability service and saying, okay, guys, we need to be doing something. Luckily, we had developed this inclusive teaching strategy a few years back at Imperial. And so we were able to apply for some internal funding to actually start a project which is about making teaching inclusive at Imperial for these students with specific learning differences. And so one of the things we're doing is going around giving a lot of talks, raising awareness to other academics about the differences, because most academics are completely unaware, even though probably a lot of them are neurodiverse, but just have never had a diagnosis. We provide Imperial has invested in a lot of free assistive technologies. And I think this is the key about being inclusive and universal design. We invested in the assistive technologies such that we could give that to all staff and all students. And then we give training on it. And for students, we advertise that training as study efficiency training. And if you imagine some of these students that are using that, we have a lot of international students. So when we're offering, SpellX or something like Grammarly, that's great for international students just as much as it is for the dyslexic students. So we're not really, we want to make this available for everybody. And we're obviously making our teaching materials accessible, giving them in different formats and things like that. But the main thing is getting back to assessment, because as you might have gathered, I've got this bit of a bugbear about exams. So I did something quite radical last year and took the exams out of my master's course. And this caused a lot of problems, with other people sort of involved in running the masters. But anyway, we do have problems. Exams and extended essays are a major problem for students if they're, for example, dyslexic, dyspraxic. And so what we did was replace the exams with multiple authentic assessments. And one of those was grant writing, obviously data analysis. We did public engagement as an activity. We did, creating a graphical abstract of a research article, because that's something you have to be able to do now. So if you read a research article, you have to write an executive summary, and you also have to be able to write create a graphical abstract. So we are changing the way we're assessing. It was super successful last year. The students loved it. They felt like they came out with better skills. They were obviously didn't have the stress, and because we were in COVID year, it was great because we weren't running around trying to, see how we could do exams remotely, etc. So as I say, assistive technologies, there's something, these are a few of the ones that we are investing. MindView, this just shows you, this is just one of my students and their projects, but, this is the way my brain works. It's sort of, everything is networked, and I don't see things in a linear way. And so one of for the science research projects, I get the students to create MindView, mind maps, or any sort of mind map, because then they have the experience, and it makes, because one of the barriers for this is students not making the time to learn the software, even though the software can be really easy to use. I can use it, so easy for anyone. And so once we've got them over that, and we've got them all sort of using mind maps, they can then choose, no, this isn't for me, or this really helps me. And the great thing for any of you that haven't worked with a mind map is that you create it like this, but then at a single button, it will transform into your Word document. So the other thing that I've been doing, sort of that has evolved as part of this project, I've been talking about it in other universities, to research institutes, to learner societies, and to some STEM businesses. And what I've been doing is about raising the issue of neurodiversity in the STEM workplace. And this is about thinking about the employer experience. So, because at a university, we have employers and employees the same as anywhere else. So it's thinking, okay, it's not just thinking about, okay, we have to consider this when we're educating students. You have to consider this because, some of your academics are neurodiverse, some of your admin staff are neurodiverse. So how do we all get along? And so, this is in that way, we're thinking about it in the context of a workplace. And so one of the things is getting and helping some of these STEM industries to develop their networks, their staff networks. And this is one thing that we've done at Imperial. And because, I'm one of those people, I can't just be satisfied with doing anything by halves. So because I now have collaborators, as I would, across all the sort of local institutes, so within the Royal College of Art, the Royal College of Music, and the V&A, my favourite museum in London. So I have collaborators within those institutes that are all neurodiverse, surprise, surprise. And so what we have done is to set up a staff and student network, and for allies as well. And so we had just started this, and we had planned to do some face-to-face, really fun activities, but obviously we were restricted now with lockdown. So we are having a series of networking events, and our next one will be on Wednesday in a couple of days. So this is very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to some of the collaborative projects that are going to come out of this. And for example, one of the things that we are hoping, the reason we have a staff and a student network, is we will hope that we will help be the role models for those students, but we want to learn from those students. So at the moment, they're great. We'll be able to ask those students about remote working and what works for them and what doesn't, and how we need to modify things for them. we can also have really interesting conversations with our colleagues at the Royal College of Art in terms of how they assess creativity. I mean, one of the things that they do, which I am trying to sort of push Imperial towards, is that they use multiple ways of assessing something. So, for example, at the end of term, if you don't have to just write a written dissertation, you could put it in the form of a video, or you could create an oral presentation. So I think the idea of being able to have assessments that match your strengths is really the way forward. And so we all accept that, we have challenges. If, it's undoubtedly, and the word that I forgot right at the beginning that obviously came to me halfway through this speech was imposter syndrome. So I was thinking, yes, I am a professor and I'm sitting here sort of as the embodiment of imposter syndrome. So, sorry. Oops. Oh, I've frozen now. So I'm just going to continue. Sorry, Lawrence, can you tell me if you can hear me or somebody speak? Because
Yes, we can hear you. You can
hear me, but you can't see me. But I'm just about to wrap up now. I just had the final slide was just sort of showing really how this outreach project. So some people, and especially scientists in the UK, tend to be a bit sniffy about the sort of value of doing outreach. I think it's incredibly important. I really want to try and get, all these neurodiverse young people. I want to encourage them into STEM. I think the future could be STEM for them. And yeah, just to show how this has led to many more collaborative projects and interesting avenues for me to explore. And I'm also really interested in doing some real research about the sort of lived experience of neurodiverse scientists. So yeah, I just end there. But if you are a neurodiverse scientist, please connect with me.
Thank you, Sarah. And I have a feeling you're going to get some interest in the connection just from some of the comments that I've seen already. So thank you for just a fascinating presentation. And there's so many pieces of it. I sort of was thinking about this evolution of outreach that you've done from starting with baking and then evolving into these bespoke workshops. It's just amazing transformation and evolution over the years. So let me jump into some questions for you. And one is related to those workshops. There's a question, are there plans to expand the bespoke workshops for mature students?
Ooh, for mature students, we haven't considered that yet, to be honest, because we obviously still trying to raise funds just to do the ones for the for the younger students. So we're doing it really the idea for me is to do them for students that are in what we call primary school, and then for students in secondary school before they go into university. But we haven't considered doing things. Hopefully we would have some workshops. So we're hoping to have activities, things like hackathons that we do with our students when we have our students from the Royal College of Art, Royal College of Music and Imperial. I just can't wait to do some projects with all those neurodiverse students and staff.
Wonderful. On the topic of connection, we do have several questions about how can people connect with you?
Oh, well, my Twitter is just there. It's @RankinProf. But yeah, just look me up. You'll find my email very easily on, if you just search me and just drop me an email.
Okay, that sounds great. And how about, we have another question here about, are there opportunities for neurodiverse or autistic United States citizens to go to graduate school at Imperial?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of grad students from the US. Yeah, we have a lot of international students at Imperial. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities. And we have people that come on our master's courses, for example, if they're grad students and PhD students. So yeah.
Okay. And in some of the facts and figures that you gave, do you have facts and figures on specifically female experiences or rates of females in STEM fields?
Are we talking about neurodiverse females?
I believe so. I believe that's what the question was referring to.
No, and I think it's really hard to actually get any of this information. But it's something that I'm, intending to look at Imperial. I mean, I went to a great one-day conference in Cardiff. Name's gone. And I was, about the sorts of gender differences between things like ADHD and autism. So yeah, I think that's a really fascinating area. So yeah, something definitely to consider.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a question here. I'm currently attending school with the goal of finding work that combines sustainability with creativity. Do you know of neurodiverse scientists who are doing that kind of work?
Yeah, we actually have a group at Imperial. I mean, we have a lot of areas that are around sustainability, and we have a specific group. If they email me, I can send the details, but it's they do a lot of citizen science, and again, bringing creativity into that. But I think, if you look at myself, I'm a scientist, but I'm very creative. I was one of those people in school, I could have gone either way, but I wanted to cure cancer. But yeah, that never happened. So, but anyway, but I've used my creativity in other ways, so I can still apply my creativity. I apply it actually in the design of my experiments and the type of things that I do. A lot of the things are very innovative, or blue sky, as people would put it. But also, I'm drawn to arts, and I always work with artists on all my outreach projects. So, I do have the opportunity to get involved in other sort of, so I feel, because I need that, it's part of who I am creative.
Absolutely. And it is, many fields have creativity built into them that you don't, not necessarily obvious on the outside. So there are a couple questions here in terms of parents and engaging kids. The first one is there a playbook or resources for parents teaching kids at home for STEM?
No, what a great idea. I mean, there are zillions for STEM activities, so you can go on the internet and you can find loads. What there isn't is, how do you adapt them for your student, for that particular student that, maybe has an aversion to sticking their fingers in, I don't know, unidentified substances, or making slime or things like that. I mean, those are the sort of things we had to consider when we were dealing with the primary school kids. So I think it's knowing how to adapt the activities to make them work for young kids. I don't think that exists as such.
And there was a follow-up question that may have the same answer, but it was about content for middle school neurodiverse girls for STEM that aligns with their coursework in school.
Geez, yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, there is, as I say, there are lots of there's lots of content, but what the sort of the unique thing of our workshops was having the whole, and it was great for the students to actually feel normal. There were, students with ADHD that weren't, they were allowed to get up and move. When we were doing the workshop with the dyslexic and dyspraxic and ADHD, we did a whole what we called physics busking, and we got them to, rather than reading anything, everything was sort of, visual, and we had experiments that they had to work out how the experiment worked and set it up, and then what was the impact of it, or what did it mean, and they had to present that in an interesting sort of way, actually back to their parents at a later time in the workshop, so that they could just be moving around the whole time and chatting the whole time and not being told off. I mean, it's just something as simple as that, which is pretty sad, isn't it, if it comes to it. But the fact that they all sort of swapped their sort of contact details with each other, so that parents networked, the students networked. And the other great thing is when I bring in professors to teach these students, they are a bit sort of, had their minds sort of opened a bit, because they realize, the strengths, and they see them as a whole group, they really sort of notice maybe their sort of differences, and so it's a learning experience from them for them as well.
Mm-hmm. And we're continuing to have questions about just this whole range from younger kids, middle school, around connecting and learning. And we have another question here is, are there internship programs for someone who graduated already from university?
An internship? Mm-hmm. What do you mean by internship? Is that somebody wanting to come and work at Imperial, or is it,
Yeah, that's a good question. It might mean something different in the UK. I'm not sure. Typically, an internship in the US is a program for students. It's short term. It's meant to provide people with experience, but it's not technically a job. It's more considered sort of part of a extended learning, where people go into the workplace as sort of a student learner. I'm not sure what the equivalent would be.
We have something at Imperial called Europe. Well, that's undergraduate research placements. For graduates, not that I know of. We have it definitely for undergraduates that come and work in the summer. I'm not aware for graduates.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a question here about chemistry demonstrations. And I think the question is relating to while some of these demonstrations, and I think you touched on it a little bit in terms of how did you modify some of these activities that you did in your workshops, but it was a question kind of along those lines, that there are these chemistry demonstrations that might be engaging and interesting, but are also terrifying to some. And how do you go about modifying some of those or making them more accessible?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is, I think for me, it's running these workshops makes it very clear that if I'm running one with students that are dyslexic, they love that. They love things that go bang. They love the you know, and they love us sort of, oh, changing things at the last minute, or, you know, surprises and etc. And then I have the polar opposite. If I have students that are autistic, and I'm trying to, you know, make sure we keep exactly to time and do exactly what we say and pre-warn them, and so if we were going to do anything like that, I think it would just be a case of, we would say explicitly, right, we are going to do this, there will be a large bang at the end, there will be a strange smell, you know, if you are going to be uncomfortable with this, you know, stand away or stand outside the room, come in afterwards, we'll video it, you can watch, you know, it's just that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Preparing people is a big piece of the big piece of it. Yeah. So a next comment is thank you, Sarah, and it continues. I have ADHD and work for a nonprofit in the U.S. Employers in the States want autistic candidates. How can we convince them that neurodiverse, dyslexic, ADHD, etc., have skills too?
How can you convince who? The employers? Or,
the employers, yeah, I think that was the question.
Well, this is why I guess I'm using my position as a professor now to sort of go into STEM businesses and challenge them a bit on this, because to sort of say, okay, you know, this is me, and this will be also some of your employers here, even though they haven't. And I think that's the main thing, is taking away the stigma, because these people are lying, are not lying, that they are in organizations already. There are lots of people like myself that didn't really realize that they were neurodiverse. And there are people that know they are neurodiverse, and they're just masking it because it's got such a sort of negative stigma. And so one of the things has been really great. I've been going into you know, AstraZeneca and GSK, and you know, there are senior scientists there that are coming out and saying, yes, you know, this is me as well. And that's really important for younger employers to see. And that's what I really hope will happen, is that there will be more people like myself, you know, because it's fine having, you know, role models like Stephen Hawkins and Steve Jobs, but, you know, that's not sort of the average sort of professor or academic. And so we just want, you know, STEM professionals, people that are, you know, scientists that are neurodiverse, just to talk more about that. I mean, it's almost, you know, celebrated in the creative fields, because, you know, so many creative people and famous creative people and people living creative people are neurodiverse, and they sort of acknowledge it. Whereas it's very tough getting scientists to actually come out and talk about their neurodiversity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think we have time for one last question. And this one is just related to research. And this person is saying they're not having luck finding research article studies on ADHD, dyslexia, and autism on the commonalities, and was wondering if you had thoughts on that, or had places where you were finding research or particular research suggestions.
I think you probably got other people that could answer that much better than myself, to be honest, at this conference.
All right, that sounds great. Well, thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I'm sure we'll have that last question. Some of the other sessions, I imagine that we'll have people who can speak to that, but it's absolutely fascinating, and so such a pleasure to have you here and sharing everything that you are doing. And I will turn it over to Dr. Fung now, who will let us know what's coming up next.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the invite. And it's amazing to hear all the really impressive work that everybody else is doing. And, you know, really the companies and Stanford with their whole neurodiversity project. I mean, that's just incredible. So it's, you know, I think everybody is, you know, there is we're on a sort of good trajectory, it seems. So thank you again.
Thank you, Sarah. And we'll be partners on different continents. And yeah, collectively, we can do much more. So looking forward to continuing our conversation. Thank you for the beautiful presentation.
I am going to have to just shut my computer off because I can't exit the screen. So I'm hoping it won't do anything horrible to you, to your.
That's fine. So we will, yeah, we'll see you some other time. Take care. So for everyone else that's in the conference right now, if you're signed up for a networking session, please, you can end your webinar and then enter your own Zoom link if you already have one. Check your email for detailed instructions. If there are any changes by the speaker, they will send the emails to you directly. And for everyone else that's not going to networking session, please have lunch. This is lunchtime. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock for our employer session with 5 very experienced executives in the Autism at Work and Neurodiversity at Work initiatives. So we'll see you soon at 1 o'clock.
Welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Some of you may have participated all along in the summit. For those of you who have just joined, welcome. We would like you to know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. Please check our summit website for YouTube videos. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. So I'd like to welcome to our employer panel with big corporations. First, I would like to introduce Neil Burnett. Neil is the Director of Inclusive Hiring for People with Disabilities at Microsoft. Since the announcement of World Autism Day in 2015, Neil Burnett have been responsible for the program evolution of the Microsoft autism hiring process. Next person who I would like to introduce is Michael Fieldhouse. Michael is the Director of Emerging Businesses and Cybersecurity and Program Executive of DXC Technology at Denderlein. As a leader of DXC Social Impact Practice, Michael worked with clients and the community to develop and run programs that benefit individuals and society. Next person who I would like to introduce is Anthony Pasilio. Anthony is the Vice President at Autism at Work, JP Morgan Chase. In this role, he manages recruiting efforts as well as developing candidates pipelines and ensuring best practices for ongoing support. Anthony has been with JP Morgan Chase for 8 years, serving in a variety of technology roles in customer and community banking. Next person who I'd like to introduce is Hiren Shukla. Shukla is the Automation and Innovation Neurodiverse COED leader at Ernst & Young. Hiren experience spans more than 20 years across the field in accounting strategy, automation, innovation, and information technology. He currently leads the internal automation and involvement at Ernst & Young. And finally, I would like to introduce Jose Velasco. Jose is the Vice President Product Management at SAP. Jose is the Chief Program Manager and Product Engineering Board Area at SAP and Autism at Work Ambassador. Jose, 30 years information technology career spans private and public sector and companies ranging from startups to Fortune 500s enterprises. And now I will introduce you panelists by one, and you will be able to share your story. So first, I would like to welcome Neil Burnett from Microsoft.
Great, perfect. Thanks for having me. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I have one slide. I just want to level set some context on our program for everybody. Our Microsoft Autism hiring program started 5 years ago, back in 2015. And at Microsoft, we have a very strong disability community. We have a very strong autism community at Microsoft, but we knew we could do more. And about 5 years ago, I saw some of the great work that SAP was doing, and I reached out to Jose and had a chat with him to learn more about what SAP was doing. And as a technology company, I knew that we had a lot of roles and opportunity that we could do more than what we were already doing. So with that, we did a pilot program, and we started out with 5 software engineers for our pilot program, all local here in Seattle. And we quickly found that we were finding great talent and great success by just changing the way and thinking about our interview process, by being a little more inclusive, by creating more opportunities for candidates to showcase their skills in front of hiring managers. And so from that pilot, we've just been really iterating on our model over the last 5 years. We started out with a 4-week program, then went to a 2-week program, then to a week, and now we're at 4 days. We have over 100 full-time employees across 95 teams and 7 different role types. As I mentioned, primarily our sweet spot has been software engineers. We've hired roles in data analytics. We've hired roles in finance. We've hired roles in our retail store, so customer service roles. So we're expanding the type of roles that we have at Microsoft. The other thing that was really interesting to me is that as we went about our evolution of our program, we clearly had to expand from just recruiting folks locally. So roughly 70% of our candidates pre-COVID had relocated to the Seattle area, to our campus. We have just completed our first virtual cohort a few weeks ago, and we found great talent and great success with this program doing it virtually. And that's something that we're continuing to iterate on and figure out how to do a better job. And so, you know, we're really excited about what we're finding. I can tell you that a lot of our existing employees that were not hired through our program, we've seen a lot of support from our employee base, and not just creating the program, but mentoring, advising, having us come and educate their teams. So it's been a really collaborative process with our existing employees, and obviously we're finding some tremendous talent, and it has been a talent play for us by far. And then the last thing I'd close in the last moment is just talking about the Autism at Work roundtable, which hopefully we'll be able to talk about a little later about too. But all of us, James, Anthony, Michael, Jose, we partner with other employers. There's over 30, I think it's like 35 today, that also have similar type of hiring initiatives. And we spend a lot of time working with other companies to help them on their business case, and just trying to, every company is different, every culture is different. But I think, you know, our North Star at Microsoft is to change the unemployment rate for people with disabilities. And we know we can't do that ourselves. We need all companies to lean in and do something in this space. And so we're very eager to help any company of any size or in any industry to think more inclusively and to focus in this space. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Neil. And now I'd like to welcome Michael Fieldhouse from Dandelion Program at DXC Technology.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear from Australia. So yeah, thank you again to all my colleagues on the panel. So it's a long time since we've actually spent any time together, but hope you're wishing you all well. So yeah, Dandelion, obviously, it's been around since 2012, and we kind of launched the program in late 2013, 14. And we're really calling it 2.0 now, because we've been very much focused on the last two or 3 years, focusing on mental health and incorporating that into our program, so which has been a big piece. I'm just trying to work out how to tap through the slides here. So, oh yeah, so. Oh, that didn't come out too well. Oh, they're not looking that great. Do you want me to share my screen instead? You want to stop sharing and I'll share my screen? Yeah, I'll do that. Sorry. Hopefully that is now coming through. Is that coming through now, guys? Yes. So we've been from a kind of an impact perspective. We've quite a few different models. So we've had hired over about 120 plus people at the moment. We've had over 40 plus graduate through the program in various stages. We've done about 70 plus higher education internships. And probably one of the biggest things we've been very focused on is open sourcing our material and our research. So we've had over 600 organisations download the material across 99 countries via Cornell. We'll continue to do our focus on our evidence-based research, which we've been very big in, and that will be a lot of our evidence. Where our research will be around the mental health tools, which we'll be releasing late next year. So. Our program really is focused on probably the big pillars of it is really executive functioning and life skills and mental wellness. So that's kind of probably the three big pillars in our program. Just a little bit about the platform. This is, we've got a curriculum. Obviously, we've been doing training and education. We've got a number of tools, which we've kind of mobility tools, mobile tools we actually use for help with mental health and routines, Life Sherpa and Use Optimize. which to help out with some of the co-training. And there's a bunch of obviously some key assets that are available through the Cornell website that you might want to download. And there's obviously a COVID-19 plan and how we've actually operated in a COVID-19 environment. Again, this is a little bit about the assistive tech. We actually use in our assessment process as well. We use some machine gamification in regards to playing games to really unlock some of the talents, to look at strengths-based. We look at it very much a strengths-based hiring approach and trying to really kind of really unpack some of those strengths. So we also have, I mentioned before, some mobility tools as well to help with coaching and also to help out with executive functioning. Seeing our programs very geographically spread across Australia. And this is just a little bit about the mental health framework, which actually we're releasing. It's actually being developed. We are releasing next year. Really talks about how really to provide support into our employee assistance program and also our into our program in general. So there's a whole bunch of material in that. Really, that's our biggest focus for the next couple of years is embedding this in and really focusing on really providing the really mental health support for the people in the program and also the organisation more broadly. Well, thank you very much for kind of having me, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Michael. And attendees, if you have questions for specific panelists, please include the panelist name so it'll be easier to sort the questions. And now I would like to welcome Anthony Pasilio from Autism at Work from JP Morgan Chase.
Hello, everyone. I don't really know how I follow Michael Fieldhouse's NASA diagrams that were just shown. That was pretty impressive. So I'm going to go with the 1 to 2 slide scenario here. So just like Neil and Michael, and you'll hear from Jose and Hiran, I think we all have a combined effort and passion to get autism or neurodiversity programs off the ground. Ours started at JP Morgan Chase 5 years ago. We started with 4 quality assurance employees and we're at 200 plus at this point. And I'll get into a little bit about our model of hiring in a moment, because it's kind of changed over the years and we had to change by necessity of business as well. So I know that, some of you can see that we're in 8 countries and 40 different job roles. And I think the 40 different job roles speaks to the point of, just not pigeonholing folks that are on the spectrum into one job category, whether that be technology. Most of our jobs at this point are almost, I should say, are evenly split actually, about 60-40, about 60% technology, 40% operations. We've really gone very strongly into the operations arena over the past year and a half. We, of course, are always looking for software engineers in that space, but we've kind of gone into compliance and audit, and we're really not, set in stone about any particular jobs. I mean, we have everybody from an apprentice or internship all the way to a managing director who are on the spectrum. And I think one of the proudest things that we've done over the past 5 years is when we first started, we didn't know what we didn't know, obviously, and we had vendors help us get training and education ready for our colleagues and managers. And we've since taken that over and done instructor-led. Obviously, it's virtual at the moment, but we hope to maybe in 2021, 2022, don't know, get back to the going on campus and doing those instructor-led trainings. But we're over 6,000 now. That seems like a large number, but when you look at JP Morgan Chase, we have 250,000 employees. We're only hitting a small percentage of those. And it's not like no one doesn't know us internally. It's managing to get out to that recruiting team and to those colleagues and managers who want to have this training. We've actually embedded a piece of the training into our diversity, inclusion, and onboarding training, which is great. Obviously, we definitely want that. D&I is a big piece of what we do in all of these companies, actually. But I think that'll get us a little bit more presence inside the organization. We work really hard at making sure that we do have support mechanisms in place. That kind of speaks to the greater than 90% retention rate that we have currently. We have support circles, we have the buddy program, we have the mentoring program. These are all key takeaways of things that Jose here and Neil, myself, and Michael have done over the past 5 years to take a look at how do we best support folks that are on the spectrum, and not just folks that are on the spectrum, but all of the people that are in the organization, right? So that's a culture shift, and I'm sure we'll talk about culture shift a little bit later. In doing these types of presentations at Stanford, and thank you, Lawrence, and all of the people who put this together. It's an outstanding forum for all of us to get together and kind of talk about what we've done. But I think, the greatest part of it is that we're going to tell you kind of what we're looking to do and some of the struggles that we may have had along the way. That's what makes our programs even stronger today. And a few other things before I turn it back is the hiring models that I said we talk about. So we originally started off as doing some contracting. Then we were gung-ho on the direct hire model, which is full-time employees, which has been absolutely amazing. And now we've kind of turned, right? So that we're doing temporary workers as well in our government space. And what we realized was that the opportunities that we were missing to provide people a piece of, let's say, JP Morgan Chase on their resume. We might not have that full-time position available, but people need work. And it's also a good resume builder as well if you can put, one of our companies on your piece of paper or your virtual paper at this point. So I think, changing that model has brought in a different skill set, which is absolutely wonderful. But again, we'll talk about the culture and how it shifted in the 5 years since we started these different programs, and some of us a lot longer than 5 years. So with that, I will turn it back to our host.
Thank you, Anthony. And now I would like to welcome Hiren Shukla from Ernst & Young.
Great. Thanks so much, Mark, and super excited to be here today. And thank you all for joining us. Dr. Fong, thank you and the Stanford Neurodiversity team for putting this great event together. I think particularly when we all need to come together and organize as a community around things that are really important. So thank you again. If we can go to the first slide, please, the next slide after this. I'll call out a couple of things beyond the numbers that you'll see on this slide or the locations. There is a fundamental premise around neurodiversity at EY. And that premise is diverse teams produce incredible results. We all know this. Nobody will ever argue or say anything contrary to that. What we proved out or wanted to prove out 4.5 years ago when we started this journey, and we were very thankful for all of our colleagues who are on the phone today that really open sourced and shared information. So many calls with our friend Michael in Australia at different times of the day or the evening just to share information. But when we started this journey 4.5 years ago, I will be honest, it was not about neurodiversity. It was the power that you can unlock when you have a true multidimensional diverse team. We think that what happens in the neurodiversity space, that we proved of all of this great value and a sense of belonging, is then applicable to every other group. And at some point, you don't have a neurodiversity program anymore because you don't need to have one. And so what you're seeing on the screen right now is what we believe is the point of view that says organizations today, more than ever, need to stand up, speak out, include individuals, because it will make their companies and their communities even better. And so when we think about the pillars around digital transformation or the workforce of the future, or the ESG agenda, in which the S, the social side, has not gotten actually much attention at all because climate change on the E side has gotten all of it. we think about what we can do today and what we can hopefully enable, inspire, and activate other organizations to take their diversity and inclusion commitment and extend that to belonging and equity. And to some point say, you're not looking for individuals to conform, you're actually looking for individuals to come to work and be their best selves, because when you do, you will unlock the power of intelligent innovation that is applicable across your organization. You will build in the agility and resiliency of transformative thinking. And effectively, you will take a diversity and inclusion conversation into diversity and inclusion, belonging, and equity action. And so we think that this is an important time to build connections with your stakeholders. And frankly, we see our neurodivergent employee base as a fantastic way to activate all of this potential that we see within EY and other organizations. So we can go to the next slide, please. What you're seeing here are the hard skills that we talk about. And while these skills will look very technical in nature, I would be remiss if I didn't say neurodivergent individuals already exist at EY and every other organizations. They exist at all levels, and they do all kinds of jobs: marketing, finance, sales, business development, in addition to traditional accounting and consulting, or even technology development. So what you're seeing on the screen is, as EY has embraced the digital transformation journey that is pervasive across every single thing that we do at EY, how do we harness these skill sets to produce the future solutions that we need, and who is going to imagine those solutions for us and help us realize them? So our neurodivergent teams today work hand in hand across all of EY, really working in this truly multidimensional way to produce value. And one of the most beautiful stories that I think about when you look at this screen is, most recently we helped to build a blockchain solution for a global financial services organization that needed to track the money it was handing out so that a hospital in the Ivory Coast of Africa can buy ventilator equipment to treat their COVID patients. And our neurodiverse team was part of a broader team to bring and imagine and realize great value that we have to provide. And so there's truly hard skill that is based in here. And part of the reason that we deliberately went down this route is we talk about our HR and our D&I partners supporting us, but our program, like Neil said, is a talent innovation model. In effect, what we are proving is the workforce of the future. And that workforce of the future includes everybody. And that's a really important piece to this. Let's go to the last slide, please. And the only things that I will call out as you briefly look at this is that this is a snapshot of a codified methodology. And the reason we have codified a methodology is we realize that not every organization has the bandwidth, the time, the ability, like a JP Morgan Chase, like a Microsoft, an SAP, a DXC Dandelion, or EY, to go on a multi-year journey. How do we take these learnings and put them into an actionable program that we can effectively enable other organizations to say, you too can go down this path, whether you are a large organization like EY or a small organization. But effectively, there really is a process that you go through. And I would say one important thing: this entire process has been built and consulted with our neurodivergent team members. They are part of the process of defining what EY does and how we do it. And last but not least, many of our neurodivergent leaders who have now come forth and will be publicly producing videos and other venues for EY are going to talk about neurodiversity at leadership levels. What does this look like? What is those challenges as well as the success and the value? And I say this because as an employer, it is not up to us neurotypicals to speak on behalf of neurodivergent individuals. And in fact, again, we know neurodiverse talent pool exists across all of our organizations already. So with that said, the last slide is only some contact information, but really excited to be here. Mark, I will pass it back to you.
Thank you, Hiren. And now I would like to welcome our final panelist, Jose Velasco from Autism at Work program at SAP.
Thank you so much, Mark. And thank you, Dr. Fong, the entire Stanford team, Hiren, Michael, Anthony, and Neil for the partnership of many years already in trying to get neurodiversity off the ground in the enterprise world. Before I get started, I think that I would like to address one important element that was mentioned by everybody already, but I want to reiterate, and that is, why do we hire folks that are neurodiverse? Why do we have a hiring program for individuals on the autism spectrum? And I would like to start off with that. At SAP, we thought that we wanted to attract the best possible talent that we could for the company across our industries, the industries that we cover. We also knew that it would be extremely important for us to bring people into the company that have a different perspective. If you don't do that, and if you don't have good representation of your employee base as it relates to or maps to your own customers, if you don't have that diversity, if you don't reflect it back to your installed base of customers and partners, your ability to innovate is not going to be very strong. So we have a saying at SAP that is obviously known elsewhere, that we innovate because of our differences and not in spite of them. That's a very important thing for us. We also, again, feel that a different perspective is super important in our creative processes. And we've heard Alan Kay, creator of object-oriented programming and many other things in computer science, said once that a different perspective is worth 80 IQ points, including the autistic perspective. For us, another reason why we want to bring folks on the spectrum, people that are neurodiverse, into the company, is to tap into an underutilized source of talent. We realized by talking to universities out there that there was a significant number of people out there that were part of the university system. As a matter of fact, there were universities that were graduating, hundreds of individuals on the spectrum, only to be part of that hugely known unemployment problem at 85% that we know of today. So again, it was a combination for us starting this program of finding the best possible talent that we could find, number one. Number two, being able to mitigate an unemployment program in the community. And lastly, again, capturing the special skills of people on the autism spectrum. If we can go to the next slide, Mark, that would be great. So the Autism at Work program today is deployed in 16 countries in 34 locations that you see here. We currently employ between 175 and 180 people. This is a number that is always varying because we have people coming in at different parts in the organization, different times of the year. All in all, we have provided approximately 600 opportunities for folks on the spectrum. This includes present and past paid opportunities, but we also launched what we called a training program, mentorship program, where we have invited high school students also to participate, and university students have also taken an opportunity to receive training from SAP as part of their assessment process in order to become employees of SAP. Some people have decided not to take a job, but they have taken jobs elsewhere. As a matter of fact, approximately 23% of those that were trained in the United States as part of the Autism at Work program have taken jobs with other companies as well. We have a great retention rate, above 90% on a global basis. In the US, approximately 92% over the last 6+ years of the program. We employ people in 25 different types of roles, or 25, between 25 and 29 today. And this is a very, very important thing for us. We started the program with the idea of hiring folks as software quality specialists in data quality assurance individuals. And the program very, very quickly grew to not expanding beyond those roles. We realized that we were getting so many great resumes of people, and it was just impossible to say, look, if you are neurodiverse, you're going to be doing these 2 jobs. So we opened the floodgates very, very early on. And again, we have representation of colleagues on the autism spectrum in just about every board area at SAP. A board area for us is like a division in the company. So we have individuals employed at SAP that are part of our human resources department, the office of the CEO. We have individuals that are part of the consulting organization. We have folks that are part of engineering. Every division is represented in the company today. So our program counts with very well-defined supports that include sourcing and screening processes that we do with our partners. They are specialized. In the United States, we have a pre-employment training program that we call the Enterprise Readiness Academy. And that's an opportunity for us to get to know the individuals that are applying without going through the traditional model of a typical interview where you have somebody sitting on one side of the desk, another one sitting on the other side, going through a resume line by line. This training, this pre-employment training program allows us to get to know the individual. It lasts significantly more than one interview. It's a multi-week training program. And again, we've had individuals that have taken it, have decided to stay the course and apply for a job at SAP, other individuals that have decided to take a job elsewhere. Everybody has won in the end. From a retention point of view, we have a support circle that we have put into place, which includes a training for a manager. We assign a team buddy for the individual who has been just hired. We have an Autism at Work mentor, and we also have a job and life skills coach. So that support structure is something that really has allowed us to create those sustainability elements for the program. Community-wise, we've been extremely fortunate to partner with Microsoft, EY, JP Morgan Chase, DXC, EY. I mean, a bunch of companies out there that are like-minded. We are part of the Autism at Work Roundtable, which is administered by Neil Barnett from Microsoft. We have an opportunity to do some things outside of the company with customers of ours like Dell, where we had an SAP Dell hackathon, where we had approximately 200 people participating in a 2.5-day event. And we are members of various different bodies out there that are trying to get this message out. They're trying to get neurodiversity as a mainstream element of diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So we're part of Cities of Inclusion. We have our own Autism Inclusion Pledge. I encourage you to Google that and find the webpage for that. We are part of the Autism at Work Eastern Group in the United States as well. And we've been very fortunate to share our message with many of the companies that are now represented in the panel at the United Nations, at the World Economic Forum, United States Congress, at the White House, and at the Senate of Mexico, to name a few. So very, very thankful for the opportunity to be here, to share some of our experiences, and looking forward to the remainder of the panel. Mark, back to you.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you to all the panelists. It's been truly a privilege introducing you. Now, Dr. Lawrence Fung will lead the Q&A. Take it away, Dr. Fung.
I'm going to invite all the panelists to be joining us. So the first half of the session, well, actually we have three parts. The first part you just completed, talking about your own programs, and then the next segment is going to be pre-prepared questions that we all know that we want to get answers for. And then the third segment will be the Q&A. We already got many questions coming in, so we most probably will not be able to answer them all, but I think we'll try our best to be as comprehensive as possible. So the first question is about scaling up the Autism at Work program or Neurodiversity at Work program. I think several of you have started talking about this already, and having a roadmap is really important when you're doing the scaling. So I think one part of the question is, how do you scale the program within your company? And also the other is, how do you think as a society we can scale the Neurodiversity at Work initiative? So let's have Jose lead off with this particular question.
I'm going to start from the second one, Dr. Fong. I think it's a very, very important question. As a society, what can we do to get this topic of neurodiversity as part of the new normal in the workplace? I think that we are doing some of the right steps already. The very fact that we have right now 207 folks in a virtual room right now, that in spite of scheduling challenges and our day-to-day responsibilities are giving of their time to be part of this conversation encourages me, and I think it encourages also my fellow panelists in knowing that we are going in the right direction. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. My personal take on this is also that we need to be more deliberate about the utilization of resources when it comes down to cross-company type of integrations. We do a lot of sharing amongst the companies here that you see. We have regular calls between EY and JP Morgan Chase and in Microsoft, and everybody here at DXC in this panel. But I think that the topic of optimizing resources across companies is going to be the next frontier. Why do we have to, each one of us, have our own technical program or our own multi-step this or multi-step that? My feeling is that we will go through an optimization process in which we're going to be able to realize commonalities between our companies and have joint discussions on how we can basically leverage each other's competencies and realize economies of scale. Now, regarding the question of how do we scale programs from within our companies, for those of you who have already started a program, you typically would have gone probably through 2 or 3 cohorts already. The program has become popular within your organization, and you are known as an employer of neurodiverse talent outside of your organization. So you are at that point where again, you already said, this works, this is something that we can do, let's go ahead and scale it. There are a number of questions that you would need to ask yourself in order to get to the next level of performance and amplification of your program within your company borders. The first one would be, are there practices that you implemented, the sourcing, the screening, the training, the onboarding that you have done, and the retention practices scalable? In other words, can you hire neurodiverse candidates in more than 1 or 2 or 3 locations? Because if you're a large organization, you have presence in not only multiple locations within one country, but in multiple countries. The other question that you can ask yourself is, can our internal or external processes and service providers give you the support that you need across multiple locations? Not only across multiple locations, but across an increased number of applicants in your pipeline. Because again, if you are known as an employer of people that are neurodiverse, it's very likely that that pipeline of candidates that are neurodiverse is starting to grow, okay? Then the other question is, what happens when you have now individuals that might be neurodiverse who are stepping up? They say, look, I love working for this company, SAP or Microsoft or EY or JPMC or DXC, really get it, okay? I am somebody who was hired not through an autism hiring program, but I am neurodiverse, and I would like to disclose to see what services are available to me. Now, you are not going to be able to control that and say, well, we only provide services in this location or that location. Suddenly, when people feel comfortable, people are going to start raising their hand, and you need to have a strategy in order to be able to satisfy those needs of neurodiverse employees. And lastly, the question is, once you get to a point where you are beyond a certain controlled environment, you're going to have to ask yourself, do I buy or build or partner on the services that I am providing? What is the absolutely best way for me to deliver on those services that are needed across the board? Let me pass it on to some of the other guys because I don't want to hog the microphone here.
So Anthony, let's go with JP Morgan Chase. JP Morgan Chase has a really good trajectory, very fast growing program. How do you do that? How do you just go so fast in hiring so many people on the spectrum within short few years? And what do you think JP Morgan Chase vision on influencing the society and help other smaller guys to actually start their own neurodiversity at work program?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Fung. I think it first starts with, when we started out, rather small, we proved that business case, and senior leaders across the firm, we actually had road shows. Like we went to Chicago, we went to Tampa, we went to our bigger sites. And again, that was technologically speaking back in the early days. But I think here's what happens. Word catches on very quickly amongst, the 4 or 5 senior leaders, understanding that, the untapped talent is actually providing some of the best work that we've seen, a different way of thinking about it. And it just kind of hangs on to itself and kind of motors through the firm. I think the other thing that we did well in order to scale it was that we marketed it, meaning we marketed the program so that others in the firm could understand that we do have an autism work hiring program, and we have 250,000 employees who have relatives, sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, who were struggling to find employment, and we tapped that kind of hidden pipeline. We were successful in a couple of other different ways. Our culture was changing at that time as well, right? So we opened the Office of Disability Inclusion. We have this other kind of forum, the My Accessibility Hub, who helps with reasonable accommodations. So the company was becoming probably, multi-pronged in that approach with disability hiring. So I think, kind of getting out there, and we always thank, Neil and Jose for starting the Autism Work Employers Roundtable. That was actually the catalyst. So when we did forums like this, when we did panels, and we started to talk about how we could go bigger, go stronger, it was the expansion into the other countries. We had the opportunity to go forward and build our own kind of infrastructure. Jose just talked about it. We didn't know what we didn't know back in 2015. We had to have vendors help us do some of that education and training. Once we took that on ourselves after a couple of years, we were able to kind of permeate the culture and permeate our training and development within the firm so that more people could see that. And hence, you get to that 6,000 level, but it only takes one person sometimes to see the incredible work that folks on the spectrum were performing for the firm. And that's really how it takes off. Now, if you have a smaller type company and you want to be able to build kind of that talent, you know, a lot of our calls, and I'm sure Jose and here and the rest of the folks get these all the time, but we get phone calls or an email or you know, a LinkedIn message that says, hey, listen, I'd love to know about your firm and how you started and what you did. So about 5 hours of my week is spent talking to other companies, large and small, about neurodiversity programs, autism, you know, what's the education like? How did you do the interviewing? If you give them small pieces, they kind of figure out what their firm is going to be able to handle, right? You might not be a JP Morgan Chase or Microsoft with, you know, X hundred thousands of employees, but you need to give everybody the opportunity, and the scalability comes in once that one person is doing well. And listen, it's all not roses. So everybody who's asking questions, you know, and we're giving you all of these wonderful tidbits about our programs. Listen, we all have failures in there as well, but we learn from them. And I think that kind of helps, you know, our senior leaders understand that there's still work to do, but what we're experiencing now is just a growth of unparalleled terms.
Thank you, Anthony. Neil, same question. What do you think the steps that Microsoft is taking to go to the next level to really kind of dramatically expand this program? I think one thing that I want to point out is collectively, all of you guys are really doing a really, really wonderful job and has catalyzed a lot of the activities in the society. The numbers are still too small collectively. We have millions of people on the spectrum that need jobs, and really it's a couple thousand people max that are in these programs. So how do you really make it scaled?
Yeah.
And how do you influence others in the small to medium-sized businesses?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think that's how this thing really scales. Because you're right. I mean, if we double our numbers from 100 to 200 or 200 to 400, it's still, you know, meaningful, but it's not thousands and thousands as you're just mentioning. And so, you know, that's why I think we are so committed. All of us are to really, you know, to grow this exponentially and to scale it has to be with other employers, big and small. And I think the mid-size, small size is such an important market that we need to continue to figure out how to partner and work with, as, you know, Kieran and Anthony mentioned around, you know, resources and really, you know, enabling others, even if it's starting small, to hire and to think like this, because you know, we talk to folks all the time, and we may not have opportunities at Microsoft today, but, you know, there's such a need out there. And so I think we're doing work in the roundtable with job marketplaces. We're doing work around education of small businesses and connecting more with those small businesses. And, you know, I think that's how this thing is going to scale. And so ultimately, we all need to think about what we can individually do as our own employers, and try to leverage one another. It's not necessarily a financial thing or a resource thing. We need to kind of democratize this so it's easier to do, and enable success, you know, once hired. Hiring is the part we always talk about, but then obviously once hired, it's the retention and growth is so important too. Yep.
Can you, Kieran, you have already started presenting that roadmap. Would you like to add to what you have already talked about?
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. You know, the only thing that I'll add, and Neil said it very well, is everybody has their own journey to take on this, what the application could look like, but you have to start somewhere. I know, as Anthony was saying, we kind of didn't know what we didn't know when we started out, but it was all good intention. But I think that the knowledge that you get from this open source community is probably one of the most valuable things that I have learned and gained, and that we continue to do as a corporation or individual, sole proprietorship wants to go on their own journey. And really, I would say the most critical thing is, why are you doing this? What is the why behind it? Because if it's not sustainable and scalable, then you have to really figure out, how much effort can you put into something, and what would happen to these individuals if the program did not receive its attention anymore. And I know for all of us, we talk about not having a program one day. So I think it starts with your why. Why do you do this? Answering that question and gaining some collective knowledge is a great starting point.
Michael, the same question about scaling. I know you have been thinking about that in all sorts of different ways, because we talk quite regularly. And what do you want to say about really DXC technology internally would be willing to do to scale, and also what about influencing others? I kind of know a little bit of the background, and it's very innovative approach, and it would be great if the audience know a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think, thanks, Dr. Fong. I think the part of it is also we try and open source as much as possible. I think that's an important part, that, that if you look at all the people, the organizations that downloaded a lot of our material, they're kind of quite geographically spread in a lot of small companies. And I think the continued open sourcing of material, I think that allows, people to develop their own programs and hire ones and twos and could be threes. And that's how you kind of get a bit of a wave. We know 80% of employment happens with small business. So it's really how you kind of scale that out. And small business has lots of different job roles as well, from doing cake decorating to, doing mechanics work. So I think it's key to keep continually to open source. I think the other key element is evidence-based research. I think that's important to give people a kind of a North Star, and knowing what are some of the blueprints that can be to be done. And I think that's where academia and also corporations, especially large corporations that can afford it, really are making sure there's evidence-based research underneath the program, so we know what works and what doesn't work. And I think that's important for scaling, and kind of and as kind of Jose was saying, that allows for interoperability between different models as well, if things are working. I think the other part for us is to scale through. We've been very much focusing on, as well as kind of pulling apart our program and providing it as part of what you would call the US into the vocational rehab sector to scale it. So we've been very much doing that in Australia, which is a pilot actually going on at the moment, which then we hope to impact close to probably 500,000 people. That's what we've been doing this year, so that's our big program. So we're hoping to impact about 500,000 people through our program. And also, I think the part of it is also, which we've been, I think another big part is high school internships. So I think, giving opportunities very early in the piece for people to participate in some kind of work. And I think we need to be a lot more open in that. And that gives obviously opportunity for people to grow and also seek other opportunities in other sectors, not only just in maybe just the IT sector, but other sectors as well, I think is quite important. And I think, in doing that, developing kind of models that can be operationalized, like support models, and through technology and support models that can be scaled as well. I think that's quite important as well. So to take off some of the initial kind of maybe residents of maybe all kind of perceived kind of issues around how hard a program is as well.
Thank you, Michael. So kind of piggyback on that. So Michael is successfully engaging the Australian government to be taking this seriously. How about our country in the United States? Any of your organizations have the plan to maybe engage with any of the government bodies, agencies? Any one of you?
Yeah, Dr. Fung, I'll jump in first. I think you'll find many of our companies have already engaged at a state and local level. And often we find it's the governor's office, it's a senator's office, there's a congressman or a district representative. And these individuals are very actively engaged in this arena, and where geographically it happens to intersect with where our programs are. It's beautiful of how it happens. At EY, we are now going to take a bigger approach. We are working with our government and public sector and our Office of Public Policy to drive this into basically to Capitol Hill and to government, and basically say, this is a topic that will impact and have exponential value on multiple levels, but it's not sustainable for companies just to do this on our own. As Neil said before, even if we doubled our program size at this point, without the support structures of vocational rehab and other government function or agency, clearly we are not going to be able to scale, and that will be an impediment to each and every single one of us. So we absolutely think, and hopefully after the election, as we know what the administration is going to look like, we can bring this conversation to a federal level. And we are lucky with the likes of SAP, JP Morgan Chase, DXC, and Microsoft and EY, that up to our global chairmen, chairwomen, and leadership, we have commitment. So we're hoping that business can be a voice here that influences government change. But I'll pause and see if any of my colleagues have any thoughts to add here.
This is Jose Velasco. I think that you characterized all the different dimensions of the government participation. There's, as you said, here in work to do, okay, plenty of opportunity for us to grow in those relationships and really help drive this private-public partnerships to the next level. I believe that the current models that we have are just kind of a starting point. I think that there's, again, opportunity for us to have that connection with organizations that support this, because as Neil was saying earlier, this is not something that we can do on our own. It does require significant partnerships with the private sector, the public sector, and the third sector, the NGOs, and many others, school systems as well. You know, it's super important. But anyway, back to you, Dr. Fung.
Anything to add, Neil or Anthony?
No, I think there is some good work going on with government agencies looking to figure out how to create these type of hiring practices across all government agencies in the U.S. So I would, more to come. There's some good effort going on.
Yeah, and last year, I think some of us were at the United Nations for the Neurodiversity at Work roundtable. So definitely, this is getting a lot of attention already, and quite recently, Hiren was actually on 60 Minutes. So this is really a really prime time to really continue to talk about this in a more public way. Any additional ideas on like public engagement? Are there particular strategies that you think we should be thinking about? Maybe right now we have the Black Lives Matter movement. Diversity is now really on the table. So how do we think about the timing? Like right now, is this actually the best time to do this even more? And if so, how?
Dr. Fong, it's Michael here. And I think one of the things we learnt, we're doing a lot of engagement with the Australian government at the moment. And one of the things we've learnt is the more that government agencies can actually be involved and actually are operating programs themselves, they become part of the mission. So I think that's kind of important. I think there's obviously some good work happening. I think initially, as Neil was saying, happening within the US federal government. I think there's a program that's being run by Teresa with MIDA. I think that's how you expand that, further to get more agencies. But that was some of the, we've got a research program at the moment looking at how public sector more broadly engages in these types of works. But one thing that came back from very senior executives from the qualitative kind of research was really about, being engaged and being emotionally engaged in these kind of programs helps drive the broader overall kind of push upwards into the part of what we call our political kind of hierarchy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Fong, I'll come back to the question as well that you were asking. I think that this is probably the best time ever to reach Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officers, Chief HROs, Chief Human Resource Officers, as well as others that in companies that are making commitments today. And there's great words around standing up for social injustice or racial injustice. And frankly, what all of our organizations have been able to do is to convert a desire around something good into tangible value. Now, we've only been able to do this with the amazing talent that's there. And frankly, without our neurodivergent team members, we would not be here today, obviously. So I would say that what's interesting when I often speak with C-suite folks is I talk about how the neurodivergent community cuts across every single diversity and segment and intersection, gender, race, sexual orientation, socioeconomic groups. And it's an amazing microcosm, as I used this word before, for what we see elsewhere. And I think that there's tremendous power in the fact that when Neil or Anthony or Michael or Jose or I speak to somebody, we are not speaking hypothetically. We are speaking based on fact and value pattern. And so I think that to the extent that we can help to push, promote, they say strike while the iron's hot. I think the iron is very hot right now.
Anthony?
I'm gonna kind of go with hearing on that. I think what is happening in this day and time is obviously opened up a lot of folks' eyes, but I think it's probably opened up a lot of eyes of colleagues who have never stated that they're on the spectrum or LGBTQ. I can tell you personally, over the past 4 to 5 months, that I've been on numerous phone calls with people who want to know about our program, but do cross that intersectionality, and they feel empowered at this moment to come and speak. That says volumes about what is going on in our world today. And, if tragically, if the events that took place have moved this needle, if something good comes about this, which it will, this is one of those good things. And I hope everybody understands that all of us on this panel, and listen, you have 5 guys sitting here, right? So everybody's probably looking, going, oh geez, 5 guys on a panel. Well, that's not very diverse, so to speak. Well, we're trying to start the movement, to get the movement going. And if we started 5 or 10 years ago, I shouldn't have this job in a little bit. It should be BAU of how we do this from a company perspective, even small companies. It should be built into your hiring practices. And by having a D&I movement, if it forwards that, I'm all for it. And I'll get off my soapbox. How's that?
Jose or Neil, anything to add on this?
I just have a couple of thoughts. I think that diversity and inclusion is a 7x24 topic all year round, all seasons. And I think that we need to continue to drive these things. And the topic of neurodiversity is one of the more nascent ones in the space of diversity and inclusion, not generally adopted by many companies. And I guess from my perspective, I would encourage everybody out there to learn more about it. As Hira said, this is a great opportunity to take you to your leadership, whether it's the business leadership or your HR diversity and inclusion. It is a perfect time to start driving this dialogue. But again, we look at it, diversity and inclusion, as an umbrella. I think it's a wonderful thing to do 7x24. But if we can drive the specific topic of neurodiversity at this point in time, I think it would be very helpful to the community, the communities that we serve.
Thank you, Lisa. Neil?
My peer said it well, I think.
Yeah, so kind of along those veins, actually, maybe I'll come back to hearing at this moment, because your organization is named Neurodiversity Center of Excellence. So so that's definitely very much including not only people on the autism spectrum, but as well as other people with dyslexia or ADHD or other neurodiverse conditions. So how do you view the specific needs that each of those groups are being supported? So apparently, if you have only one group of people, maybe it's a little bit easier to figure out what to do. Even that is not so easy with autism. So now, if you expand it, do you find it very challenging to actually provide all the support needs or anything that's involved, because it's more broad than a circumscribed population?
Yeah, wonderful question. And, we were very deliberate at EY when we started to use the term neurodiversity, understanding and acknowledging that this umbrella term encompasses a number of different types of individuals. But Dr. Funk, I think you said something that was probably most relevant to us. And as the saying goes that I've heard, if you've met one person on the spectrum, you've met one person. I think that as we started out at EY, making sure that we design processes from recruitment to assessment to onboarding to ongoing support to career transition and career progression, that we're doing this targeting the individual. And that really allows us, I think, the flexibility as well as the right level of support to say, you could be an individual, an autistic individual, and you'll be very different from the other autistic individual. You could be an individual that has co-occurring conditions, or you could be an individual that just needs different types of support. And so for us, starting that from day one really forced us into that mode of how do we coach support to the individual as opposed to the group or a team. And as I've recently had conversations with some of my colleagues to say, in fact, it has benefited us and it's been almost easier to do, because the amazing thing that we find is that our team members support each other. and I don't think that's amazing. I think among the neurodivergent community, there's a tremendous amount of empathy and emotional intelligence, and they understand each other. And when they understand each other so well as they work together, as well as with everybody else, you're not thinking about managing different groups, you're thinking about managing to the individual.
Thank you, Hira. So Michael, your program, Dandelion program, also does not have the word autism on it. So your program is focused on autism, however. So what do you think the trajectory of the Dandelion program? Are you going to expand to include dyslexic individuals, people with ADHD, etc.?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fong. Through our kind of program at the moment, we kind of take on. There's a lot of co-occurring kind of issues we do deal with, as we know, with autism. But I think the thing we've kind of really focused now is that we're expanding that. So we've now been into dyslexia for kind of quite a while, for now almost a year, really focusing on building that program out and working with the dyslexic community on that. So we've been very big on that. So we've been customizing some of our material, and obviously attention deficit disorder as well. We've been focusing on building that. And I think overall we're now kind of, our program will start to, there's lots of intersectionalities going on. I think what will happen is we'll have some foundation pieces of our program, which will end up being key, and then obviously streams around major pathways. So we've been very much, also now creating a very much a different pathway and support program for gender. So that's been one thing we've realised is gender has been, we've needed to actually be a bit more nuanced in how we actually support and also recruit, individuals that, particularly in treating them as individuals, in that. So, in regards to females and women in general, that we kind of have a different pathway. So that's kind of one of our big things. We'll actually segment the program into very much more different pathways. And also dealing with having a broader set of base education in regards to dealing with some more lifestyle issues as well. So we're looking at the moment as part of it is dealing with online gaming and gaming in general as an issue, as an addiction. So there is some addictive behaviours around that. So and I think that's something that these kind of modules will actually be quite broader, and hopefully we can then provide that to the broader population as well. But we're, I think in probably what we're hoping probably in 5 years' time is the downline program would probably be more integrated into our overall corporate structure. So we probably won't see downline anymore, but we're actually part of a more general human capital management approach, which will be a lot more nuances. So we're hoping the goal is in about 5 years' time is that we won't have the program in its same form.
Thank you, Michael. How about in SAP, Jose? What's the general sense of? Your SAP is the first company that really have done successfully in hiring people on the spectrum. Are there other groups like people with dyslexia or people with ADHD that come to you and say, what about us?
Yes, we certainly have had that. Even, most prominently within our own autistic folks, because as Michael was saying, there's a lot of intersectionality from various different dimensions. Okay, so we are already doing that and providing the resources and the support that people need. But I think that if we take a step back, really the ambition would be maybe for these programs to one day become a portfolio of services that are provided to employees without the specific need to have a certain classification or a diagnosis. In other words, if you are an employee who is dyslexic and you need a certain amount of services, those would be part of a company-wide portfolio that would provide them. Why is this important? Well, there's a whole bunch of people out there that do not know that they may be neurodiverse, but they do need the services, and those services manifest in many cases in direct interactions with other employees in the company, right? So again, my feeling is that the next stage in this is the establishment of those services, those platforms that would allow for the programs, perhaps I wouldn't necessarily say to disappear, because there will always be room for having a program out there that administers these topics, but I think that it would be super beneficial to have them available to everybody. We've had a significant number of employees that are neurodiverse, self-identified. These are employees who did not come through the Autism at Work program. And I think that as companies become more neurodiverse, as companies create a sense of openness within the organization, the immediate next thing that will happen is, where can we find those services that may allow me to be a better employee? Okay.
Thank you, Jose. Neil, what do you think? In Microsoft, what do you think Microsoft is heading with this issue of having people with dyslexia and ADHD starting to also want to have some specific support, like the people on the spectrum?
Yeah. So yeah, I totally agree with everything Jose said. I would say that, you know, we look at all of disability in Microsoft and disability being a strength. And so we have programs, not formal programs like the autism program for folks today for pan disability. And so, but I think the topic around expanding the program per se to be more inclusive for neurodiversity than just autism is definitely a place that we will be going at some point for sure. And then, you know, we continue to hire folks every day. I think that's what's really important too, is it's not even these programs that are important. I think there are lighthouse moments, but it's the everyday hiring, right? And so that's, you know, right now at Microsoft, we're interviewing folks not through the autism hiring program that are autistic, right? And what is that experience when you're interviewing today for a job in Office or Xbox or Windows? And so I think that's what the ultimate, you know, piece is. And we keep talking about these programs going away and how it scales into the everyday hiring. And I think the everyday hiring is how this thing will ultimately scale and be inclusive for everybody. So yeah, for sure.
Anthony, I think our colleagues have covered so broad. Anything to add?
No, I think it, you know, this larger thought about the programs, autism, neurodiverse. Listen, we have even a separate program called the BEST program, which really delves into everything except autism, but you can have pockets of that: Down syndrome, dyslexia, dyspraxia. We hire folks that have the different cognitive nature than autism, and that program is just off the ground, probably less than a year. So, you know, we have, and it's not a competing program like everybody thinks. Oh, you know, you're taking away from your program. No, this just is for the betterment of JP Morgan Chase. This is growing what we've already started. They take some of our basic training, apply different principles, but think about it this way. We have an Office of Disability Inclusion. We have assistive technology for folks who are hard of hearing, that do have dyslexia, who have cognitive differences. It is a part of what we do. Taking the Autism Work program or the BEST program away only happens when we really kind of delve into our recruiting and make sure that what we're doing at the campuses, what we're doing at experienced employment, that they all follow the universal design that Jose, Hiran, Neil, Michael have all laid out from a training and development perspective, so that when you walk into one of our organizations, it's the same for everybody. And we're all on the same page, and we're giving the same questions, and we're throwing some of that, you know, where do you see yourself in 5 years junk out? Because I don't even know where I see myself in 5 years, throwing that out the window. Level the playing field and you'll get everybody, right? Neil said it best. We're hiring people that are on the spectrum. They're not coming through our program. We might find out later when they self-ID, but we got to level the playing field, Dr. Fung.
So now I'm going to pose the last question in this segment, and then I'll move on to the audience Q&A. So in light of the pandemic, how is your organization managing all these challenges, I think at various different levels, probably the kind of individual level, maybe at the organizational level, and how is the pandemic really affecting the jobs available in your own company, and does that actually negatively affect the specialized employment program versus the general recruitment? Hiren, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think the pandemic clearly is not only having an impact on the workplace today, but the unfortunate ripple effect will last for quite some time afterwards, and it'll in effect change the way an organization operates, and frankly, not only to survive today, but to thrive in the future. All of that being said, I go back to a point that we talked about earlier, Dr. Fung, around any organization asking, why do they have a neurodiversity program? And frankly, the answer to that question will determine the sustainability and scalability of what you do. And if we think about roles that are integral and critical to that organization's mission and their vision and their purpose, then I think you will see an increased growth, and there will be a parallel correlation, a positive correlation. As the organization moves, the neurodivergent talent pool will increase and be embedded even that much further. I think there is an unfortunate possibility of the opposite happening in some cases, where hiring is getting shut down, the gig economy, meaning the contractor contingent workforce, is increasing, and the rules of engagement are going to change. And those rules will be confusing to everybody. And so the opposite of what could happen if we are not deliberate, conscious, and careful is that we could find that you have segments of society that are in effect online. They're waiting behind others for their opportunity because maybe they're not the loudest or they're not the most vocal. And I think that smart organizations today are realizing the agility and resiliency doesn't come from the person who speaks the loudest. It comes from the person who has focus and who wants to do good work. And other than that, those individuals provide great loyalty and teamwork. And frankly, what I'm so proud of working with my colleagues on this panel is our organizations are really proving and exuding that diverse teams really provide better results. And so at the end of the day, I think that will transcend the ups or downs of pandemic and post-pandemic.
Michael, would you like to go next?
Yeah, Dr. Fong, very happy to go next. Yeah, I think it's Hiren was saying is that I think there's the COVID-19 is definitely a seismic shift across, or seismic wave across a whole bunch of industries, and I think the part of it is that employment's going to be, my belief is going to be quite patchy across a lot of actual segments. And I think the part of it is that the growth in kind of the gig economy we'll probably see. And I think the part of it for, I think, programs like ourselves is actually preparing, individuals to actually participate in the gig economy and allow that to kind of grow and occur. One thing I think, being IT companies, most of us here, we do already actually experience shortages in most areas already. So I think for us, I think we'll be looking still to recruit, and I think that's going to be going on, especially for the IT industry, particularly with a wave of kind of people going to using digital. Going digital or making their organisations more leaner and actually more productive. But I do think the part of it is that is actually how do we scale or provide our knowledge to more organisations, to, as I mentioned before, really small and medium companies and small businesses, to actually assure that when employment occurs, it's actually going to happen more at the grassroots community level, and ensuring that they have the ability and the tools and the knowledge to hire people that are neurodiverse. I think that's going to be very critical. So government has a role to play in that education, and obviously large organisations such as ourselves, leveraging our supply chains and our knowledge is trying to actually disseminate that to a broader range of audiences. So there's as employment kicks up, and it could kick up in very much in very different sectors, other than just IT, creative industries, working in other advanced manufacturing. So allowing those opportunities really to be provided to people that are neurodiverse.
Thank you, Michael. Jose, your views on the pandemic?
I think that for us, the pandemic has provided us an opportunity to also look inside of the company and strengthen the program, strengthen the purpose and the momentum that we had. We established more community calls with our colleagues that are on the spectrum. This feeling of isolation that we all had or have been having, I think that sometimes is more detrimental for some of our colleagues in the spectrum that might be living by themselves, okay, that we don't have family around. So for that reason, we have again strengthened that community involvement and have more regular sync points with them. But another part is the strengthening of the community within SAP at large. Just about 2 weeks ago, actually, we launched our first Autism Inclusion Network, which is an employee network group. It's not part of the Autism at Work program formally, even though many of the people that are part of the Autism at Work program are part of our network. And something fascinating happened. We sent out an invitation to all of our employees in North America to see if they wanted to participate. This employee network group has 3 pillars. One is for self-identified folks on the spectrum, as well as those that were hired through the program. So that's employees that are on the autism spectrum. Then we have a second pillar, which is family members that have a loved one who is neurodiverse. And the third one is allies. And frankly, when we sent out the invitation to all of North America, we thought we would have maybe 50 people participate, 75 people. Within a few hours, we filled the 550 seats that we had on that session. This tells us that there's a need for this type of topic, to address this type of topics inside of the organization. And again, if we look at what has resulted from COVID, yes, we've had some difficult moments, all of us have, but on the other side, there's been some brilliant moments as well that have allowed us to operate better, to improve our processes, but probably most importantly, Dr. Fung, is to strengthen our internal employee community within the organization.
Okay. Neil?
Yeah, I would just add more on the optimistic side of the pandemic equation, which is I am very optimistic that now working from home has become kind of normalized, where again, working from home is not for everybody. There's a lot of folks that want to be in the office in general speaking. But I also think hiring managers who used to say, I have roles and it's based here in our case, Seattle, and we need to move. Like I said, most of our hires have moved from cross country to Seattle. Then I'm actually optimistic that this will open up the opportunity for folks not to have a choice if they want to move or not. And we have found talent that, got jobs, but they just, didn't want to move. Understandably so. Their support systems are back where they live. And so I am optimistic both in the autism community, but broad disability, that, this is going to break down some of those barriers to employment, the need to relocate or the need to move or the need to transition to another place. And I am optimistic when we come out the other side of this, that corporate employers will now see the ability to do remote work as efficiently as being in person. So that's the plus side.
Anthony?
Yeah, I'll be super brief on this, right? So my four other colleagues probably nailed what we're all kind of doing. I think there's two schools of thought, right? So we encounter folks who are doing well at home, and you encounter those who do not. But that applies to both neurotypicals and folks who are on the spectrum too, right? So we've been dealing with folks that we normally wouldn't have to deal with, right? Because they're in the office and, the routine has changed, and those folks are neurotypicals. So we've developed COVID guidelines for employees, colleagues, managers, to ensure that, they know the resources that are available. We've set up chat rooms for those that are on the spectrum so that they can talk, obviously to us, but to one another, see how everybody's doing. So it does build that sense of community. Jose said it best. I don't know that, everybody's going to come back to the office. I just talked to a young lady in the UK. Today was her first day back, but by next week, that could change, right? They could go on lockdown. So myself had to prepare her, say, hey, listen, just so that this could be temporary that you're back in the office. She goes, I know, I've resigned myself to the fact that I might have to go back and forth. For somebody on the spectrum, that could be devastating. Mm-hmm. Luckily, she's handling it in the best fashion that she knows how, but we're there to support her. And she's got a lot of other colleagues in the UK who can support her as well. So I'm pleased in that respect. Hey, listen, this is a day-by-day thing. We can employ as many tactics and strategies and help as we can, but invariably there's going to be someone that just may not be able to be helped, and we have to actually prepare for that. And I'm as transparent as they come, right? So, sometimes that takes on another life of its own. And when somebody is in a dark place and we're trying to help, we're not diagnosticians, we're not clinicians. Luckily, a few of our firms employ people who are those types of folks, but we make sure that we have those outside resources available to help them through this as best we can. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Anthony. So we're going to move on to the next segment with the Q&A from the audience. The first is a comment to Jose. Thank you for being a pioneer in the Autism at Work program at SAP. Some of our students have gone on to have invaluable experience working at SAP. Thumbs up.
Thank you.
And then there's a question for Neil from Marcel Champy from Ultranauts. She is saying, glad to see autistic individuals working in different departments. Do you have plans to hire people in the human resources department, such as recruiters or trainers? You're on mute.
Yep. So yes. So I think the answer is yes. One of our goals is, as I mentioned, is to kind of diversify the role sets outside of just what I call STEM or technical roles. We've started to do that when retail with customer service. We've hired folks in content writers, technical content writers, finance. I would love to get into HR, marketing, those type of roles also. Absolutely.
The next question is also addressed to you, Neil. Came up in social media from several autistics wanting to get involved directly at the Autism at Work roundtable and have a voice at the table. How can they reach out?
Sure. Yeah. So there's a couple. Let me take a step back. So the Autism at Work roundtable, it's Autism at Work Employer Roundtable. The goal is to bring employers together that have existing programs that have been in place for at least 1 year, that they actually do hiring in this space, to share best practices, help other companies, and create jobs. So that's kind of like the round table. And so you have to be an employer that has a hiring program in place. But we meet monthly and we have guest speakers all the time. There's probably people that are listening to this call that have been guest speakers. And so if there is a topic that, you are representing a group, an association, nonprofit, and you want to come present to the roundtable, you can send me an email and I can put you on our schedule to present to the roundtable.
Thank you, Neil. So next question can be for anybody. It's kind of touched on already. It's asking about what opportunities are there for neurodivergent individuals to rise to leadership positions or key stakeholders. If you have not already talked about that, do you have plans to include individuals with different minds at the table when making significant business decisions?
Yeah, you want me to jump in, Dr. Fung?
Yeah, please.
All right, that I can do. There's no shortage of air on this side. So, listen, we've had to shift and make sure that the interview process, we can get you in the door, right? We've got to get you in the door. But I think all of our companies want mobility opportunities. But there's some, you can have individual contributors, you can have the team collaborators, everybody calls it something different, right? If you do good work, you're going to move. That is how I think all of us would agree that goes about, right? So there's a performance review, there's a scorecard, whatever you want to call it. If you're doing a good job, we are going to move you. I mean, we all have examples. Just recently, a gentleman who came in as a QA specialist, testing, pass, fail, moved to a compliance role 2 years later. And now 2 years later, again, he's moving to a marketing role. So, and he's been promoted 3 times since then. So, I mean, he's one example of our many examples. And I think we touched upon it, that we have folks at all levels of the organization who are on the spectrum, but we will create those opportunities. If you want a mentor to help you through your career path, we can provide that to you. Now, conversely, you will find the people that want to come in and do that same job. They love their job. They're not going to move from that job. They don't want to do anything else. Now, if business need necessitates, we might need to kind of change those skill sets a little bit if we can, but we will try to keep you in that role as best we can. So I'll give it to my colleagues if I'm sure they have something different to say as well.
If I can add something, Dr. Fung, to this is Jose Velasco. I think that you touched on something important here, Anthony. And when we talk about leadership, I think that we usually think in terms of leading people, okay, and leading organizations. I think that we need to have also a different mindset, because we also have individuals that can lead with ideas, okay? And sometimes an idea leader can be somebody who introduces a new mechanism, and here has plenty of stories around this as well from EY, a new way of doing things. That to me requires thought leadership. Okay, so I think that we need to think in terms of people leadership, idea leadership, et cetera, et cetera. One of the examples that we have at SAP is a colleague of ours that in 2019 won the single most prestigious innovation award of our company. We have thousands of people that participate in this award or are nominated to this award. Most of them are nominated as teams. In other words, there will be 3 or 4 or 5 people. I think that this year, again, one of our colleagues who is on the autism spectrum was the sole winner of this award. It was the first time that a single individual won that award. I mean, put that into perspective. We are a company of 100,000 employees at SAP. And an employee who is neurodiverse and on the autism spectrum from Argentina, okay, from a fairly small location, was the one that won that very prestigious award. That's leadership. Going back to your point, Anthony, the opportunity is there. There's an opportunity to shine and grow. And we don't have career paths for autistic people. We have career paths for people. And I think that's basically what we are all about here.
Yeah, that's really a wonderful example. I hope this can be on headlines in many different places, because this is really inspiring to hear that people on the spectrum, and kind of in a not expected fashion, to be acknowledged in a really significant way. So anyways, this question can be for anybody as well on the panel. What is the most effective point of entry to your organization's autism at work program? So maybe each of you can very quickly talk about how.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
Neil, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll go real quick. So we have a website. You just go to aka.ms/inclusive hiring. And it talks about our different hiring programs and just everyday hiring at Microsoft. There's an email alias you can also email at msautism@microsoft.com. But our website has a lot of good information.
Karen?
Yeah, Dr. Funk, can I just clarify the question in terms of getting started? Are we talking from a candidate point of view or from an organization's point of view, or both?
Well, this is for the individual that wants to get a job, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you will find that as Microsoft, SAP, JP Morgan Chase, EY, DXC, and many others that are not here have programs. I think reaching out to them to have a conversation is probably the most important thing, because sometimes, and I did see a question come out in the Q&A where you don't feel like you fit into a particular role. And I think it's important to have a conversation with somebody at that organization to say, here's who I am, what I like to do, what I don't like to do. How can we shape this role together? That's maybe possible in some cases, may not be possible in others. But I think that reaching out to these organizations to have an open and candid conversation, and I confess, it may take a couple of rounds of conversations to make that happen. So please don't get frustrated. Sometimes our large organizations, connecting the dots is not as easy as we would like it to be. But we are all very accessible as our team. So please reach out to us and have that conversation. Go direct to the source. And I think that conversation will provide you an avenue, whether we directly can help you from our organization. If not, our commitment is to connect you into a broader network that we're lucky enough to help cultivate and curate to see what could help you.
Michael, can you answer this question? What is the most effective point of entry to the Dandelion program?
Yeah, we probably similar to Neil. We have a website which you can actually go to DXC Dandelion, so that you can apply through there, and we effectively have rounds of recruitment, and also we align it with our kind of recruitment cadence as well. So that's the best way to actually for our program to kind of connect through.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of ways. Of course, we're going to be doing some campus recruiting, so that's one avenue. But an easier way is to go to autism.at.work@jpmorgan.com and get in touch with us. So, this is my full-time job, and it's a lot of these other folks' full-time job. We have a couple of folks on our team that can kind of get into the email and reach back out, and to Kieran's point, probably have a couple of conversations. We always set the expectation as well, right? So, sometimes JP Morgan Chase is not a fit for everybody, but maybe that person is a fit at Microsoft, and Neil and I will trade a resume, and EY and JP Morgan Chase will trade a resume. And that has happened, just FYI. So, there's opportunities. If you're just reaching out to one of us, you might be reaching out to all of us.
Jose?
Yeah, I think that we have three possible ways. One is go out to just Google SAP Autism Careers, and I think there's going to be one of the top links there that's going to take you to a website that can give you the information you need. Alternatively, you can email us at autism_@work@sap.com. Again, autism_@work. At is not the ampersand symbol, it's the word at, okay? That would be the second possibility. The third one would be to contact our partners. We work very closely, specifically here in the United States, with neurodiversity in the workplace. So you can email them at neurodiversity@NITW, N as in neurodiversity, IT in the workplace. That's nitw.org. And we have, of course, our partner in the Bay Area, Evo Libre. Go out to their website, and there's plenty of contact information there that you can get your hands on, and contact the team at Evo Libre, and they can also share with you some ways, not only how to get into companies like SAP, but they are great companies, great third parties that work with multiple companies. So they have their eyes on where the jobs are available, who's hiring, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Jose. So next question is for Michael. This attendee is interested in knowing if the Dandelion's programs, mental health program, is going to be rolled out for only the Dandelion program's employee, and how about the other employees? If yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we do roll out, there's a couple of things with our mental health program. We do roll out manager first aid training. So for our managers and co-workers, it's quite broad. It's not just for neurodiversity, but there is a segment around neurodiversity which we've built. For the individual perspectives, that's very much more targeted to neurodiversity, but we're also going to be embedding that into our employee assistance program. So it actually strengthens the overall mental health capacity across the whole organization, which is kind of critical. And then we'll be open sourcing a segment of it to allow other organizations and other support organizations to leverage that. So there will be a segment of that will be open sourced as well. So it's it's all about building overall capacity within the actual organization more broadly across our overall workforce.
Mm-hmm. Since you have the mic, the next question is for you too, Michael. So this is about, do you bring in-person training to complement optimized quality training?
Yeah, we do bring in-person training. I think that's one thing we kind of have a bit of an onion approach, meaning that we kind of really focus on all the contact points or potential issue areas of maybe potential anxiety points within the organization. So for example, we've kind of we do in-person training for the cafeteria and security guards. So we've been very big on doing security guards in the cafeteria. And also then we also provide for the managers training. We have a 3-hour training, which goes through a bunch of scenarios, and we have autistic individuals actually helping out with manager training as well. So they're actually providing the manager training, which we found very, very productive. Found that very, very useful, actually, having our autistic individuals delivering the training.
Mm-hmm. This participant is interested in knowing if machine learning, data science roles are those that are available for autistic individuals. Are there a lot of those opportunities? Maybe just very quick from each one of you.
I can keep going. Well, yeah, we do see that definitely in the machine learning and AI, especially around things like data labeling and exception handling. So we are actually involved in those roles.
Yeah. Dr. Vonda, it's Sharon. I'll tell you that in addition to what Michael just said, data science, the analytics portion, augmented virtual reality. We are seeing the future of the workforce and solutions across all industry and sector being built on these. And so machine learning and skills such as that are very desirable. And again, we see them applicable across industry and sector today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the short answer is yes.
Mm-hmm. Anthony? Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Yes for Jose.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is easy.
Yeah.
And then Anthony, you got a couple questions back to back. This person is at Salem, Oregon. How does someone participate in a mentoring program?
Sure. So the mentoring program is, we've actually gone out to our senior leaders, managers, and asked them if they would like to participate in the program. We have a lot of folks who are parents of children who are on the spectrum. Hope this is where the question is going, and it's not actually specific to Salem, Oregon, because I don't know that we have a big presence out in Salem, Oregon. But yeah, so I mean, listen, we put it out there, right? So we're on our own intranet page. We have these different forums where we can actually ask in a broader sense if people want to participate. Most of the time, it comes from our parents and caregivers group that they say, hey, listen, if you guys need help or you need a mentor, I would love to be that person, and we can marry them up. And it's not like we have a shortage, that's for sure. We have, 250,000 people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the next one is just a comment about your retention rate is higher than the retention rates for the whole organization.
Yeah, the comment on that one, and I think it's across everybody's, is it's because of the dedication, the loyalty, the focus, all of those things that Kieran talked about earlier. Listen, some of these we all have the same message on because we see the same things. That's why the retention rate is what it is. But every one of these folks will tell you sometimes it doesn't turn out positively. We're not going to feed you the line that it's 100% golden every time, but the large majority, 9 out of 10.
This is an interesting question here. Is your program able to be duplicated in industries that rely on social skills? And does your process do anything to test for social skills with less adverse impact? Does anybody want to jump on this?
Yeah, Lawrence, I'll jump onto it. It's interesting when we use this term social skill. I think every single one of our organizations today depend on teamwork. And teamwork and collaboration are probably the keys here to organizational effectiveness. And at the end of the day, our processes today don't test for that. They assess for how you as an individual are most comfortable contributing on a team. And I think, as we know, there's always different roles on the team. And frankly, when you get that beautiful mix of all the individuals who want to play different roles, I think that's when you get a highly effective team. Even that means the individual who is extremely quiet, but loves to, build and create some of the solutions in the background as a support player. That is a beautiful and important role to have. And so I would pivot the question away from social skill and more towards teamwork and how you as an individual can bring your part to that team and complement other team members.
Thank you. Another comment and a question. Fantastic program to you all. My comment and question is here. Programs that start by hiring people who are neurodivergent are inherently starting with the idea that they have some limitations, but we want to employ them for their strengths. How do we move to the next step where our hiring and work practices treat neurodiverse people equally, the same as we do with gender, race, etc.?
If I can take just maybe a very quick pass at that. I think that we are all of the belief that we hire neurodiverse people in our specific case because we have an autism at work program because of autism, not necessarily in spite of. And I think that we recognize that there is significant advantages, benefits that have been documented and shared by my peers here many times over. So we are in the process of getting there. I think that we are moving away from a dialogue of a disability to one where there's alternate abilities that are being brought into the workplace. And I think that the fact that our programs have been in existence for so many years now and we continue to drive them forward is proof that business is interested in a neurodiverse workforce. We're getting there.
Wonderful. We have 5 minutes left. So I'd like to pause and have all 5 of you to maybe think for a few seconds and then kind of give some concluding comments. We have a lot of a wide range of audience out there. We have about 200 people sign into this. We have about 3,000 people that have registered, so they may come back to hear what you say. So if you want to say, like, for 30 to 45 seconds, what do you think this neurodiversity at work initiative should go, and you want people to remember what direction this is going to be going?
Yeah, so this is Neil, I can start. I think for those that are out there that are employers, I would take away that, we would, no matter the size of your organization, if you're interested, please reach out to any of us or any members of the roundtable. We would like to discuss and kind of share and kind of see if we can provide any assistance for you. And then for the candidates, I think, there is just tremendous interest in this space. I think we have more work to do to expand the role types and I think make it easier to find. The question around how do I get in touch with your company shouldn't be that. It should be very easy. You should go one spot on the web and here it all is. And so we've got to break down some of those obstacles to find these employers that are definitely looking to hire today. So more work to do there, but now's the right time to apply.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go in alphabetical order. How's that? As we started. Yes, I think very much probably echo Neil's kind of thoughts about, I think for employers, I think it's going ahead and trying. I think it's about just taking the first step, and I think that's just critical. And I think it's learning by doing, and it will be quite an amazing journey. And I think it's for all of us here on this call. I think all of us have an amazing journey that we've been through our program. So I think for employers, it's about going ahead and just trying and starting up something small, even to going ahead and just reaching out to the people on this panel. We're all happy to kind of freely provide our ideas and share that idea. I think for the individuals, I think it's going ahead and not being disheartened. It's ensuring that you're trying, going out to a lot of organisations. There is a role for you. I think that, and if there isn't, you don't find something, create something for yourself. Your talents will be known. I think it's about creating your own jobs and creating your own work. I think it's critical, probably more than ever, and that will show your talents, and people will recognise those talents going forward. And I think that's obviously very critical.
All right, since we're going in alphabetical order, P for Pacilio. So listen, my colleagues have said it all. There's not too much I'm going to say. I will close out in the next 5 seconds by saying we're going to do better. We're going to do more. We're going to make this part of what we do on a day in and day out basis, and put a little trust in us. We're working towards getting the momentum going and continuing it.
Yep, I'll add one last piece on to what Anthony said. We're not only honored to be here, but we graciously accept your involvement, your patience, and this is specifically to the neurodivergent community. We are learning along the way, and whatever we can do from an employment standpoint that promotes belonging and a sense of purpose, we are committed to doing so for a much broader reason. Your help and guidance is very much appreciated along the way. Jose?
Thank you. Well, I was going to say that everything that has been said is something of great importance. I am particularly and personally thankful to my colleagues, my co-panelists for the work that they have done. I have two adult children on the autism spectrum, and if somebody would have told me 10 years ago that I was going to be sitting on a panel with Microsoft and EY and DXC and JP Morgan Chase and Stanford University talking about a possibility for our children to have a job in the future, I would have thought that that would have been just impossible, a fantasy. Over the last few months and weeks, I mean, we've seen great coverage, including 60 Minutes, that cover wonderful stories about neurodiversity and employment for people who have the skills and the abilities to be part of the workforce, and who regretfully in the past that were not being taken into account for those opportunities. So personally, thank you for doing what you guys do. And for everybody out there, we still have 170 people on the call. The fact that you are on the call is already a great part of this big momentum. To Dr. Fung for your energy, enthusiasm, partnership, and friendship. We're all very grateful. And I would like to leave you with one thought that I think is an important one. We are taking this in the private sector. We're working very hard. Dr. Fung, you asked earlier about government, and I failed to mention one thing that I thought it would be important for me to highlight. Many of the companies that are working in, or that are part of this panel today, are also part of an advisory group that is being organized by MITRE Corporation with the intention of establishing a pilot program across a number of government agencies, federal government agencies, as they see as well the value of neurodiversity in the workplace in the federal government. I encourage you to Google MITRE in neurodiversity. You will find a lot of information out there about this program. And I specifically want to give you one email address for you to follow. That's neurodiversity@MITRE, MITRE.org. I think this is a very significant development, okay? And in closing, I think that what Kieran was saying about the private-public partnerships, scalability, going places, it's happening. It's happening right now. So thank you again for having us.
It is a real great privilege to be here to spend a couple of hours to speak on this topic that is really in my heart every day, and this is, I'm sure, in all of your hearts every day, and hopefully we can continue our momentum, and looking forward to continue collaborations in many different ways. Thank you. So our next section is going to be at 4:30. So please, for those that have been in front of the computer for a long time, please take a break, take a walk, drink some tea, and we'll be back at 4:30. The session is titled Leveraging Strengths and Opening Doors in K-12. How working together makes a difference. See you soon.
Hi, can somebody help us make our speakers into panelists? Is anyone on that can help?
Do they have the link to sign in as a?
Welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Some of you have already participated all along in the summit. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the summit. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. Please check our summit website for YouTube videos. Also, you should have received. Welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. So, you should have received feedback form in your email that you received in the morning of each day. So please go back to your email and click the feedback form, and we will be able to know what you think about all the different aspects of the summit. Today, all questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Dr. Marcy Schwartz.
Hi, nice to be here with you today. My name is Marcy Schwartz, and I'm one of the moderators for this panel. I have a private practice in Los Gatos where I work with neurodiverse and unique learners, helping them make the transition from high school to college. And I'm also an adjunct clinical associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences here at Stanford University School of Medicine. My co-moderator today is Yael Valek, who is the co-founder of REAL, which stands for Resilience and Engagement for Every Learner. Her organization works to support neurodivergent, twice exceptional learners by building bridges between their parents and teachers. We are glad to be with you all here today. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce Helen Zhu, who would like to say a few words about the initiative that will soon launch for the K-12 special interest group. There's Helen, thanks.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Marcy. So as part of our outreach to spread the neurodiversity movement to K-12 schools and students, the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is initiating the Network for K-12 Neurodiversity Education and Advocacy, or in short, NEA. This network seeks to foster a community for K-12 students, parents, and educators interested in neurodiversity to share and discover unique advocacy efforts, stories, and experiences. So monthly NEA meetings will feature students, parents, and/or educators from diverse backgrounds who want to speak about and discuss their experiences with neurodiversity and/or advocacy efforts and contribute to a larger network of neurodiversity education and advocacy across the globe. So if you're interested in being added to our mailing list to receive information about our monthly meetings, please fill out our interest form, which I will send in the Q&A function shortly. I will also attach a link to our website if you wanted to read more about it. So our first meeting will be on Thursday, November 19th from 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with Sienna Castellan as our first guest speaker. If you sign up through the form, you will receive more details with the Zoom link closer to the date. If you have any questions, please email neurodiversity-nia@stanford.edu. I will include this email address in the Q&A as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helen. That's great. It's an exciting project. And now I'm going to introduce our panelists. I'd like you to meet Jay Dunlap, who is the head of school and director of curriculum and instruction at Renaissance Learner Academy. He has dedicated over 25 years to educating neurologically and culturally diverse students. His experience is rooted in a wide range of educational settings, including private, public, rural, and urban schools. Over the last 15 years as principal and head of school, he has mentored several teachers and administrators while continuing to teach students in the classroom. So welcome, Jay. I'm glad you're here today. Dr. Louise Kindle is our other panelist, and she is a California and Oregon State licensed doctor of psychology. Dr. Kindle specializes in working with neurodiverse individuals and their families operating from a collaborative, strength-based, integrative perspective. Dr. Kindle also helps build helped build Camp Altitude, an overnight camp for kids and teens on the autism spectrum. So welcome, Dr. Kindle. I'm glad to have you both here as panelists, and we'll turn it over to you both.
Great. Thank you, Marcy, for that introduction. Hi, Jay. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Nice to see you.
So to get rolling here, Jay, it might be helpful to give everyone a little bit of a backdrop into our prior discussion and how we wanted to format today.
Yeah, when we were talking about doing this panel, one of the things that we really felt resonated with us is hearing how professionals who work together actually do the work, and telling stories, and making it very real. And so we decided that we would like to approach this from the direction of a conversation between two professionals, and encourage you to kind of listen and then share your questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know one of the feedback pieces that I've gotten through the years from parents is that it's always helpful to hear professionals sort of talk amongst themselves. And likewise, in my work, it's very important and helpful to kind of hear a team talk together about how to approach a student's learning. So in our discussion, Jay, we came up with some guiding questions for our talk, and then some key points as well. So where would you like to jump in?
Well, I think we should start with our key points. What it comes down to in so many cases is, we spend a lot of time worrying about the past and then sort of fearing the future. And when we look at like, how do you prepare long-term for life skills? It really comes down to how do you tell the story of who you are, and how do we as professionals, when we're working with students, foster communication among parents and the students' own sort of gestalt and other professionals, and how do we tell that story in a way that's generative and supportive and realistic, and at the same time really focused on strengths. So as we were talking, we kind of came down to how we frame our stories, and how important it is to frame our stories in ways that are accurate and also strengths-based. And then how do we kind of create the conditions for success, and what are those conditions for success for a team working with a student? And how do students learn how to advocate for themselves and navigate some of the operational details of, say, executive function, and becoming more and more independent?
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, I know when we first started talking, we had talked about going through a starting point, and often for students, a starting point is around an evaluation. And I'm in my profession, I'm usually the one that does the initial assessment or evaluation. And in our original discussion, Jay, we talked about how that's very much not often a strength-based view of someone, how it's often very pathology-based. And while it has its place, because we need to distinguish what a person's strengths and challenges are, it often isn't so helpful in creating the frame for a more positive narrative for a student. So one of the things through the years that I've really tried to do is focus more on strengths. What is working well for the student? What are their interests? How do we pair their interests with the school environment? And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you do that at your school.
Sure. We recognize that students are going to come in with some kind of exceptional qualities in every direction, and they're in every student. There's a place where they lose time. There's this sort of magic thing. It might be Minecraft, or it might be tanks, or it might be artistic expression, or something that they research. And in that moment where they lose time, they're fully engaged. And so we try to take those moments, you know, in kind of education speak, is sort of like a teachable moment, but these are things that the students really teach themselves. And moving from there, how do we construct an experience that keeps bringing them back to a moment where they can have at least one thing that they feel successful and is meaningful every single day? And for so many students, school is a nightmare. It's exhausting. They have huge anxiety. They, by the time they're in high school, often they've had more experience with what they can't do than what they can do. And there's a sort of mindset that builds up that becomes a barrier to breaking through. And one of the things that's critical is finding something every day where they can shine genuinely. And that's going to vary from student to student, but that's the first thing we do, is we take a look at where do you lose time, and then how do we give you that experience every single day, at least once.
I like how you frame that, you know, how you lose time, because it's often when we're losing time that we're engaged in things that we're enjoying and that we're good at. And I was thinking too, how often we see students who are in sort of an avoidance pattern, and to the professionals at school, to the teachers, to the counselors, that oftentimes can look like a won't. Versus, you know, maybe I can't switch sets, maybe I can't, you know, switch my interests. And I was thinking too in our discussions how important it is to have people at the school that can recognize what is sort of a can't versus a won't. Can you speak a little bit to that and how your staff manages that piece of things?
Yeah, I think it's really about perception. And so if you go back, like in McClaskey's work on executive function, one of the sort of salient points is how we perceive our environment and how we perceive ourselves has so much to do with our ability to activate and to be able to make the decision that you can't. So when somebody won't do something, it's probably because they have a misperception about what's expected, or about their ability to do so, or they've been taught, so to speak, that it's not in their wheelhouse. And so the first thing is to kind of align perceptions. And I know this seems kind of like backward, but actually, if you can get people to perceive the expectations and their own abilities, then you can cut the line between won't and can't. And when you get to a place where somebody's like recognizing that they're anxious about something, or that they have stress about it, then usually there's a willingness there. When you come up against the wall, and that's when you're more likely to hit the can't. And there aren't very many can'ts, honestly. I would say, you know, it's more than anything about getting people to perceive their environment and themselves in a more accurate way. So, for example, I've heard a lot of times from students, well, I can't write because I'm dyslexic. And actually, that's not true at all. The two things have nothing directly related to each other in terms of ability. You have to write differently. You have to think differently. You have to approach writing from a different perspective. But you don't. If you approach it from, I get a pass on writing because I have this learning challenge, then you'll never get good at it. And the truth is, we have to practice the things that are hardest for us the most rigorously. And so you have to adjust for quality over quantity. You may need to adjust for how much time it takes to do something, but you can't adjust the bar downward. In fact, especially if we're up against something that's a very specific LD. You have to adjust the bar to, you have math anxiety, you need to practice math every day. And practicing math, even a little bit of math every single day, will help you move through that anxiety and then eventually get to the can. But cans are almost always just complicated feelings.
Well, I'm having two thoughts. One is meeting a student sort of where they are at that particular moment, and helping kind of teach up and scaffold up. And the other thought that I'm having as you're talking is just around the self-advocacy piece. How do we help students advocate for themselves? How do we help them find the language? Because oftentimes I find that students actually know really well where their strengths and challenges are. It's a matter of communicating it effectively. So from where I sit in my job, oftentimes I'm trying to educate the support people to encourage that self-advocacy, to create a safe space for the student to say, you know, this is what I prefer to be doing. This is what I'm really good at. This is where I might need some help. And, you know, the languaging that we give our students for self-advocacy, I think is a really important piece. So maybe that's something for us to tease apart. In the beginning years of school, how do we help a student create languaging around self-advocacy, whether it be verbal language or even nonverbal language? And then maybe we can talk a little bit how that looks through the school years, up through high school and even perhaps even to college. What are your thoughts on that for the younger kiddos?
Well, I think, you know, it's a progressive development and it's pretty incremental toward independence. And so the younger a student is, the more the onus is on the parents and the support network having common language and having sort of a clear point of departure and say, okay, here's our current status, here's our next step, or zone of proximal development. And as the student grows, the student owns more and more of those benchmarks and becomes more and more intimately in charge of what does my next step look like, and that sort of inquiry. In your practices, like, we know each other because we work together with students, and sort of the clinical setting and the school setting are dramatically different settings. And how we work with parents in particular, I think is key, especially if our goal is to be supporting together the entire family's development through the student's education. And that's where, you know, I've had a lot of good times working with you, actually, is in that sort of, where does family life and sort of the whole picture fit into the educational piece, and not just looking at well, this is about a reading challenge, or this is about a mathematics challenge, or this is about social anxiety or something along those lines. But it's actually about how do we create a whole picture of the human being and their kind of the story as they evolve.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the complexity, just trying to capture the complexity and trying to take a holistic view in this 40 minutes that we have feels, you know, as we're getting into it, sort of impossible. Yeah. I know for younger kiddos, what I try to do with teaching self-advocacy and encouraging self-advocacy is I'll start off by actually doing a little bit of scripting. So if a student says, no, I don't want to do that, or that's not going to happen, you know, I'll rephrase it. That, you know, this is challenging for me to do right now. I don't want to do this right now, maybe later, and kind of stretching the boundaries that way. Through language. Sometimes it has to happen in a nonverbal way when the kiddos are really young. But as the child gets a little bit older, as the students get a little bit older, figuring out ways to stretch that. You know, you said that last time. Let's think of a different way to say that after you've done some coaching. And then, you know, maybe the next step from that is, wait, try that again. I'm not sure you meant it that way. Let's practice what we practiced before. And to your point, when I'm able to do that in the therapy room, that's one thing, that's great, but oftentimes those skills don't generalize. So from my perspective, really helping the parents and the other educators involved understand what sort of languaging is being used, and making sure that we're all systematically using that language is really helpful. And I appreciated very much what you said about sort of setting benchmarks. One of the things that I think does get lost, particularly in a school environment, probably because there's just so much going on and it's a dynamic setting, is when a benchmark is set, making sure that that benchmark gets met, and then, you know, adding on to in a stepwise fashion. And this is where I think coordinated communication is key. And oftentimes I have seen parents take that role and have some success in creating email chains. Sometimes I see teachers taking on that role. But there, from my vantage point, there needs to be someone in the team, whether it be the psychologist, the school counselor, sometimes even the students themselves, creating some sort of venue for that constant or at least periodic conversation. Make sure everyone's, again, staying on the same page and hedging forward. How do you, I am kind of curious, Jay, I don't think I've ever asked you that, but how do you set that up at your school? Because I know your families do have quite a bit of communication.
We intend by design to make things feel very natural and organic. So we have formal meetings and we set out what we call personal learning plans, or PLPs. And they always involve some academic goals, some social emotional goals, some developmental goals, and as they get older, more life skills, and you know, getting prepared to be an adult in the world on your own. But a lot of the communication is, we communicate with the students and then we talk with the parents, and there's a lot of text messages that go on throughout the day. You know, like today, for example, I communicated with 3 different parents while the school day was happening, and I was interfacing with the students, and we actually have everyone on our team involved. So I almost never send an email to a parent that doesn't include the entire staff. We have kind of an open model because we're all advocating together and we're all part of a team. We all have different skill sets, and so we work with that communication. And I think kind of going back to like how that applies in the bigger picture is, like, fundamentally, when you're talking about neurologically diverse learners, we're talking about the primary strength from the get-go is the communication network. How the adults in the younger ages interface with one another and how we communicate information. You know, usually it's better if it happens before there's a problem. You know, like once there's a meltdown or once somebody is frustrated, at the point of frustration, then you have a whole lot of healing you have to do before you get back on track. And so if the communication's frequent, and you know, we talked about conditions for success, and it's really the parent, the student, the support network, being able to build a communication system that becomes a strength. And in many respects, you know, I use the term executive function a lot, and maybe I shouldn't overuse it, but the ability to follow sequences and processes and to make a plan and execute that plan, or to do your work and then turn it in, right? These are really important pieces, or to follow through on coaching that you've had for the script in your therapy sessions. All of those things, sometimes the outside community has to be the executive function for the individual and train them through that conversation until they can actually internalize that external dialogue.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I mean, executive functioning is a complex set of neurological processes. And, you know, even the best testing sometimes can't capture exactly where a person's specific strengths and challenges are. We can get in the right ballpark, but it's never perfect. And I think, to your point, kind of creating some of these systems and over time fine-tuning and refining them with the student, like getting the students' involvement in what worked. Because for some students, for example, creating a detailed schedule is great in theory, but they may have trouble with the way it's laid out, or the, you know, having to check it so many times. And so a different sort of strategy might be needed. And that's something that you only really sort of understand after a little bit of trial and error, but it has to be the whole team sort of talking through that and conversing. One of the thoughts I had, Jay, when you were talking before, is you've designed a school that accommodates this, that doesn't even accommodate it, it insists on this kind of open communication and collaboration. And I'm really appreciating that within some of our public schools, that simply does not exist. And that, at least on my end, has always been a place of important advocacy, those systems have to be created in order for any of this to really take place. And I can't say that it's always been successful, but I can say I've had some families that have had luck in doing it through emails and doing it through showing up at the end of the day and having a quick word with the teacher. It often involves just finding one or two people that are willing to kind of carry that communication system. But I also want to be fair and identify that I do realize that doesn't always happen. It's definitely a point of growth within a lot of our systems.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think all is not lost. In every school, there are people who care and are allies. And there are teachers who are, if they're not aware, they want to be. There's this sort of mystique in education, that special education is a series of magic buttons, or that there's these tricks that people who understand learning theory understand better than other people. And my experience is good teaching is good teaching. And good teaching begins with rapport and communication. And even when you have 45 kids in a classroom and not enough chairs for them all, which I have, I had 45 students in senior college prep English, and out of them, 15 were either second language learners or had some a 504 or an IEP. And it's harder to make the individual case, but I would have taken any advice or support I possibly could have gotten. I wanted everyone to succeed. And there are teachers out there who want everyone to succeed in every school, and they work hard. And finding that person, even if they're not your student's direct teacher, is one step closer, because they know all the other people who are like that, and they can become an avuncular kind of support network team member. The other thing I want to say is that administrators are critical. They set, like, being a principal of a school or a school leader is in some ways is sort of technical, but it's dynamic, and you set the tone and you set the expectations for the school. And in that, there's a huge amount of play. If you're a principal that says, I'm committed to going to every IEP, or at least having my designee at every IEP because we care about all of our kids, then you set the tone for the whole campus, and people see how you act and they know what's expected. And so those people who may be on the fence move over on the side of allies. And I think anybody who spends a significant amount of time in the classroom realizes that everybody learns differently anyway. And you can kind of hit the middle, but you're always going to have outliers. And the idea isn't just to kind of get through the day, it's to engage these minds. And in order to do so, you have to spend as much time listening as talking. And I wanted to get back to something that you said, because I think that it's actually super helpful. You were talking about schedules and how schedules may need to be adapted. And so a lot of the very concrete tools are, you have schedules, you do previewing, you do lots of repetition, all of the standard stuff, you can look it up. But if the family isn't the type of family, like if you take your classic kind of, I need a lot of structure in my life kid, and you have a family that's pretty loosey-goosey, then a really critical part of managing that relationship is trying to find the middle ground that's comfortable, because if the parents aren't going to be able to provide the structure, then the structure has to be adapted to the lifestyle of the family. And so many times we've seen where, you know, all the right boxes are checked and we have the perfect learning plan and we slap it out there, and you know, everybody on the team agrees. You know, it's textbook, and then the parents can't implement it for very practical reasons.
Yeah, it's
And
if the team has sort of missed the family culture, and that can be really vital to look at. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah.
And as they age, those relationships change a lot. So when you're in the kind of middle to later part of elementary school, a lot of neurodiverse students do homeschooling, and sometimes there's a lot of in-house support systems like ABA and that kind of thing. And as they grow up and they become more of a teenager, then the relationship with the parents shifts, and the appropriateness of mom being your teacher and also your mother, and being in the process of sort of defining yourself as a young adult becomes another layer of challenge. And you know, you usually see this about 7th, 8th grade, where it really kind of hits it for a lot of families, and there's a lot of crisis. And knowing that there's sort of these developmental phases that are going to happen in terms of relationship, and at that point transferring responsibility to the plan that is co-created in harmony with the educational environment and a clear perception of sort of what its expectations are, and then also the therapeutic environment and the home life, and trying to bring those things into synchronicity makes a huge difference, especially like 5 through 7th grade, I think, is probably the critical one. And then when you get into 8th grade, people start moving into another phase where they're needing to be independent, and perhaps they're afraid that they can't be, and everybody's having trouble letting go.
Yeah, can we talk about that piece a little bit, because that actually comes up a lot in what I see in my work. The anxiety, that push and pull between providing enough scaffolding and support and sort of knowing when to pull back. And I know, at least from my training, I'm taught about different developmental phases. I think as a parent, though, we're often not given that information. And I think sometimes I see that anxiety grow when there are these developmental shifts that take place. What are your thoughts on that? I know you see that quite a bit with your students.
Well, in very simple terms, and you actually said it, I quote you all the time in the back of my mind. You have to, you can't do it for them. And I mean that in a lot of ways, but from an educational point of view, you're not teaching the student to write if you write it for them. Mm-hmm. You can teach them to organize their ideas, and you can scribe it for them. You can give them speech to text. You can use a variety of tools to get the words out. But at the end of the day, the lesson is for them. The student has to engage the lesson. And the same thing is true about like brushing your teeth or getting up in the morning or taking your meds or whatever those other pieces are. That I think what I see a lot of times is that, you know, if we kind of cut to the chase, there's a mystique and I think a misunderstanding or a misperception that our kids are broken in some way, and they're not. They're different, and to adjust to the difference is an emotional piece. And And so what do we do when we face challenges? Well, we go at it and we try different things and we get support network and we bring it in. But at the end of it, a lot of what's motivating that is fear. And can we get past the fear to the place where the thing that is hard is expected and practiced in a supportive container that is going to keep you safe, but at the same time let you actually spread your wings. So, I mean, to me, this is, you can't do it for them. There's a point where incrementally, and it's different for each student and it's different at a different age group, but there are places where you should be autonomous as a human being, and that builds agency. And when you have autonomy and agency, then you know you can. And the way that we fight like lack of self-worth is by actually knowing we can, having efficacy, and we build efficacy by demanding it. So, I mean, those are my thoughts on it. And I think it's really, really hard because as a parent, I want to fix all the boo-boos and I want her never to be hurt. And, you know, I want her to be great at everything. And, you know, my daughter is beautiful and flawed, just like all of us. And she's got to learn to self-soothe, and she's got to learn to like wake herself up in the morning. And those, and she's the one who has to say, math is hard for me, so I'm going to work harder in math. There's a point where it's not helpful for me to do it for her anymore.
Right. Yeah, I sort of think of the formula of providing the appropriate scaffolding as best you can, and then every so often sort of pulling it down and seeing where the student is able to lean in a bit, and that there's going to be a lot of hiccups and a lot of repetition that needs to happen. And as a parent, that distress tolerance that has to be built through the years. But it's that constant dance, that back and forth. It is hard. It is hard.
And there's a lot of backwards movement. Like this is nothing goes in a straight line. And I think nature abhors a vacuum, nature abhors a straight line even more. And so, you know, it's like you get it today and tomorrow you're back to tears. And, you know, it's what I consider successful is when a student's forgotten how hard it was to do something. And they look back and they're like, oh, you know, like an example, you and I worked together with a student, and this person had huge anxiety, and just getting out of the car to go to school was hard. And when that student started with us, it was maybe go to class 15, 20 minutes and then go sit out in the antechamber, usually with me, but sometimes with other staff members, and get up the courage to go to the next class. And I remember the student's first speech. We did this college week thing, and they study all this stuff and they kind of look at their future. And this is hugely anxiety producing. And one of the reasons we do it is because we have to create a container around that anxiety and say, you know what, actually you can fill out a job application. You can imagine what it's like to go to college, and you can go be on a college campus, and everything's gonna actually be okay, but you got to stretch it safely. And this person had a full-on thermonuclear meltdown on the first one. The second one was fine. And by the end, it seemed like it was second nature to get up and talk about the future.
Right, and I remember I think I know which family we're talking about, and we'll be very mindful of protecting confidentiality and privacy. in reality, we've shared several cases like this, I think, through the years. And one of the main themes that comes out in a moment like that is really around pacing and trusting that it's okay to go slow and to go at the student's pace, but holding that faith that they will get there. It's just a matter of kind of finding the right formula of what fits, and modeling patience and modeling that self-advocacy language as well. This is hard today, but tomorrow it might be better. What might we do a little bit differently to make this feel better? All of those pieces, but not backing away from the challenge, I think is key. I think it's key.
Yeah, and not taking a bad day to mean everything.
Right.
It's not all over because you had a bad day, and a lot of times the bad days teach us how to have good days. In not in the right, like in the moment, it's bad. But after, when you can get back and you can sort of process and go through the social thinking process of, what happened and how did you see it and how did other people see it? And when you're in that sort of sober-minded debrief time, there's a lot of gems that come out. And, numerous students that I've worked with have school anxiety. And a lot of it is learning to become comfortable with yourself in that environment. And that's also kind of how we respond as a team. So if a student comes home and has had a really hard day at school, isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's a certain cognitive dissonance that's necessary, but if it's every day or if it's totally intolerable, that's a completely different thing. But a couple like really getting stressed out is actually a healthy part of the learning process.
Right. It can be that brink of growth. Can we pivot for just a second, Jay? Because I'm just thinking about, an overall successful academic course really involves the social piece. And I think we've even gotten we've received a question here asking, how are social skills taught, incorporated at Jay's school? And I think that would be a really helpful area for us to talk about, not only within your school, but also in other school settings, how we work with that piece.
Again, so our design is to try to make things as normal feeling as possible. This is just how things happen. This is what we do. It's really changed a lot since we've been on distance learning. And so COVID has, like, pretty much you take the complete design model, throw it out the window, and then try to recreate it in a virtual world. So I actually think one of the most important pieces is actually having the consistency of being there every day and being together as a community and stressing that and having community events where we celebrate things and that we have something to look forward to. And so at RLA last year before COVID, we had certain routines. So at the beginning of the school day, we go for a walk, and we're near San Jose City College. So we would go walk around the block, and that little informal time is perfect because I'm not the head of school, blah, blah, blah. I'm Jay, and we're walking. And you came out of your parents' car or you got off the school bus and you have whatever baggage and morning stuff you have, whatever's going on in your mind, and you're just you, and we all get to talk and walk and check in with each other. And taking the pulse is the best thing you can do, because if somebody comes in with a charge on, they're going to bring it in the classroom. If there's stuff that needs to be managed, we can manage it together in a sort of progressive way. And then after the walk, we come in and we set the schedule up, and we sort of have a check-in, more of a formal check-in. So we transition from independent beings moving in space to people in a room with a schedule and a plan and some goals for the day. And then we go about half the day, and then we stop for lunch, and we actually eat together and play games. And again, that informal time is really important, because that's when we learn context, right? Everything's learned from multiple repetitions in different contexts. And so at the end of the day, we have another sort of social time where we kind of plan for tomorrow, predict what's going to happen. We check out. I have a little routine. I've got this thing, it's called the dinger. And I ding the dinger. And when I ding the dinger, it's done. And what has been done cannot be undone. And so there's a sort of like closure, which is auditory. And that is kind of the architecture. And we do all of those routines with distance learning right now. But we don't have as much power from the proprioceptive element, where I just see somebody's not feeling well. And then we have a conversation. It's like, oh, you didn't eat breakfast. Well, here, have some watermelon. Like that, you know, that's the piece of being in community together is also about being physically present together. And
I was just thinking, in the truest sense, Jay, what I think you're talking about is building community, finding your people, building community through rituals, routines, setting those social expectations. You know, everyone's going to join in, and yeah, and how much that's shifted in the last several months, and
yeah,
hopefully we'll get back to.
We took a deep stab at it, and I wonder, you know, I would say that we're coming back 70% in the positive in terms of our attempts at community building. It's not the same, because, you know, when people, like, for example, we might take the kids to, like we took them to Savers to buy coffee mugs. And we wanted them, you know, we gave them some money, and we said, go find a coffee mug so that you have a mug for warm tea when it got cold. That kind of challenge is perfect for a lot of kids, and it's not a school thing. And so how do you recreate those types of things? Or I don't want to go on a walk, my feet hurt, I don't want my shoes. How do we deal with that? And how do we deal with it in a way that other people see, and you have peers, and then there's that dynamic of like, where do I fit in the pack, and how do I become a member and invest myself in the success of others, which is kind of the goal of community, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I know Marcy and Yael are gonna offer us some questions.
Thank you, guys. This is amazing. I wish all schools were run like this, and with this kind of partnership. I had a question, because I really loved what you said about flow and finding the thing that makes you lose time. And I'm wondering how you incorporate that into the day-to-day school activities. We hear from a lot of teachers that they feel hemmed in by sort of standardized testing. And if I can't let them write a comic book instead of an essay, because then what will they do next year? And I'm just curious how you address that.
So go ahead, Louise.
I'll just say, when kiddos are younger, what I notice we end up doing is building in sort of like these reward systems, right, for the thing that they really love to do. And I think we weave it in a very structured and sort of formal way to manage behaviors. But the more I've been doing this work, there's a time and a place for it. But I think Jay will probably talk to this a bit. It's finding what the student is really good at and what they love to do, and how you build some curriculum around that in a meaningful way and expand those skills and interests in a more meaningful way. Go ahead, Jay. I know you can
Totally right on. I think, you know, if I could give advice to people in a more traditional setting too, the truth is that there is a huge amount of pressure to meet the curriculum and hit the scope and sequence. And there's a lot riding on it. And testing is sort of less important now than it was, say, 5 or 6 years ago, but it's still high pressure. And schools, the new California dashboard is very rigorous. And so I think if you think from a multisensory perspective, every student's going to be good at something with one of their senses. And I know this seems silly, but there are people who are really good kinesthetically, and there are people who are really good oral, like they hear something and they can like almost have oral photographic memory. People who are very astute visually. And if you can construct assignments that have elements of the different senses as part of them, then you can do fair service to Caesar and meet the standards and teach them the rigorous skill that they must learn, especially in high school. It's very challenging to hit everything. But you can also keep them engaged, and at least some part of that assignment is a win. So I'll give you a good example. So classic California standards for English language arts is to give a speech. So there's lots of ways to teach people how to give a speech, but in my opinion, the best way is to actually watch a lot of speeches and to look at speeches and study how people who gave great speeches spoke. And in that, you have art and you have history and you have even mathematics, and you have all kinds of scaffolding tools that you can use. Like you can take Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech and you can dissect it into images. You can create visual representations of it. And then when you come back, you can translate those visual, like say it's a photo montage from a PowerPoint or something like that. You could translate that back into a structured essay. So it doesn't have to be either or. There's actually a lot of ways that people can demonstrate what they know. And there's, 8 or 9 different learning styles. My belief, and I hear a lot of times, like this is one of my pet peeves, is that people are like, well, I'm a visual learner and that means I don't have to listen, or that I'm not very good at interpersonal, so, I'm not going to bother. But in my mind, you should lead with your strengths, the things that are easy for you. Where is learning easy for me? Where do I lose time with my learning? And then you should also be constantly aware of like the areas that are your blind spots or the harder bits. And so you can construct assignments that are very standard, that engage all of the senses. And then everybody gets some piece that they win. And if you grade it holistically, then they maybe didn't write perfect grammatical statements, but they did represent the meaning or the theme. And oftentimes our non-neurotypical learners are the ones who have the light bulb moment and have the amazing insight, or see this aesthetic value of something that is completely dismissed in your standard curriculum and never validated. So I guess that would be what I would add, is you can do that without a specialized learning environment.
Thank you. Marcy, did you have a question? That was, I will definitely give that advice to some of my kids' teachers. Go ahead, Marcy.
Question is, how do you guys handle situations where the goals of the parent, the student, the teacher, the psychologist, the different team members are not all aligned? Whether it's the future goals, whether it's the path that they're on, and how do you work together and incorporate the family and the student to kind of help get on the same page? Because I think that's a problem that is not uncommon.
Not uncommon at all.
Yep.
Not uncommon. How do we do it, Jay? I'm trying to think about how I do that in my work. And I think at least in the therapy room, it comes down to having a richer discussion of what individuals are wanting, what they're seeking, what their expectations are, and then using the fine art of compromising a lot of the time, and really seeing how you can all come together and agree on a midpoint, and really just using more flexible thinking, and that there's multiple ways to the same endpoint. It's such an abstract, lame answer. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more concrete, but it does come up.
It's intuitive. I mean, that's the thing, is that so much of this is artistic, and it's about your interpersonal dynamics with people, and can you get them to be clear about their boundaries and expectations, and then build agreement.
Yeah, it's often not about like someone's right or wrong. It's often working through what are the concerns, what are the worries, what are the fears, what are the feelings that go along with the expectation that you have, and just teasing those apart so that a bigger perspective, a more appreciated perspective can happen. Do you feel like that answers it, Marcy? Do you want to give me something concrete?
I think it's the dialogue that takes place to understand if a parent is saying, you know, we must go to college, or you must go to the army, or that, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter what it is, but they have their opinion, and it could be the best choice, but the student, if their opinion, maybe the school is saying, no, I see the student is so great with their hands, and there's these different polls, and you know, giving space to all of those viewpoints, I think, is important. But then, you know, and having people kind of move towards the center as the student ages. So I think it's a process, but it's a tricky one, and that's why I think, you know, the work that you guys have done and the communication that you have will, you know, can identify these issues and bring the family in and have, you know, some discussions, because I think those kinds of challenges really impact the student the most, right? Like they're the ones who are gonna not be at their best because of that conflict around them. So your dialogue is so helpful.
Yeah, and I think if anyone becomes too dogmatic in the course of this, that's a sure way to get someone to shut down and avoid and not do it. So you really do need to find a way to work with the student. And honor what it is they're saying. Oftentimes it's pays to listen.
And it's also cyclical, because you guys were talking earlier about self-advocacy, but if the student hasn't practiced the self-advocacy, it's hard for them to stand up for themselves and say, hey, no, but I really like this. And so you can really see how the education and focusing on all of these points all along is so important.
Well, I think that's where we stand kind of, so I think recognizing the scope of your relationship and what you offer, you know, if you think about the wheel of this person's life, and so the educational spoke has a certain scope to it, and it has a shape, and if you try to bend it too much, then the wheel goes flat. And so, like, first of all, you have to trust the people on the team. So, you know, if I have a fundamental difference with, say, you know, a recommendation that Louise makes, then I need to step back and think, okay, what is this? Why am I having that reaction? And then, like, what is my role here? And it's just like the parents getting split. You know, go ask your mom, go ask your dad. If we don't hold the line of communication, say, this is our agreement, we stick to our agreements, and we're not afraid to have the hard conversations, but not necessarily in front of everybody. That's, I think, the key, because, you know, all this seems to come down to me about perception. And if you perceive that there's a lack or something, then you may have a fear, or you may have an unfulfilled need, and you may not know how to articulate it. And we're all working together, and we all have desires. Like, I want the kids to be successful. And if we start with that, then you got to have the courage to have the hard conversation. And I think that's the other piece too, is that we all kind of hide a little bit from what we think to be the truth, but we don't test it. And oftentimes when you have the hard conversation, you find that actually the other person thought something completely different than what you assumed. And all of your actions are sort of dancing around an issue that maybe isn't even a conflict.
Thank you. So speaking of different needs and understanding what students really need and peering behind what's obvious, how do you persuade a school to give learning accommodations to a 2E student who's getting A's in many areas but needs help when the school feels that since the student is already getting A's in some areas, it's not okay to give support in a subject where the student is failing? How do you recognize that a 2E student may need support?
Yeah, I can speak about that from like a testing point of view. So oftentimes schools want data. They want to see that there's a learning discrepancy. And then they're more apt to push in supports or make accommodations. I'm also reading through the comments and seeing some comments about systemic changes in school and how do we advocate for that? And I don't have a good answer for that at this point. I think though, in my work with individual families, some of the best work that I think that we've done together is taking a giant step back and really assessing where you want to put your energy. Does it make sense to hone in on this one area of difficulty and go to bat with, the school professionals and really insist that that change happen? And sometimes it does. Oftentimes it doesn't. And so pulling back and taking a bigger perspective of the student's overall learning profile and how they're doing holistically is sometimes a better approach.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is where those psychoeducational tests and the data can be really powerful, especially if you're in a adversarial relationship. There is something in the design of our system, and I wouldn't presume to be able to like wave my magic wand and figure out what's wrong and what's right and what to fix, but getting an accommodation is a legal process by which you prove that the student needs it and the school signs off that they will provide it under penalty of law. I mean, I realize that seems really extreme, but a lot of times that's what it comes down to. And when people can't get their needs met, it often in public schools, like the next step is to go to the IDEA Act. And I think that the key is actually about relationships and rapport. When you sit in an IEP team meeting, if you take the adversarial stance, then you close the door to flexibility. So, sitting on that side of the desk and say, okay, this person needs X, Y, and Z. Do I have the resources? How much is it going to cost? How will that work? I know this is not very friendly, but these are the considerations that the team has to take into account. And ultimately, whatever services are provided are then bound by that fate. So a lot of creativity comes out when there are good relationships. You say, wow, this is really working. What would it take for you to do X, Y, and Z? And I think kind of going below the system and starting at the human level makes a huge difference. And the other thing is, if a student isn't doing well in a particular class, I would go right to the teacher. Not in an aggressive way, but I would say, hey, this really isn't working. It's not working for any of us. What would it take for you to do this? is it realistic? And how badly can you help my child succeed? And especially in high school, the student coming to the teacher and advocating for themselves is the most powerful thing, because I want students to come to me and want to learn from me and want to be in relationship with me. And so I'm going to say yes. And I could say yes to things that the administration can't necessarily say yes to, or the IEP team can't say yes to because they don't have the data.
That makes a lot of sense. Definitely building the relationship with the teacher has helped me for my own kids. We have a question of somebody saying, as a person in recovery, looking back, I personally turned to substance abuse in the absence of being medicated and not being able to handle the stressors of social situations and expectations of me. What can we do to help parents, teachers, and students who are or may not be diagnosed with spectrum conditions first turn for help instead of toward a path of self-destruction?
What a great question. So I personally look at substance use as a form of coping, and then it often creates, this unfortunate other set of issues. And I think if you're able to find a safe person, talk to that safe person. Sometimes that's a parent, sometimes that's a friend, sometimes that's an educator. But I think for the systems to also have resources and be doing that sort of outreach and psychoeducation is really important. Assessing for that, but not just assessing directly with students, assessing, are we creating the kind of culture that is supportive of people in a whole way? And I mean, clearly, I think oftentimes we totally miss that mark in society. And so that's something I think for the systems to really reevaluate and really think about. As a parent, thinking about what school culture you're sending your child into. Is it healthy one? And if it's not a healthy one, what's to be done about that? Where can you contribute differently? How can you sort of inoculate your child if they do need to go to that kind of environment? Those are all the thoughts that swirl around in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. I would add that when someone's self-medicating, that opening clear and honest communication is kind of the most important thing, right? If I have students that are experimenting with drugs, then I want to know. So often people who are in the drug culture are more inviting and welcoming and tolerant of people who feel different. And so there's a certain, perfect storm, so to speak. And, being realistic about people have a variety of coping mechanisms. And so what are you doing? Like, what are you doing and why? And building some self-awareness around that, and then getting kind of the team on board with working on that, I think is really important, because so much shame associated with people taking care of themselves the best way they can. And I'm not advocating for that, but teenagers want to feel loved and cared about and accepted. And when people say, hey, you're the life of the party, you're accepted, you're loved, and you're cared about, it's hugely persuasive. And we can't forget that we're motivated social beings, whether we are, neurotypically social or not. We want to have friends, and we want to date people, and we want to do all the stuff that everybody else wants to do. And those urges are powerful. And the only way that you can really help somebody is to open the dialogue and to really hear them, and then take the steps necessary for that need to be fulfilled. At a school level, I think that there's a blind acceptance sometimes that like kids are just going to do things. And so it's about getting caught or not getting caught. And the conversation is completely avoided. And actually the conversation needs to be had, and it should happen at home first. But if it doesn't happen at home, I think it needs to happen at school. And that's another piece that I would add to what Louise shared.
That's all really that communication piece and coping strategies, and there are so many important elements to that. It's a tricky one to navigate through with teenagers. And we have another question. How is the work you do together and with your students and clients preparing them for the 21st century workforce?
You want to go for that?
It's a big question. I don't frame, when I see a student, when I see a family, I'm not preparing them for the 21st century workforce. I'm really focused on their overall health and wellness and building up their skill sets and making sure that they have hobbies and social outlets, that their mental health is taken care of. I'm not so focused on the workforce. I feel like if you have a solid foundation in those areas and you give the message that really taking care of yourself holistically is what's important, that those other things sort of will fall in line. Now, having said that, I definitely think that within our communities and our businesses, we need to make space for people who think differently, learn differently. And that's the advocacy piece that I'm interested and involved in. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so when you write a charter, you have to answer this question: what is an educated person in the 21st century? It's built into the California Education Code. And so there's a lot of ways to answer that question. The truth is, when I enroll a student, I'm looking at what can we do to increase your capacity for a rich and fulfilling life. And underneath that, it's sort of like preparing you for the 21st century, or preparing you for college, or preparing you for the next class in high school is almost irrelevant. To who are you going to be as an adult, and like how are you going to make the most like passionate use of your life, and along with that, these other things come, and the answer is going to be different for every human being. And of course there are things that we do, like we're having students use audio recording and video, and doing video productions along with sort of the traditional reading, writing, and arithmetic, because we live in a tech world. So they need to be comfortable having a conference like this, and they need to be able to use the technologies that are available to them. And they probably will need to have a website and a portfolio and all of these other pieces. And so there's very technical things that prepare you for the future of communication as the medium changes. So now you have to teach a new medium. It's part of education. But the more important thing is, how do we help you define success? And then how do we give you the tools so that you can meet that definition on your own terms? And I like to think that we're helping people become masters of their own destiny. I don't know that any of us are, but that's the goal, right?
Thank you. Okay, so another shifting gears a little bit. How do you deliberately integrate culture, race, ethnicity, and gender into your work with youth and families?
So for me, in my work, you know, part of, I think, being a good therapist is listening to the families, to the students' story and their experience in the world, and being informed on how they're experiencing the world, and what their family ethos are, their family cultural components, what's important to them individually. And then taking an incisive look at the systems that they're involved in, and what that really means for that particular student, how inclusive those systems are, how fair those systems are, and being able to work with whomever I'm working with to better understand that. So it's so dependent on the particular family or student that I'm working with. If my experience as a white woman in the world is too divergent from a patient that I'm working with or a student that I'm working with, I personally think it's my responsibility, my ethical responsibility, to find a better fit. And so I actively do that when needed as well.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it. I mean, any meaningful conversation about, well, around diversity starts with identity, and like where, you know, knowing your own place. Like, you know, we have our individual identity, how we make up our concept of self, and then we have like how others view us. So there's many layers, and you can think of it like a target, you know. So you start with like, who do I think I am, and then who do others think I am, and then like how do I interface with everybody else's bullseyes. And so knowing kind of when people look at you, what are the judgments that they're making, or assumptions about your life. I think that's a key piece. And then not being afraid to kind of put them out there so that other people feel empowered to say that too. And I think a lot of times we talk about gender and gender dysphoria, and we talk about ethnic and cultural differences because we have such huge fissures in our nation. But also we have people, as say like dyslexics, aren't a group or a tribe per se, but there is like an assumption by class, and so there's an identity as somebody who's identified or identified themselves as a particular type of learner. And so there's these other dimensions of identity that I think are important to tease out and try to explore. From a curricular perspective, in the immigration from the European nations from the 1490s forward, there's been a very direct attempt to erase the stories that people tell, from the burning of books in Mexico, the codexes, and to actually like literally killing the people that could read the quipus in the Andes. And so one of the ways that we can address the sort of jagged edge of our sort of cultural identity as American people is to tell the stories that aren't told, and to tell the stories that are silenced. And that includes our own stories, but also sometimes we have to speak for others, aware of our own privilege and position to be able to do so. But like in our history class, we're teaching US history this year, but we've studied all of the Americas from Greenland to the tip of Tierra del Fuego. And we're starting with the stories of the people, the indigenous people. And I think it's essential for us to have American history reflect the stories of Americans. And I think it's the same thing that we had kind of in our key points about who, how you tell your story about who you are determines how you succeed and the story of your success. And it's how, like, the stories you tell about yourself. Are you autistic? Is that your story? Or is your story that you're really into trains? Like, or is your story something completely different from that? And what is the story you tell, and how do you tell your story with agency and confidence?
Yeah, it's an important point. Another question is, teachers are asked to do so much today. Almost every new idea, initiative, or approach says we need more teacher professional development. What can we do to help move teachers along in supporting neurodivergent students in inclusive classrooms without asking them to do, without asking for them to do the impossible?
It assumes, the question sort of assumes that it's impossible. I'll just speak from the teacher perspective. Most professional development for teachers is useless and temporary or fleeting. And I don't mean to criticize anyone out there who's made their career around that, including myself. But what changes is deep changes in your practice, and deep changes in your practice don't come from an initiative that your district buys and then implements. It comes from stopping and listening and saying, hey, you know, when as an example, when I got my first computer lab as a teacher way back in 1998, I stopped teaching writing for a whole year because I was teaching how to troubleshoot computers. Actually my entire curriculum changed because I had to figure out how to teach people how to use a computer to write. And I completely had no time to teach writing. And after I learned how to do that, then I could do both again. But I think the same thing goes with how do you make your classrooms more inclusive for neurodivergent people? Well, you start by looking at your practice and you say, where am I missing it? Or what is not working? And then you go after it. And then all the resources are there. It's lots of people. But if you go looking for it, you're going to want it and you're going to implement it. But if you have to go to a meeting and you got paid to go and sit there and eat pizza while somebody talks at you, you may or may not actually have it stick. And finally, the role of the administration is super key. If you're going to invest in professional development, you got to follow up. You've got to continue to support people. It's not enough just to give it to them and say, here, now you're experts, go do it. You actually have to build a structure and long term. And that goes to like directing your school culture in a thoughtful way.
I'll just add, I mean, I think setting the tone that these interventions, these learnings, it doesn't necessarily have to be an uphill battle, that a lot of what's available is actually really creative and interesting and works for many types of learners and many types of students. But I very largely agree with what you said, Jay.
I agree. We often talk about how the changes we're asking you to make for different minds are going to help all students. Mm-hmm. So probably one last question. I would love to hear some sort of concrete changes, like real stories from somebody of change that you guys have been able to make by working. So Louise working with a classroom, working with a teacher, or Jay, when students come to you from other schools and they've been sort of, they feel beaten down. What are some changes you guys have been able to affect that have, that we could maybe learn from for our own students?
Well, I just want to start out by saying one of the gifts of the pandemic has been that it's sped us up in some ways, but it's also slowed us down in others. And it's been very, very cool. It's been very heartening. I've had multiple families in the last couple of months reach out that maybe I haven't worked with for 5-10 years, kind of come full circle and say, hey, just wanted to drop this off. My kiddo's doing X, Y, and Z. And I've, in most cases, been able to talk with the families directly and sort of do a retrospective and ask, what's worked? Like, what's actually gotten you to the place that you're in? And there's a couple threads that are pretty common. One is persistence and not losing heart, even when it gets really challenging. One is finding your people, finding those people who are going to listen to you and work with you. Another is definitely trying to effect changes within the system, but not getting bogged down in it, kind of pushing forward anyway in the way that's right for you and your family and your child. Being really judicious where you put your energy. I've often worked with families who sort of get overloaded with the challenges in the system, and we see depression and anxiety, and that is not helpful to get too bogged down. Like, definitely some advocacy because things need to shift, but also kind of staying true to what does your child need in this moment, and how might you best get that. So I just want to start by answering the question by just saying that I don't think there's one or two cool things that I've been able to do. I really attribute families' perseverance and also the children's perseverance as well. Just not giving up, finding what they're good at, holding true to that, and listening to the advice of the ones that they trust around them. Jay, why don't you jump in and I'll think more and add.
I think you're right. I mean, so there's a recipe that we look for, and it's not that complicated as far as school success goes. The parents in the school need to be on the same page, and they need to trust each other. And so, like, things get tough. These kids are hard to teach, and it doesn't go easy every day. It goes, and a lot of times at the beginning it goes harder, and then in your senior year everything is always hard. Like, regardless, like, senior year is always kind of a mess. The consent of the student to learn and to have the people in their community be part of their life. I know it seems like a strange thing, but if you go to school every day and you know that the people around you actually care about you and will want to see you be successful. It doesn't mean that you don't have squabbles, and like teenagers can be catty and whatnot, but that at the end of the day, they're part of a community that wants to see them succeed, and that they're learning from people that they like, and they feel supported, and the parents in the school are on the same page. It's pretty much not, there's very few can'ts in that. It's just the how long and what is it going to take. And so I think that's the critical piece. The families that stand behind when it gets hard and circle up with the school, when the school sees the struggle and they circle up with the families, that's where we've seen success over and over and over again. And whenever there's been, like, one that got away, it's been that there was an unwillingness to go all the way together. And so, I mean, I have many, like all of my students, even some who didn't graduate from my schools, that I feel very proud of what they've accomplished. And but the recipe is persistence and finding your tribe, just as Louise says, I think. And then it's easy to work together because we know we can lock arms when things get tough.
Mm-hmm. Sort of that wrapping and support, I've also noticed through the years, making sure that your student has a positive outlet, going back full circle to what you were saying in the beginning, Jay, where a student can really build their sense of self and their confidence. That's hugely important. And oftentimes that doesn't happen in the school setting. It happens outside of school, extracurriculars or a particular hobby. Maybe not something formalized through sports or music, but, and I'd just like to add attending to not only the student's mental health, but the family's mental health, because this can be a rougher journey, and making sure that all members of the family who are affected are getting the necessary supports. Sometimes I make the greatest impact in a family when I work with the mom or I work with the dad. In some situations, it's been working with the sibling and just really paying attention to the whole family unit and the balance and harmony within the family. Yeah.
Thank you guys. That was really great. And I really like this ending that you guys, that this last question brought out of really connecting things. I feel like a lot of the points that you raised throughout were brought together with that, and the persistence and, you know, the taking care of oneself and working together, the teamwork and communication. It's also important in this process of educating our kids. I know Dr. Fung wanted to say some closing words. I don't know if there he is.
I want to thank Jay and Louise for sharing your insights. It's a really important topic for our children that are going through a lot of different things, and it's good to hear your perspectives. And I'd like to thank Marcy and Yael for moderating this session. So we are ending our third day of the conference. Tomorrow in the morning at 8:30, we're going to resume. So thank you again. And for those that want to access our videos, the YouTube videos will be accessible in our Summit website. Thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.